Thus we name many historical periods after their dominant technology, the Iron Age, the Bronze Age, and so on. When a cluster of related technological innovations come along together, they can create sufficient change to merit the title of a revolution. This has happened twice before in human history, with the agricultural and the industrial revolutions, and we are now in the middle of a third, the information revolution. These revolutions are not overnight affairs. The Industrial Revolution has been underway for 300 years. The Information Revolution is just half a century old, and in many ways we are nearer to the start than the end. We think the world has changed greatly in the last century, and especially in the last 20 years or so, and indeed it has. But the rate of change is accelerating, and the changes that are coming will dwarf what has happened so far. Forecasting has always been perilous. Throughout history, most long-term forecasts have been wrong, often blindsided by the arrival of a new technology like smartphones. But in the coming decades, the rate and scale of change will be so great that the future will become mysterious in a new way. So much so that people talk about a coming technological singularity. The term singularity is borrowed from maths and physics, where it means a point at which variable becomes infinite. The usual example is the center of a black hole, where matter becomes infinitely dense. When you reach a singularity, the normal rules break down and the future becomes even harder to predict than usual. In recent years, the term has been applied to the impact of technology on human affairs. Superintelligence and the technological singularity. The technological singularity is most commonly defined as what happens when the first artificial general intelligence, AGI, is created, a machine which can perform any intellectual task that an adult human can. It continues to improve its capabilities and becomes a superintelligence, much smarter than any human. It then introduces change to this planet on a scale and at a speed which unaugmented humans cannot comprehend. I wrote about this extensively in my book Surviving AI. The term singularity became associated with the naive belief that technology, and specifically a superintelligent AI, would magically solve all our problems, and that everyone would live happily ever after. Because of these quasi-religious overtones, the singularity was frequently satirized as rapture for nerds, and many people felt awkward about using the term. The publication in 2014 of Nick Bostrom's seminal book, Superintelligence, was a watershed moment, causing influential people like Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk, and Bill Gates to speak out about the enormous impact which AGI will have, for good or for ill. They introduced the idea of the singularity to a much wider audience and made it harder for people to retain a blinkered optimism about the impact of AGI. For time-starved journalists, good news is no news, and if it bleeds, it leads. So the comments of Hawking and the others were widely misrepresented as pure doomsaying, and almost every article about AI carried a picture of the Terminator. AI researchers and others hastened to warn us, rightly, not to throw the baby of AI out with the bathwater of unfriendly superintelligence, and the debate is now more nuanced. Technological unemployment and the economic singularity. So for me at least, the term singularity no longer seems so awkward, and it seems reasonable to apply it to another event which is likely to take place well before the technological singularity. I call this event the economic singularity. There is a lot of talk in the media at the moment about technological unemployment, the process of people becoming unemployed because machines can do any job that they could do, and do it cheaper, faster, and better. There is widespread disagreement about whether this is happening already, whether it will happen in the future, and whether it is a good or a bad thing. This disagreement is natural and inevitable. One of the main features of a singularity is that what lies beyond its event horizon is hard to see. Nevertheless, we must try to peer into the hazy future if we are to prepare ourselves for it. In this book, I will argue that technological unemployment is not happening yet, or at least not much, that it will happen in the next few decades, and that it can be a very good thing indeed, if we prepare for it and manage the transition successfully. Naturally, there are challenges. As we will see, a lot of people believe that Universal Basic Income, UBI, is a silver bullet that will solve the problem of technological unemployment, UBI is a guaranteed income paid to all citizens simply because they are citizens. It may take some time for the idea of UBI to be accepted, especially in the USA, where resistance to anything that smacks of socialism is often fierce, almost visceral. Martin Ford's otherwise excellent book, The Rise of the Robots, almost fizzles out at the end because he seems daunted by the scale of the opposition that UBI will face in the home country. But to my mind, UBI is not the real battle. In Europe, we are very comfortable with the idea of a safety net of welfare programs which prevent the economically unsuccessful from falling into absolute penury. Most American states provide unemployment benefits too, although they usually cease after 6 months. In fact, the U.S. spends more per capita on welfare, $650 in 2011, according to the OECD, than the UK, $610, or Canada, $550. Unlike some of my American friends, I believe the people of that great country will quickly accept the need for UBI if and when it becomes undeniable that the majority of them are going to be unemployable. The real problem, it seems to me, is that we will need more than just UBI. We may need an entirely new form of economy. I see great danger in a world in which most people rub along on handouts while a minority, perhaps a tiny minority, not only own most of the wealth, that is pretty much true already, but are the only ones actively engaged in any kind of economic activity. Given the advances in all kinds of technology that we can expect in the coming decades, the minority would be under immense temptation to separate themselves off from the rest of us, not just economically, but cognitively and physically too. Yuval Harari, author of the brilliant book *Sapiens*, says that in the coming century or so, humanity will divide into two classes of people. Rather brutally, he calls them the gods and the useless. Capitalism and liberal democracy have served humanity well in the last couple of centuries. I am not convinced they will continue to do so in a post-automation world, but it is no small task to work out what they should be replaced with, and how that can be achieved without turmoil. This sounds like a singularity, an economic singularity. Chapter 2. The History of Automation. 2.1. The Industrial Revolution. For a process that began hundreds of years ago, the start date of the Industrial Revolution is surprisingly controversial. Historians and economists cannot even agree how many industrial revolutions there have been. Some say there has been one revolution with several phases, others say there have been two, and others say more. The essence of the Industrial Revolution was the shift from manufacturing goods by hand to manufacturing them by machine, and the harnessing of better power sources than animal muscle. So a good date for its beginning is 1712, when Thomas Newcomen created the first practical steam engine for pumping water. For the first time in history, humans could generate more power than muscles could provide, wherever they needed it. The replacement of human labor by machines in manufacturing dates back considerably earlier, but they were powered by muscles or by wind or water. In the 15th century, Dutch workers attacked textile looms by throwing wooden shoes into them. The shoes were called sabots, and this may be the etymology of the word saboteur. A century later, around 1590, Queen Elizabeth I of England refused a patent to William Lee for a mechanical knitting machine because it would deprive her subjects of employment. In the second half of the 18th century, the Scottish inventor James Watt teamed up with the English entrepreneur Matthew Boulton to improve Newcomen's steam engine so that it could power factories and make manufacturing possible on an industrial scale. At the same time, iron production was being transformed by the replacement of charcoal by coal, and canal mania took hold as heavy loads could be transported more cheaply by canal than by road or sea. Later, in the mid-19th century, steam engines were improved sufficiently to make them mobile, which ushered in the UK's railway mania of the 1840s. Projects authorized in the middle years of that decade led to the construction of 6,000 miles of railway, more than half the length of the country's current rail network. Other European countries and the USA emulated the UK's example, usually lagging it by a decade or two. Toward the end of the 19th century, Sir Henry Bessemer's method for converting iron into steel enabled steel to replace iron in a wide range of applications. Previously, steel had been an expensive commodity, reserved for specialist uses. The availability of affordable steel enabled the creation of heavy industries, building vehicles for road, rail, sea, and later the air. As the 20th century arrived, oil and electricity provided versatile new forms of power, and the industrial world we recognize today was born. The changes brought about by these technologies are still in progress. In summary, we can identify 4 phases of the Industrial Revolution. 1712 onwards, the age of primitive steam engines, textile manufacturing machines, and the canals. 1830 onwards, the age of mobile steam engines and the railways. 1875 onwards, the age of steel and heavy engineering and the birth of the chemicals industry. 1910 onwards, the age of oil, electricity, mass production, cars, planes, and mass travel. From an early 21st century standpoint, it seems entirely natural that the Industrial Revolution took off where and when it did. In fact, it is something of a mystery. Western Europe was not the richest or most advanced region of the world. There were more powerful empires in China, India, and elsewhere. There is still room for debate about whether the technological innovations came about in England at that time because of the cultural environment, the legal framework, or the country's fortuitous natural resources. Fascinating as these questions are, they need not detain us. 2.2. The Information Revolution. Even though the Industrial Revolution is still an ongoing process, there is general agreement that we are now in the process of an information revolution. There is less consensus over when it began or how long it is likely to continue. The distinguishing feature of the information revolution is that information and knowledge became increasingly important factors of production, alongside capital, labor, and raw materials. Information acquired economic value in its own right. Services became the mainstay of the overall economy, pushing manufacturing into second place and agriculture into third. One of the first people to think and write about the information revolution and the information society was Fritz Machlup, an Austrian economist. In his 1962 book, The Production and Distribution of Knowledge in the United States, he introduced the notion of the knowledge industry, by which he meant education, research and development, mass media, information technologies, and information services. He calculated that in 1959, it accounted for almost a third of U.S. GDP, which he felt qualified the U.S. as an information society. Alvin Toffler, author of the visionary books Future Shock, 1970, and The Third Wave, 1980, argued that the post-industrial society has arrived when the majority of workers are doing brain work rather than personally manipulating physical resources. In other words, when they are part of the service sector. Services grew to 50% of the U.S. GDP shortly before 1940, and they first employed the majority of working Americans around 1950. We have seen that the start and end dates of the economic revolutions, agricultural, industrial, and information, are unclear. What's more, they can overlap and sometimes reignite each other. An example of this overlap is provided by the buccaneers who preyed on Spanish merchant ships en route to and from Spain's colonies in South America during the 17th century. Some of these buccaneers were effectively licensed in their activities by the English, French, and Dutch crowns, which issued them with letters of marque. This ceased when Spain's power declined toward the end of the century, and the buccaneers became more of a nuisance than a blessing to their former sponsors. When a buccaneer raiding party boarded a Spanish ship, the first thing they would look for and demand was the maps. Charts, a form of information which improved navigation, were actually more valuable than silver and gold. An example of one revolution reigniting another is that the Industrial Revolution enabled the mechanization of agriculture, causing a second agricultural revolution, making the profession of farming more effective and more efficient. The information revolution does the same, providing farmers with crops that are more resilient in the face of weather, pests, and weeds, and allowing them to sow, cultivate and harvest their crops far more accurately with satellite navigation. Along with the uncertainty about the start date of the information revolution, there is disagreement about how distinct it is from the Industrial Revolution. The Internet of Things, IoT, is a phenomenon of the information revolution, which we will look at in more detail in Chapter 3.7. Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, which hosts the annual meeting of the global elite in Davos, calls the IoT the fourth industrial revolution. This seems to me to understate the importance of the IoT, and also to separate it from all the other digital revolutions which compromise the information revolution, including, of course, artificial intelligence. 2.3. The automation story so far. The mechanization of agriculture. The particular aspect of the industrial and information revolutions which concern us in this book is automation. Perhaps the clearest example of automation destroying jobs is the mechanization of agriculture, a sector which accounted for 41% of U.S. employment in 1900, and only 4% by 1970. The corresponding figures for the UK are lower in absolute terms but similar in relative terms, 9% in 1900 falling to 1% in 2000. Many of the people who quit farm work moved to towns and cities to take up other jobs because they were easier, safer, or better paid. Many others were forced to find alternative employment because they could not compete with the machines. This process caused much suffering to individuals, but overall, the level of employment did not fall, and society became far richer, both in total and on average. More than one new job was created for every job that was lost. The reason for this is that as machines replaced muscle power on the farm, humans had other skills and abilities to offer. Factories and warehouses took advantage of our manual dexterity and our ability to carry out a very broad range of activities. Office jobs used our cognitive ability. We turned our hands, often literally, to more value-adding work. You could say that we climbed higher up the value chain. One-trick ponies. While the mechanization of agriculture was a good news story for humans, it was less positive for the horse, which had nothing to offer beyond muscle power. 1900 was probably when the U.S. reached peak horse, with a population of 21 million. That number fell to just 3 million by 1960. Artificial intelligence systems and their peripherals, the robots, are increasingly bringing flexibility, manual dexterity, and cognitive ability to the automation process. One of the big questions addressed in this book is, as computers take over the role of ingesting, processing, and transmitting information, will there be anywhere higher up the value chain for humans to retreat to? In other words, can we avoid playing the role of the horse in the next wave of automation? Are we approaching peak human in the workplace? Mechanization and automation. What went on in farms was mechanization rather than automation, and the distinction is important. Mechanization is the replacement of human and animal muscle power by machine power. A human may well continue to control the whole operation. Automation means that machines are controlling and overseeing the process as well. They continually compare the operation to a preset set of parameters and adjust the process if necessary. Although the word automation was not coined until the 1940s by General Electric, this description applies pretty well to the operation of 19th century steam engines once James Watt had perfected his invention of governors. Automated controllers, which were able to modify the operation more flexibly, became increasingly common in the early 20th century. But the start-stop decisions were still normally made by humans. In 1968, the first programmable logic controllers, PLCs, were introduced. These are rudimentary digital computers which allow far more flexibility in the way an electrochemical process operates, and eventually, general-purpose computers were applied to the job. The advantages of process automation are clear. It can make an operation faster, cheaper, and more consistent, and it can raise quality. The disadvantages are the initial investment, which can be substantial, and the fact that close supervision is often necessary. Paradoxically, The more efficient an automated system becomes, the more crucial the contribution of the human operators. If an automated system falls into error, it can waste an enormous amount of resources and perhaps cause significant damage before it is shut down. Let's take a look at how automation has affected some of the largest sectors of the economy. Retail and prosumers. Retail is a complicated business, and there have been attempts to automate many of the processes required to get goods from supplier to customer, and payment from customer to supplier. Demand forecasting, product mix planning, purchasing, storage, goods handling, distribution, shelf stacking, customer service, and many other aspects of the business have been automated to varying extents in different places and at different times. The retail industry has also given us the clearest examples of another associated phenomenon known as prosumption. The term was coined in 1980 by the American futurist Alvin Toffler, one of the leading thinkers about the trends we are discussing in this book. At the same time as organizations automate many of their processes, they enlist the help of their customers to streamline their operations. In fact, they get their customers to do some of the work that was previously done for them. The reason why consumers accept this, indeed welcome it, is that the process speeds up and becomes more flexible, more tailored to their wishes. Toffler first described this process in Future Shock, 1970, and in The Third Wave, 1980, he defined a prosumer as a consumer who is also involved in the production process. Where once people were passive recipients of a limited range of goods and services designed or selected by retailers, he foresaw that we would become increasingly involved in their selection and configuration. Perhaps the simplest example of what he meant is the purchase of gasoline. This dangerous substance was traditionally dispensed by pump attendants, but Richard Corson's invention of the automatic shutoff valve enabled the job to be taken over by customers. Nowadays, most consumers in developed countries dispense their own gasoline at self-service pumps. This saves money for the retailer and time for the consumer. Supermarkets have often led the way in automation and prosumption because they are owned by massive organizations with the budgets and the sophistication to invest in the systems needed. Once upon a time, what marketers call fast-moving consumer goods, foods, toiletries, etc., were requested one at a time by the shopper at a counter and fetched individually by the shopkeeper or his assistant. As these general stores firms grew bigger and more sophisticated, they built large stores where shoppers fetched their own items and presented them for processing at checkouts, like components on a car assembly line. Later on, self-service tills were installed, where shoppers could scan the barcodes of their goods themselves, speeding up the process considerably. Soon, RFID tags on goods will enable you to wheel your trolley full of items out of the store and to your car without the fuss of unloading and reloading them at checkout. At each stage of this evolution, the involvement of the consumer in selecting and transporting each item increases, and the requirement for shop staff involvement reduces. This latter effect is disguised because as society gets richer, people buy many more items, so the store needs more staff even though their involvement in each individual item is less. Online shopping is perhaps the ultimate prosumer experience. Consumer reviews replace the retailer's sales force, and its algorithms do the upselling. Call centers. Of course, automation and prosumption is not always to the benefit of consumers. In markets where switching costs or partial monopolies dilute the standards-raising effect of competition, companies can save money for themselves in ways which actually make life worse for their customers. We are all familiar with call centers where, for instance, utility companies and banks have automated their customer service operations, obliging frustrated customers to plow through various levels of artificial unintelligence in order to get their problem resolved. The customer would be much better off if a human picked up the call immediately, but that would cost the companies a lot more money, and they have no incentive to incur that cost. Things are improving, however, as the AI used in call centers advances. Just as more people choose to withdraw cash from ATMs rather than venture into the bank and wait in line for a human cashier, many call center operations are now getting good enough at handling or triaging problems that we may soon prefer to deal with the automated system than with the human. Food service. The automation of service and fast food outlets seems to have been just around the corner for decades. Indeed, elements of it have been a reality for years in Oriental-style outlets like Yo Sushi, but it has so far failed to spread to the rest of the sector. There are several reasons for this, including the relatively low labor cost of people working in fast food outlets, and the need for every single purchase to be problem-free, and if not, for there to be a trained human on hand to solve any problem immediately. If a hands-free wash basin fails 5% of the time, it is no big deal, but it would be a very big problem if 5% of meals were inedible or delivered to the wrong customer. 3 restaurants in Guangzhou, southern China, which trumpeted their use of robot waiters, had to abandon the practice because the machines simply weren't good enough. A combination of factors is poised to overcome this resistance. Increases to the cost of labor caused by rising minimum wage legislation, declining costs of the automated technology, greater cultural acceptance of interacting with machines, and above all, the improved performance of the automated technology. It is increasingly flexible, and it goes wrong less often. McDonald's is one of the many fast food chains that are introducing touchscreen ordering and payment systems in their restaurants, and it is trialing an automated McCafe kiosk in a restaurant in Chicago. KFC, formerly known as Kentucky Fried Chicken, has a store in Shanghai where customers' orders are taken by a robot equipped with voice recognition software. Our robot overlords have found a kernel. Manufacturing. Car manufacturing has traditionally incurred relatively high labor costs. The work involves a certain amount of physical danger, with heavy components being transported and metals being cut and welded. It is also a sector where a lot of the operations can be precisely specified and were highly repetitive. These characteristics make it ripe for automation, and the fact that the output, cars, are high-value items means that investment in expensive automation systems can be justified. Around half of all the industrial robots in service today are engaged in car manufacturing. Despite the recession, sales of industrial robots grew at 10% a year from 2008 to 2013, when 178,000 were sold worldwide. Sales in 2014 jumped 29% to 229,000, and the International Federation of Robotics expects the number to jump a further 75% to 400,000 by 2018. China became the biggest market in 2013, installing 37,000 robots compared with 30,000 in the USA. Until recently, the industrial robots used in car manufacturing and elsewhere were expensive, inflexible, and dangerous to be around. But the industrial robotics industry is changing. As well as growing quickly, its output is getting cheaper, safer, and far more versatile. A landmark was reached in 2012 with the introduction of Baxter, a 3-foot-tall robot, 6 feet with its pedestal, from Rethink Robotics. The brainchild of Rodney Brooks, an Australian roboticist who used to be the director of the MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Baxter is much less dangerous to be around. By early 2015, Rethink has received over $100 million in funding from venture capitalists, including the investment vehicle of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Baxter was intended to disrupt the industrial robots market by being cheaper, safer, and easier to program. He is certainly cheaper with a starting price of $22,000. He is safer because his arms and body movements are mediated by springs, and he carries an array of sensors to detect the presence nearby of squishy, fragile things like humans. He is easier to program because an operator can teach him new movements simply by physically moving his arms in the intended fashion. Baxter's short life has not been entirely plain sailing. Sales did not pick up as expected, and in December 2013, Rethink laid off around a quarter of its staff. One of the competitors stealing sales from Rethink is Universal Robots of Denmark, a manufacturer of small and medium-sized robot arms. Universal increased sales to €30 million in 2014 and aims to double its revenues every year until 2017. But Rethink remains well-funded, and in March 2015 it introduced a smaller, faster, more flexible robot arm called Sawyer. It can operate in more environments than Baxter, and can carry out more intricate movements. It is slightly more expensive at $29,000. Rethink and Universal, along with other companies like the Swiss firm ABB and the German firm KUKI, are making industrial robots more effective, more affordable, and more widespread. Warehouses. Kiva Systems was established in 2003 and acquired by Amazon in 2012. Kiva produces robots which collect goods on pallets from designated warehouse shelves and deliver them to human packers in the Bay Area of the warehouse. Amazon paid $775 million for the 9-year-old company and promptly dispensed with the services of its sales team. Renamed Amazon Robotics in August 2015, it is dedicated to supplying warehouse automation systems to Amazon, which obviously considers them an important competitive advantage. Secretaries. Most of the examples of automation given above involve manual work. There is one occupation which depends almost entirely on cognitive skills, which has been largely automated out of existence. Secretaries. In the 1970s, managers had secretaries and generally did little work on computers themselves. In 1978, secretary was the most common job in 21 U.S. states, 41% of them. Today, many managers spend much of their day staring at computer screens, and secretary is the most common job in only 4 U.S. states, 8% of them. 2.4. The Luddite Fallacy. Ned Ludd. A person can have a big impact on society without going to the trouble of actually existing. In 1779, Ned Ludd was a weaver in Leicester who responded to being told off by his father, or perhaps his employer, by smashing a machine. Or maybe he wasn't. The truth is, we don't know. He certainly wasn't the leader of an organized group of political protesters. Nevertheless, in the decades following his alleged outburst, his name was commonly used to take the blame for an accident or an act of vandalism. As Britain pioneered the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th century, many of its people attributed their economic misfortune to the introduction of labor-saving machines. They were no doubt partly correct, although poor harvests and the Napoleonic Wars against France were also to blame. There was a short-lived phenomenon of organized protest under the banner of Luddism in Nottingham in 1811 to 1813. Death threats signed by King Ludd were sent to machine owners. The government responded harshly, with a show trial of 60 men, many of them entirely innocent, in York in 1813. Machine breaking was made a capital offense. Riots continued sporadically, notably in 1830 to 1831, when the swing rioters in southern England attacked threshing machines and other property. Around 650 of them were jailed, 500 sent to the penal colony of Australia, and 20 hanged. The Fallacy. The Luddites and other rioters were not making a general economic or political observation that the introduction of labor-saving machinery inevitably causes mass unemployment and privation. They were simply protesting against their own dire straits and demanding urgent help from the people who were obviously benefiting. It is therefore slightly unfair to them that the term Luddite fallacy has become a pejorative term for the mistaken belief that technological development necessarily causes damaging unemployment. Although, given the hunger they were experiencing, they would probably regard the slur as a very minor irritation. The Luddite fallacy predates the Industrial Revolution and has taken in quite a few heavyweight thinkers down the years. As long ago as 350 BC, the Greek philosopher Aristotle observed that if automata, like the one said to be made by the god Hephaestus, became so sophisticated that they could do any work that humans do, then workers, including slaves, would become redundant. During the early 19th century, when the Industrial Revolution was in full swing, most members of the newly established social science of economics argued that any unemployment caused by the introduction of machinery would be resolved by the growth in overall economic demand. But there were prominent figures who took the more pessimistic view, that innovation could cause long-term unemployment. They included Thomas Malthus, John Stuart Mill, and even the most respected economist of the time, David Ricardo. The Luddite fallacy and economic theory. The debate can get quite technical, but there are two reasons why it has been correct to reject the Luddite fallacy up until now. The first reason is economic theory. Companies introduce machines because they increase production and cut costs. This increase in supply builds up the wealth in the economy as a whole, and hence the demand for labor. Say's law, named after French economist Jean-Baptiste Say, holds that supply creates its own demand, and Say argued that there could not be a general glut of any particular goods. Of course, we do see gluts in sectors of the economy, but an adherent of Say's law would argue these are the unintended consequences of interventions in free markets, usually by governments. This law became a major tenet of classical economics, but it was rejected emphatically by British economist John Maynard Keynes and is not widely accepted today. But many economists would accept a broader interpretation of the law, which states that reducing the cost of a significant product or service will free up money which was previously allocated to it. This money can then be spent to buy more of the item or other items, thereby raising demand generally and creating jobs. This assumes, however, that the money freed up is not spent on expensive assets that generate no employment or invested in companies that employ very few people. Economists also point out that the Luddite fallacy also depends on a misapprehension about economics called the lump of labor fallacy, which is the idea that there is a certain fixed amount of work available, and if machines do some of it, then there is inevitably less for humans to do. In fact, economies are more organic and more flexible. They respond to shifts and innovate to grow. New jobs are created as old ones disappear, and the former outnumber the latter. The Luddite fallacy and economic experience. The second reason to reject the Luddite fallacy hitherto is rather better. History has proved it to be wrong. A great deal of machinery has been deployed since the start of the Industrial Revolution, and yet there are more people working today than ever before. Put simply, if the Luddite fallacy was correct, we would all be unemployed by now. A study published in August 2015 by the business consultancy Deloitte analyzed UK census data since 1871 and concluded that far more jobs have been created than destroyed by technology in that time. Furthermore, the study argued that the quality of the jobs has improved. Where people used to do dangerous and grueling jobs on the land, and hundreds of thousands used to do the work now done by washing machines, many more Britons are now employed in caring and service jobs. In the last 2 decades alone, there has been a 900% rise in nursing assistants, a 580% increase in teaching assistants, and a 500% increase in bar staff, despite the closure of so many of the country's pubs. The author refrains from commenting on the news that the number of accountants has doubled. So in the long run, the Luddite fallacy is just that, a fallacy. But in the short run, the Luddites had a point. Economists do think that in the first half of the 19th century, wages failed to keep pace with an increase in labor productivity. An economist named Arthur Bowley observed in the early 20th century that the share of GDP which goes to labor is generally roughly equal to that which goes to capital. But in the first half of the 19th century, the share of national income taken by profit increased at the expense of both labor and land. The situation changed again in the middle of the century, and wages resumed their normal growth in line with productivity. It may be that the slippage in wages was necessary and inevitable to enable enough capital to be accumulated to fuel the investment in technological change. The period in the early 19th century when wage growth lagged productivity growth is known as the Engels pause, after the German political philosopher Friedrich Engels, who wrote about it in the 1848 Communist Manifesto, which he co-authored with Karl Marx. The effect ceased at pretty much the same time as he drew attention to it, which may explain why it is not better known. Even in the long run, the picture is not all rosy. A French economist named Gilles Saint-Paul has developed a formula which shows that while demand for unskilled human labor declines, the demand for skilled human capital increases faster. But a side effect can be the increase in income inequality. Is it different this time? Mechanization and automation has displaced workers on a huge scale since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It has imposed considerable suffering on individuals, but has led to greater wealth and higher levels of employment overall. The question today is whether that will always be true. As machines graduate from offering just physical labor to offering cognitive skills as well, will they begin to steal jobs that we cannot replace? If the second half of the 19th century saw peak horse in the workplace, will the first half of the 20th century see peak human? In other words, is it different this time? Chapter 3. Is it different this time? In this chapter, I will argue that the arrival of machine intelligence is also the arrival of a different kind of automation, which spells the end of paid work for many or most people. We will start in section 3.1 by looking at the most popular books to argue the case for technological unemployment. We will see how they shy away from the logical conclusion of their arguments. We will also hear support for their argument from a couple of unexpected sources. In section 3.2, we will briefly review some of the academic studies before hearing in section 3.3 from some skeptics, people who think this talk of widespread joblessness is simply the Luddite fallacy at work. In later sections of this chapter, we will explore in more detail the reasons to believe that it really is different this time. 3.1. Prophets of Change. Martin Ford. Martin Ford is the author of perhaps the best book published so far about artificial intelligence causing technological unemployment. The Lights in the Tunnel, 2009, provoked fierce debate, and his follow-up, Rise of the Robots, 2015, fleshed out his arguments and responded to the criticism which the first book attracted. Awarding it the 2015 Financial Times and McKinsey Business Book of the Year, Lionel Barber, the Financial Times editor, called it a tightly written and deeply researched addition to the public policy debate. The judges didn't agree with all of the conclusions, but were unanimous on the verdict and the impact of the book. Ford is well placed to talk about what technology will do to the world of work. He has a quarter-century of experience in software design, and he lives and works in Silicon Valley, where he runs a software development company. His writing is calm and measured, with an engaging humility. Exponentials and automation. Ford opens Rise of the Robots with a dramatic illustration of the power of exponential increase, the cumulative doubling which is driving digital innovation. He asks us to consider driving a car at 5 miles an hour, and then doubling our speed 27 times over. The resulting speed would be 671 million miles an hour, fast enough to travel to Mars in 5 minutes. This, he points out, is the number of doublings that computer power has gone through since the invention of the integrated circuit in 1958. This doubling phenomenon is known as Moore's Law, after one of the founders of the chip manufacturer Intel. We will return to this exponential growth later in this chapter, as understanding it is fundamental to comprehending the scale of the changes that are coming our way. The book argues that AI systems are on the verge of wholesale automation of white-collar jobs, jobs involving cognitive skills such as pattern recognition and the acquisition, processing, and transmission of information. In fact, it argues that the process is already underway and that the U.S. is experiencing a jobless recovery from the Great Recession of 2008, thanks to the automation process. Ford claims that middle-class jobs in the U.S. are being hollowed out, with average incomes going into decline and inequality increasing. He acknowledges that it is hard to disentangle the impact of automation from that of globalization and offshoring, but he remains convinced that AI-led automation is already harming the prospects of the majority of working Americans. In fact, since Ford's book was published, the U.S. employment figures have improved considerably, and the unemployment rate hovers around 5%, which is considered close to full employment. However, many middle-class Americans do feel squeezed, having been obliged to accept part-time work, or having missed out on wage rises. This suggests that technological unemployment has not yet begun to really bite, but we might be seeing the early warning signs. Ford pauses to review the prospects for disruption of two sectors of the economy which have so far been relatively unscathed by the digital revolution: education and healthcare. Although there is fierce resistance to the replacement of human activity by AIs in these areas, for instance in essay marking, Ford argues that no industry can ignore for long the benefits of cheaper, faster, more reliable ways of providing their products and services. He goes on to point out that the companies and industries which today are nascent and fast-growing and tomorrow will be economic giants are extremely parsimonious employers of humans. Airbnb, the peer-to-peer rooms rental business, for example, achieved a market cap of $20 billion in March 2015, with just 13 employees. The challenge of UBI. The final chapters of Rise of the Robots explore the consequences of the trends which Ford has described. Can an economy thrive and grow if a large minority of people cannot find sufficient work to give themselves and their families a decent life? Would the consequent rise in inequality be economically harmful? More fundamentally, how will these unemployed or underemployed people make ends meet? To Ford, the answer to this last question is clear. Governments will need to raise the taxes paid by those who are still working to provide an income for those who are not. But he is acutely aware of the political difficulties that this proposal faces. American politicians are terrified to even utter the word tax unless it is followed immediately by the word cut. In fact, Ford seems daunted by the situation. The political environment in the United States has become so toxic and divisive that agreement on even the most conventional economic policies seems virtually impossible, he writes. A guaranteed income is likely to be disparaged as socialism, and the decades-long struggle to adopt universal health coverage in the United States probably offers a pretty good preview of the staggering challenge we will face in attempting to bring about any whole-scale economic reform. Ford thinks that most people will probably still be able to find some sort of paid employment, just not enough to make a decent living. Unwilling to give up on traditional American ideals like the free market, a capitalist economy, and indeed the Protestant work ethic, he advocates a universal basic income of only $10,000 a year, a level low enough to leave the incentive to find work in place. Even so, he is pessimistic about the prospect of persuading his fellow Americans to adopt the idea. A guaranteed income will probably remain unfeasible for the foreseeable future. Andrew McAfee and Eric Brynjolfsson. As a pair of MIT professors, McAfee and Brynjolfsson bring academic credibility to their book on AI automation, The Second Machine Age. They have helped to validate the discussion of the possibility of technological unemployment. Their book and their argument is in 3 parts. The first part, chapters 1 to 6 inclusive, describes the characteristics of what they call the second machine age. They warn readers that their recitation of recent and forthcoming developments may seem like science fiction, and their prose is sometimes slightly breathless. Even tenured professors can get excited about the speed of technological change and the wonders it produces. The Bounty and the Spread. The second part of the book, chapters 7 to 11, explores the impact of these changes, and in particular 2 phenomena which they label bounty and spread. Bounty is the increase in volume, variety, and quality, and the decrease in cost of the many offerings brought on by technological progress. It's the best economic news in the world today. This part of the book could have been written by Peter Diamandis, author of Abundance and Bold, and a leading evangelist for the claim that the exponential growth in computer power is leading us towards utopia. Spread seems to be a synonym for inequality, although the authors are strangely reluctant to use that word. It is ever bigger differences among people in economic success. This part of the book could have been written by a member of the Occupy movement. Spread is a troubling development for many reasons, and one that will accelerate in the second machine age unless we intervene. Brynjolfsson and McAfee pose the question whether bounty will overcome the spread. In other words, will we create an economy of radical abundance in which inequality is relatively unimportant because even though a minority is extraordinarily wealthy, everyone else is comfortably off? Their answer is that current evidence suggests not. Like Martin Ford, they think the American middle class is going backwards financially, and they think this trend will continue unless remedial action is taken. Hanging on to work. So the third and final part of the book discusses the interventions which could maximize the bounty while minimizing the spread. In particular, Brynjolfsson and McAfee want to answer a question they are often asked. I have children in school. How should I be helping them prepare for the future? They are optimistic, believing that for many years to come, humans will be better than machines at generating new ideas, thinking outside of the box, which they call large frame pattern recognition, and complex forms of communication. They believe that humans' superior capabilities in these areas will enable most of us to keep earning a living, although they think the education system needs to be revamped to emphasize those skills and downplay what they see as today's overemphasis on rote learning. They praise the Montessori school approach of self-directed learning, hands-on engagement with a wide variety of materials, and a largely unstructured school day. They also have high hopes for digital and distance learning, which use digitization and analytics to offer a host of improvements. Brynjolfsson and McAfee offer a series of further recommendations which they say are supported by economists from across the political spectrum. Pay teachers more, encourage entrepreneurs, enhance recruitment services, invest in scientific research and infrastructure improvements, encourage immigration by the world's talented migrants, and make the tax system more intelligent. These seem somewhat unremarkable proposals, and the authors acknowledge that their effectiveness may peter out as the 2020s progress and machines become even smarter. Looking further ahead, they warn against any temptation to try to arrest the progress in AI, and also against any temptation to move away from the tried and tested economic system of capitalism, which they claim, paraphrasing Churchill's quip about democracy, is the worst form of economy except for all the others that have been tried. The authors are very keen on Voltaire's dictum that work saves a man from the three great evils: boredom, vice, and need. They are therefore wary of universal basic income, believing that an absence of work will engender boredom and depression. Instead, they argue for a negative income tax, which incentivizes work. With a negative income tax of 50%, if you earn $1, the government gives you an additional 50 cents. They cast around for ways to keep us all in work, and rather tentatively suggest a range of exotic schemes, such as a cultural movement to prefer goods made by humans rather than machines. Other voices. Richard and Daniel Susskind. Father and son team Richard and Daniel Susskind published The Future of the Professions: How Technology Will Transform the Work of Human Experts in October 2015. Richard Susskind has impressive credentials, having worked in legal technology since the early 1980s, advised numerous government and industry bodies, and garnered a clutch of honorary fellowships from prestigious universities. Perhaps even more impressive is that he seems to have retained the respect of his subjects while lambasting them as inefficient and doomed to extinction. The Susskinds describe the grand bargain, whereby members of the professions, lawyers, doctors, architects, etc., enjoy a lucrative monopoly over the provision of certain kinds of advice in return for policing the standard of that provision. They argue that this bargain has broken down, with many professional services now being available only to the rich and well-connected. They demonstrate how important this is by illustrating the size of the professions. Healthcare in the U.S. alone now costs $3 trillion a year, more than the GDP of the world's fifth largest country. The combined revenue of the Big Four accounting firms, at $120 billion, is greater than the GDP of the 60th largest country. Based on 30 years' experience of the legal industry and backed up by extensive research, they paint two scenarios for its midterm future. The first has professionals working closely with technology, their services enhanced as it improves. The second has most or all of the traditional tasks of professionals carried out by machines. The Susskinds believe that this second outcome is the inevitable one, since what the rest of society cares about is not interaction with humans, but getting our legal, medical, and other problems sorted out with the minimum of fuss, risk, and expense. The Susskinds keep their focus on the professions and refrain from making the obvious read-across to the economy as a whole. As a result, they have little to say about universal basic income or the possibility of society fracturing. But they do note that once machines have taken on responsibility for most or all the tasks previously carried out by human professionals, big questions will be asked about who should own the machines. They don't provide answers to these questions, although they indicate their preference for some form of common ownership which does not involve the state. In this respect, they deserve credit for following the logic of their arguments further than most people writing on the subject. The book is written with refreshing clarity, precision, and felicity of expression, and with such a gloomy message for its audience, that is probably just as well. Scott Santens. Scott Santens is a writer and campaigner for Universal Basic Income based in New Orleans. He is a moderator of the Reddit Basic Income page, where he maintains a useful FAQ on the subject. Self-employed since 1997, towards the end of 2015 he managed to procure a basic income for himself based on pledges from others who support his campaign via the online giving site Patreon. Jerry Kaplan. Serial entrepreneur Jerry Kaplan co-founded Geo Corporation, which was a precursor to smartphones and tablets, and was sold to AT&T. He also co-founded On Sale, an internet auction site which predated eBay and was sold for $400 million. He teaches at his alma mater, Stanford University, and writes books, including one called Humans Need Not Apply. Its message is similar to The Second Machine Age. AI has reached a tipping point and is becoming powerfully effective. This will disrupt most walks of life. The computer, he observes, is blind to the color of your collar, and unless we manage the transition well, the resulting economic instability and growing inequality could be damaging. Like Ford, Brynjolfsson, and McAfee, Kaplan thinks the existing market economy can survive the transition intact. CGP Grey. Kaplan got the title Humans Need Not Apply from a video of the same name which appeared on the internet a year before. Posted to YouTube in August 2014 by an Irish-American who goes by the name CGP Grey, his full name is Colin Gregory Palmer Gray, the video attracted over 5 million views within a year. The video is well produced, engaging, and persuasive. It contains plenty of technological eye candy and makes its points in punchy sound bites, ideal for today's short attention spans. Unlike the books described above, it offers no solutions to the problems raised by AI and robotic automation, but, also unlike them, it suggests that capitalism cannot cope with what is coming. Gary Marcus. A psychology professor at New York University, Gary Marcus has taken an intense interest in artificial intelligence and where it is leading us. In February 2015, he told a CBS interviewer, "Eventually, I think most jobs will be replaced, like 75 to 80% of people are probably not going to work for a living. There are a few people starting to talk about it." Federico Pistono. Federico Pistono is a young Italian lecturer and social entrepreneur. He attracted considerable attention with his 2012 books, Robots Will Steal Your Job, But That's Okay. A range of eminent people, including Google's Larry Page, were drawn to its optimistic and discursive style. Google renamed itself Alphabet in October 2015, but most people still call it Google, so in this book I'll mostly follow that convention. After making a forceful case that future automation will render most people unemployed, Pistono argues that there is no need to worry. Much of the book is taken up with musing on the nature of happiness. The word features in the titles of a quarter of its chapters. He is hopeful that we will all discover that the pursuit of happiness through material goods is a fool's errand, and he argues that salvation lies in downsizing. He offers the example of his own family, living in northern Italy. They spend $45,000 a year, but by getting rid of 2 of their 3 cars, growing their own food, and generating their own electricity, they can reduce this to $29,000 a year. He also urges us all to educate ourselves and encourage everyone else to do likewise, but more for personal fulfillment than in vain attempts to remain employable. 2 Unexpected Voices. Andy Haldane. As the chief economist of the Bank of England, Andy Haldane isn't the most obvious person to be found musing about the benefits of universal basic income. But that is exactly what he did in a speech at the Trades Union Congress in November 2015. He wondered whether the displacement effect of automation, whereby jobs are destroyed, might start to outweigh the compensation effect, whereby automation raises productivity sufficiently to generate more demand and thus work. In his speech, Haldane avoided giving a definitive answer to the question of whether we are nearing peak human, but he raised many of the concerns explored in this book. He presented an estimate prepared by the Bank of England of the likelihood of automation of the jobs in a range of economic sectors in the UK, adapted from the estimates produced for the US by Frey and Osborne of the Oxford Martin School, of which more below. The bank estimated the UK situation as slightly less alarming than that of the US, but not much. It found that roughly a third of jobs have a low probability of being automated out of existence. Another third have a medium probability, and the final third have a high probability. Haldane avoided putting a specific timescale on this, and also avoided saying what would happen after that undisclosed period. Martin Wolf. As the main financial columnist and associate editor at the Financial Times, Martin Wolf is the very epitome of a city establishment figure. He was described by U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers as probably the most deeply thoughtful and professionally informed economic journalist in the world. Although the credit crunch and subsequent recession have rekindled his youthful enthusiasm for Keynesian economics, it is still a surprise to read him advocating income redistribution and universal basic income as he did in this article from February 2014. If Mr. Frey and Professor Osborne, see below, are right about automation, we will need to redistribute income and wealth. Such redistribution could take the form of a basic income for every adult, together with funding of education and training at any stage in a person's life. The revenue could come from taxes on bads, pollution for example, or on rents, including land and above all intellectual property. Property rights are a social creation. The idea that a small minority should overwhelmingly benefit from new technologies should be reconsidered. It would be possible, for example, for the state to obtain an automatic share in the income from the intellectual property it protects. 3.2. Academic and Consultancy Studies. Numerous reports have been written about technological unemployment by academic organizations, consultancies, and think tanks. I have described some of the better-known ones here. Sometimes they reserve judgment or sit on the fence, but as far as possible, I present them in order of increasing skepticism about the proposition of widespread unemployability. Frey and Osborne. Carl Benedict Frey and Michael Osborne are the directors of the Oxford Martin Program on Technology and Employment. Their 2013 report, The Future of Employment, How Susceptible Are Jobs to Computerization, has been widely quoted. Its approach to analyzing U.S. job data has since been used by others to analyze job data from Europe and Japan. The report analyzes the 2010 U.S. Department of Labor data for 702 jobs, and, in a curious blend of precision and vagueness, concludes that 47% of total U.S. employment is in the high-risk category, meaning that associated occupations are potentially automatable over some unspecified number of years, perhaps a decade or two. 19% of the jobs were found to be at medium risk and 33% at low risk. Studies which have extended these findings to other territories have yielded broadly similar results. The methodology overlays rigor on guesswork. 70 of the jobs were categorized in a brainstorming session, and these categorizations were then extended to the other 632 jobs using calculations which will mystify anyone with only school-level maths, including Gaussian process classifiers, a statistical tool also used in deep learning AI systems. But it would be unfair to criticize the report for lack of rigor. Forecasting is not an exact science. The authors adopted the most scientific approach they could devise, and made no attempt to hide its subjective elements. As well as sounding the alarm about the possibility of technological unemployment, the report suggests that the hollowing out of middle-class jobs will stop. A 2003 paper by David Auteur, of whom more below, observed that income has increased for high earners and, albeit less rapidly, for low earners, but stagnated for medium-level earners. Martin Goose and Alan Manning characterized this hollowing out as the favoring of lovely and lousy jobs. Frey and Osborne argue that in the future, susceptibility to automation will correlate negatively with income and educational attainment, so the lousy jobs will also disappear. They suggest that people will have to acquire creative and social skills to stay in work, but they don't appear to think that many of us will be able to change the fate that our employment history has assigned to us. Frey and Osborne followed the 2013 report with another in February 2015, written in collaboration with senior bankers from Citibank. It provides insights into the impact of automation in a number of industry sectors, including stock markets, where the move from trading floors to digital exchanges reduced headcount by 50%. At first glance, it is surprising to see bankers suggesting increased taxation to provide income for the unemployed, but it also seems they have little faith in it happening. Such changes in taxation would seem sensible to us, but they would be a reversal of the trends of the last few decades. They don't hold out much more hope for their other principle-suggested remedy. Education alone is unlikely to solve the problem of surging inequality, but it remains the most important factor. Gartner. Gartner is the world's leading technology market research and advisory consultancy. At its annual conference in October 2014, its researcher director Peter Sondergaard declared that 1 in 3 human jobs would be automated by 2025. New digital businesses require less labor. Machines will make sense of data faster than humans can. He described smart machines as an example of a superclass of technologies which carry out a wide variety of tasks, both physical and intellectual. He illustrated the case by pointing out that machines have been grading multiple-choice examinations for years, but they are now moving on to essays and unstructured text. The Millennium Project. The Millennium Project was established in 1996 by a coalition of UN organizations and U.S. academic research bodies. Its 2015-2016 State of the Future contained a section on the future of work based on a poll of 300 experts from around the world. Although they mostly thought that technology would impact employment significantly, their collective estimates for long-term unemployment were relatively conservative. They expected global unemployment to reach only 16% in 2030 and just 24% in 2050. Pew Research Center. The Pew Research Center published a report entitled AI, Robotics, and the Future of Jobs in November 2014. The center is part of the Pew Charitable Trusts, established in 1948 with over $5 billion bequeathed by descendants of the founder of Sun Oil. The center is the third largest think tank in the U.S. The center sent a questionnaire to 12,000 selected experts and interested members of the public, mostly but not entirely American, and received 1,900 responses to the question, will networked automated artificial intelligence (AI) applications and robotic devices have displaced more jobs than they have created by 2025? A slight majority, 52%, said no, arguing that technology has always created more jobs than it has destroyed, that it is not advancing fast enough to destroy so many jobs, and that regulatory intervention would stop it if necessary. The 48% who thought there would be a net loss of jobs believed that the process was already in train, but that it would get much worse, and that inequality would become a severe problem as a result. Both sides thought that the education system is doing a poor job of preparing young people for the new world of work, and also that the future of employment is not preordained, but is susceptible to good policy. Fundación Innovación Bankinter. Bankinter, based in Madrid, is one of the largest banks in Spain. In 2003, it established a foundation to promote the creation of sustainable wealth in Spain through innovation and entrepreneurship. One of the foundation's main activities is organizing the Future Trends Forum, an international think tank which periodically gathers together a group of experts to discuss an important topic, and then produces reports and videos based on the conclusions of those discussions. In June 2015, I took part in a meeting of the Future Trends Forum entitled The Machine Revolution, which addressed how technological developments, internet, robotics, artificial intelligence, etc., will boost employment in labor markets in the next decade. Compared by Chris Meyer, author of Standing on the Sun, the delegates were a mixture of senior government officials from around the world, academic and commercial economists, investors, and writers. When the 34 experts at the meeting were asked whether we thought structural unemployment was a likely result, a slight majority said not. Towards the end of the meeting, we each contributed 2 predictions to a collective timeline, which appears at the end of the report. McKinsey, the world's most prestigious management consultancy firm, weighed in on the subject of technological unemployment with an article published in its quarterly magazine in November 2015 entitled 4 Fundamentals of Workplace Automation. Billed as an interim report of an ongoing research project, its central argument was that instead of asking which jobs can be and will be automated, we should ask which tasks will be automated. Few people, it claimed, will find that their entire job disappears, but as much as 45% of the tasks people do at work can be automated with technology that is currently available. The McKinsey consultants identified 2,000 different activities, for example, greeting customers, demonstrating product features, for a selection of occupations, for example, retail salesperson, and assessed which activities required the 18 capabilities which they deemed susceptible to automation, for example, understanding natural language, generating natural language, retrieving information. They noted that the level of automatability will rise as machines become more capable. For instance, if and when machines equal the median human level of natural language comprehension, then the proportion of tasks which can be automated will rise from 45% to 58%. At the time of publication, the authors concluded that only 5% of jobs were capable of being fully automated, but 60% of jobs could have 30% of their constituent activities automated. But rather than leading to a 30% headcount reduction, with the other 70% of activities being smeared among the remaining employees, they expect people to become more productive as machines augment human performance. Very highly paid jobs tend to have fewer automatable activities, for example 20% for CEOs, but among low and medium paid jobs there was a fairly even spread. The consultants found that only 4% of the work activities carried out in the U.S. require creativity at the median human level, and only 29% require a median human level of emotion sensing. Optimistically, they concluded from this that automation will enable humans to do better and more interesting work. Interior designers, for instance, could spend less time taking measurements, developing illustrations and ordering materials, and more time developing innovative design concepts. Finally, McKinsey suggested that senior managers should increasingly pay close attention to the type, direction, and potential of automation within their industry, as it will become a more and more important source of competitive advantage. A swelling chorus. The reports described above are a selection of the most prominent ones published so far on the subject of technological unemployment. They are not the only ones, and more are being produced every month, sometimes every week. There is no clear consensus about the likely impact on joblessness of machine intelligence in the coming years and decades. Nevertheless, the theme has an increasingly high profile in the media. It was a focus of the annual gathering of the super-rich and powerful in the ski resort of Davos in January 2016. In the next section, we will see that some people are firmly convinced it is a myth. 3.3. Crying Wolf. In this section, we meet a selection of writers who are skeptical about the prospect of technological unemployment. They argue that it is all just a revival of the Luddite fallacy. David Autor. David Autor is a professor of economics at MIT. As noted above, he sounded the alarm in a 2003 paper about the hollowing out of middle-class jobs in the USA, the fact that income has increased for high earners, and albeit less rapidly for low earners, but stagnated for medium-level earners. In an interview in October 2015, he gave 3 reasons why he thinks that some observers have been unduly pessimistic, even hysterical, about the likelihood of job destruction. 1 is that machines complement and augment humans. They always have, and there is no reason to think that is about to change. The second is that machines increase productivity, which creates wealth, consumption, and demand, which creates more jobs. The third reason is that humans are creative and ingenious. There are many important businesses and activities now that could not have been imagined 50 years ago. In fact, Autor accuses Martin Ford of arrogance in writing off human ingenuity. In an article for the Journal of Economic Perspectives, summer 2015, entitled, "Why Are There Still So Many Jobs?" Autor forecasts that people will retain a comparative advantage in so-called human attributes, such as interpersonal interaction, flexibility, adaptivity. He argues that many jobs, like radiologists, combine these with the routine, predictable tasks where computers win. Autor believes it will not be possible to separate these two types of tasks, so humans will continue to carry out the whole bundle. More generally, Autor is also one of those who believe the rate of change today is overhyped. He believes that the effect of Moore's law is substantially muted by regulatory and social frictions which slow down the adoption of new technologies, and he also argues that many technological advances simply don't translate into tangible improvements in the real world. For instance, he accepts that his current computer is 1,000 times faster than the one he used a few years ago, but he suspects it only makes him 20% more productive. It may be true, he teases, that a new washing machine has more processing power than NASA used to send Neil Armstrong to the moon in 1969, but the washing machine is still not going to the moon. He derides some of the heralded achievements of AI researchers, arguing, for instance, that self-driving cars do not emulate human drivers, but instead rely on precise maps of the terrain which have to be prepared before the journey starts. This makes them less flexible than humans, and not fit to be released into the wild without human escorts. We will see how well these arguments stand up later in this chapter. Although Autor is broadly optimistic about our future, he believes that much depends on the decisions that we take. If machines were in fact to make human labor superfluous, we would have vast aggregate wealth, but a serious challenge in determining who owns it and how to share it. He points out that Norway and Saudi Arabia both enjoy economic abundance thanks to oil rather than AI, but they use it very differently. Norwegians, he says, work few hours per day and are generally happy. Saudis import 90% of their labor and nurture terror. Robin Hanson. Robin Hanson is an associate professor of economics at George Mason University in Virginia, USA. Like David Autor, Hanson castigates Martin Ford for inappropriate motives, but whereas Autor accuses Ford of arrogance, Hanson alleges dishonesty. In the end, it seems that Martin Ford's main issue really is that he dislikes the increase in inequality and wants more taxes to fund a basic income guarantee. All that stuff about robots is a distraction. After a few more jibes, Hanson addresses Ford's actual thesis. He starts by admitting that Ford is correct that, in the long run, robots will eventually get good enough to take pretty much all jobs. But why should we think something like that is about to happen, big and fast, now? He attributes 4 arguments to Ford, and makes short work of the first 3. The first is the Frey and Osborne study which we reviewed in Chapter 3.2, which Hanson dismisses as subjective. The second argument is the decline in labor's share of income since 2000, which Hanson replies could be caused by numerous other factors rather than technological automation. The third argument is the rapid fall in computer prices, which Hanson says has yet to cause any detectable unemployment. And then there is Ford's fourth reason, all the impressive computing demos he has seen lately. Hanson is referring, of course, to Google's self-driving cars, real-time machine translation systems, IBM's Watson, and so on. Hanson is less impressed by these demonstrations of rapidly improving AI. We do expect automation to take most jobs eventually, so we should work to better track the situation. But for now, Ford's readings of the omens seems to me little better than fortune-telling with entrails or tarot cards. Having unburdened himself of this cynicism, Hanson proceeds to offer a constructive suggestion. He advocates forecasting by means of prediction markets, where people place bets on particular economic or policy outcomes, like the level of unemployment at some future date. He argues that prediction markets give us a financial stake in being accurate when we make forecasts, rather than just trying to look good to our peers. Tyler Cowen. A professor at George Mason University and co-author of an extremely popular blog, Tyler Cowen was New Jersey's youngest ever chess champion. He is a man with prodigiously broad knowledge and interests, and although he proposes some key ideas forcefully, there is always some nuance, and he dislikes simplistic and modish nuances. In 2 recent books, The Great Stagnation, 2011, and Average is Over, 2014, he paints a picture of America's future which is slightly depressing, but not apocalyptic. He is alive to the prospect of dramatically improved AI and the effect it will have on employment, but he does not think widespread permanent unemployment will be one of its results. For several years, Cowan has championed the claim that the U.S. economy is hollowing out. He expects automation to continue this trend, perhaps to accelerate it. In an article for Politico magazine, he wrote, "I imagine a world in which, say, 10 to 15% of the citizenry is extremely wealthy and has fantastically comfortable and stimulating lives, equivalent to those of current-day millionaires, albeit with better health care. Much of the rest of the country will have stagnant or maybe even falling wages in dollar terms. The grim outlook for the majority is softened because they will have a lot more opportunities for cheap fun and cheap education, thanks to all the free or nearly free services that modern technology makes available. But there is a sting in the tail for the real underclass. They, he says, will fall by the wayside." Cowan does not expect a universal basic income to be required, nor does he expect riots. One reason is that the U.S. population will be older. By 2030, about 19% of the U.S. population will be over 65. In other words, we'll be as old as Floridians are today. Floridians are a conservative lot, not given to mayhem. Another is that people will increasingly cluster geographically according to income. Few people in the poorer 85% will live in the hothouse cities of San Francisco and New York, and they will not have the wealth of Manhattan waved in their faces. And perhaps most important, the masses will inure themselves with the opiates of free entertainment and social media. Jeff Colvin. Jeff Colvin is an editor at Fortune magazine and one of America's most experienced and respected journalists. In August 2015, he published Humans Are Underrated: What High Achievers Know That Brilliant Machines Never Will. His previous book, Talent is Overrated, 2006, advanced the proposition that hours of dedicated practice trumps talent in most endeavors, and it was an international bestseller. His new book accepts that for the first time, technology may be reducing total employment rather than increasing it, but is skeptical for two reasons in particular. First, Colvin argues that because it is so hard to foresee the new types of jobs that are created when economies shift, just as web development and social media marketing were hard to foresee, we underestimate how many of them there will be. Colvin believes that skills of deep human interaction, empathy, storytelling, the ability to build relationships, will become far more valuable in the future, and many people will be able to prosper by bringing those skills into the evolving economy. We're hardwired by 100,000 years of evolution to value deep interaction with other humans, and not with computers. Those wants won't be changing anytime soon. Crying Wolf. The Boy Who Cried Wolf is one of Aesop's fables, and a commonly told children's story. The moral usually drawn is that people who earn a reputation for lying are later punished by being disbelieved. But the story has another lesson for us. A claim that was false in the past may be true in the future, and it can be dangerous to forget that. Automation has been going on for centuries, and past claims that it was causing permanent widespread unemployment have been proven wrong. So far. We should not be complacent when there are good reason to think that this time it may be different. 3.4. AI to date. We now need to spend some time looking at the advances in artificial intelligence which have prompted the discussion we have just witnessed. If you have read my previous book, Surviving AI, parts of the next two sections may seem familiar, and, by the way, bless you. They do contain updates, as the field is moving fast. We get back to new territory in Chapter 3.6. What is AI? Intelligence is the measure of an agent's ability to achieve goals in a range of different environments. In both humans and machines, intelligence is not a single unitary phenomenon. American psychologist Howard Gardner has distinguished 9 types of human intelligence: linguistic, logic-mathematical, musical, spatial, bodily, interpersonal, intrapersonal, existential, and naturalistic. As you read that list, you are probably thinking that you are better at some than others, and that you know other people whose mixture of skills is different. It is the same with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is simply an intelligence that did not arise naturally by evolution, but was created by humans, or perhaps aliens. Many people think the term is unfortunate and temporary. Cars are not called artificial horses, and planes are not called artificial birds. They prefer terms like machine intelligence or cognitive computing. I sympathize, although for the moment at least the term artificial intelligence, or AI, is the one understood by the broadest range of people. I will use the terms machine intelligence and artificial intelligence as synonyms. The value of intelligence. Intelligence is, of course, the distinguishing feature of humans. It is the characteristic which sets us apart from other animals and makes us more powerful than them. And we are much more powerful than them. Genetically, we are almost identical to chimpanzees, and our brains are not much heavier than theirs per kilo of body weight. But the difference in structure between our brains means that there are 7 billion of us, and only a few 100,000 of them. Their fate depends on our actions, and they are not even aware of that fact. Our intelligence enables us to communicate, to share information and ideas, and to devise and execute plans of action. It also enables us to develop tools and technology. A single unarmed human would be slaughtered by a mammoth or a lion, but a group of humans working together, or a single human equipped with a rifle, can turn the tables very effectively. Before we go any further, we need to distinguish between intelligence and consciousness, and note that the former does not seem to require the latter. Insects display a level of intelligence, especially collectively, but we have no evidence that they are conscious to any significant extent. Intelligence and consciousness are both more in evidence among mammals, especially primates, but there does not appear to be a straight-line correlation between the two. Machine intelligence is unlike animal intelligence in that machines can be superhuman in very narrow fields, like performing mathematical calculations or playing chess, but utterly unintelligent in all other aspects, and, so far as we can tell, completely lacking in any degree of consciousness. We value intelligence highly, since it is the source of our power, but we value consciousness even more. Most humans are happy to kill and eat animals which we deem to have a lower level of consciousness than our own. There is no reason to suppose that humans have attained anywhere near the maximum possible level of intelligence, and it seems highly probable that we will eventually create machines that are more intelligent than us in all respects, assuming we don't blow ourselves up first. We don't yet know whether those machines will be conscious, let alone whether they will be more conscious than us, if that is even a meaningful question. Artificial General Intelligence, AGI, and Superintelligence. As we noted in Chapter 1, the term for a machine which equals or exceeds human intelligence in all respects is Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI. The day when the first such machine is built will be a momentous one, as the arrival of superintelligence will not be far beyond it. The likelihood of an intelligence explosion is commonly referred to as the technological singularity. This could be an astonishingly positive development for humankind, or a disastrously negative one. I wrote about this extensively in my previous book, Surviving AI, and will not cover that ground again here. Suffice to say, we should make strenuous efforts to ensure that if and when we do create the first machines which are destined to become superintelligences, we experience a positive outcome rather than a negative one. Anders Sandberg of Oxford University's Future of Humanity Institute summarized it well by saying that we should aim to become the mitochondria of superintelligence rather than its bootloader. He was referring to Elon Musk's metaphor for how, if we are unwise and or unfortunate, we could create the thing which destroys us, and saying that we should aim instead for the fate of the prokaryotic cell which was absorbed by another, larger cell and became an essential component of a new, combined, and more complex entity, the first eukaryotic cell. This book is concerned with the impact of narrow AI systems which fall considerably short of AGI. A Quiet Revolution. Origins and Winters. The science of artificial intelligence got started in 1956 at a conference held at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire. Since then, it has gone through cycles of optimism and pessimism. Herbert Simon said in 1965 that machines will be capable, within 20 years, of doing any work a man can do. And 2 years later, Marvin Minsky said that within a generation, the problem of creating artificial intelligence will be substantially solved. These early claims turned out to be ill-founded, and later generations of researchers found their sources of funding dried up in so-called AI winters. Some leading figures in the field today are worried that a similar fate may befall them because, they say, excessive claims are being made about the capabilities of AI systems today, and what can be achieved in the short term. This seems to me an ungrounded fear. Machine intelligence is the target of enormous investments by technology giants like Google and Facebook, by startups, by traditional companies like the automotive manufacturers, and by governments. These investments are being made because machine intelligence delivers results, and they will continue so long as that remains the case. It will only stop if the results stop coming. Machine learning. In the last few years, the field of AI has undergone a quiet revolution. It goes by the name of machine learning, and a subset called deep learning has proved especially effective at tasks which were previously considered hard problems that were unlikely to be solved for many years to come. The approach to AI which prevailed in its early days tried to reduce human thought to the manipulation of symbols, such as language and maths, which could be made comprehensible to computers. This became known as symbolic AI, or good old-fashioned AI, GOFAI. Machine learning, by contrast, is the process of creating and refining algorithms which can produce conclusions based on data without being explicitly programmed to do so. The turning point came in 2012, when researchers in Toronto led by Jeff Hinton won an AI image recognition competition called ImageNet. Hinton is a British researcher now at Toronto University and Google, and perhaps the most important figure behind the rise of deep learning as the most powerful of today's AI techniques. The word algorithm comes from the name of a 9th century Persian mathematician, Al-Khwarizmi. It means a set of rules or instructions which a person or a computer can follow in order to solve a problem. Algorithms are usually less exact and more high-level than programs, which provide precise, step-by-step instructions for computers to handle very specific situations, such as opening a spreadsheet or calculating the sum of columns of figures. Generally, programs are implementations of one or more algorithms. Whereas programs can run forever, algorithms must terminate in order to be valid, and they must solve a problem. A machine learning algorithm uses an initial data set to build an internal model which it uses to make predictions. It tests these predictions against additional data and uses the results to refine the model. The way that some game-playing AIs become superhuman in their field is by playing millions of games against versions of themselves and learning from the outcomes. In deep learning, the algorithms operate in several layers, each layer processing data from previous ones and passing the output up to the next layer. The output is not necessarily binary, just on or off. It can be weighted. The number of layers can vary too, with anything above 10 layers seen as very deep learning, although in December 2015, a Microsoft team won the ImageNet competition with a system which employed a massive 152 layers. Deep learning, and especially artificial neural nets, ANNs, are in many ways a return to an older approach to AI which was explored in the 1960s, but abandoned because it proved ineffective. While good old-fashioned AI held sway in most labs, a small group of pioneers known as the Toronto Mafia kept faith with the neural network approach. They were vindicated when it was discovered that applying them to very large datasets made them surprisingly effective. How good is today's AI? Games and quizzes. The game of chess used to be thought of as one of the most challenging intellectual pursuits a person could undertake. Being rubbish at it, I still do. It used to be thought that it would take centuries for machines to become really good at it. That was a long time ago, of course, and we are much wiser now, because as long ago as 1997, IBM's Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov, the world's best player, in a controversial but conclusive match. Nowadays, humans have no chance against even mid-level chess computers. With the benefit of hindsight, we know we should have expected this. The rebarbative MIT professor Noam Chomsky observed that a computer winning a chess competition is no more surprising than a forklift truck winning a weightlifting contest. Maybe he was saying this long before Deep Blue beat Kasparov, but if so, he was unusual. In truth, it has often been hard to forecast what will be hard for machines to do. It turned out to be relatively easy to program computers to do things that we find very hard, but very hard to teach them how to do things that we find easy, like tying our shoelaces. This is known as Moravec's paradox, after AI pioneer Hans Moravec. This episode is also a good illustration of another phenomenon, which is that once a computer is able to perform a particular task better than humans, we dismiss it as simple, saying that the next challenge is the really hard one, until it isn't. In fact, once a machine is able to perform a particular task, we usually stop calling it artificial intelligence. This is known as Tesler's theorem, which defines artificial intelligence as that which a machine cannot yet do. IBM's next Bravura AI performance came in 2011, when a system called Watson beat the best human players of the TV quiz game Jeopardy, in which contestants are given an answer and have to deduce the question. Watson used more than 100 different techniques to analyze natural language, identify sources, find and generate hypotheses, find and score evidence, and merge and rank hypotheses. It had access to 200 million pages of information, including the full text of Wikipedia, but it was not online during the contest. The difficulty of the challenge is illustrated by the answer, a long, tiresome speech delivered by a frothy pie topping, to which the target question, which Watson got right, was, what is a meringue harangue? After the game, the losing human contestant, Ken Jennings, famously quipped, I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. At the beginning of this chapter, we noted that intelligence is not a single, unitary skill or process. The fact that Watson is an amalgam, some would say a kludge, of numerous different techniques does not in itself mark it out as different and perpetually inferior to human intelligence. It is nowhere near an artificial general intelligence which is human level or beyond in all respects. It is not conscious. It does not even know that it won the Jeopardy match. But it may prove to be an early step in the direction of artificial general intelligence. In January 2016, an AI system called AlphaGo, developed by Google's DeepMind, beat Fan Hui, the European champion of Go, a board game. This was hailed as a major step forward. The game of chess has more possible moves, 35 to the 80th power, than there are atoms in the visible universe, but Go has even more, 250 to the 150th power. The system uses a hybrid of AI techniques. It was partly programmed by its creators, but it also taught itself using a machine learning approach called deep reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is halfway between two other important forms of machine learning, supervised and unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, the system is given an example to follow at each step. In unsupervised learning, there are no examples. In reinforcement learning, there are rewards for successful steps and penalties for unsuccessful steps. The system has to figure out how to behave according to those signals. A match against world champion Lee Sedol followed in March 2016. Sedol was confident, believing it would take a few more years before a computer could beat him. He was genuinely shocked to lose the series 4-1, and observers were impressed by AlphaGo's sometimes unorthodox style of play. AlphaGo's achievement was another landmark in computer science, and perhaps equally a landmark in human understanding that something important is happening, especially in the Far East, where the game of Go is far more popular than it is in the West. DeepMind did not rest on its laurels. A month after its European Go victory, it presented a system able to navigate a maze in a video game without access to any maps or to the code of the game. Using a technique called asynchronous reinforcement learning, the system looked at the screen and ran scenarios through multiple versions of itself. The ability to navigate by sight, like humans do, will be invaluable for AIs in many real-world applications. Self-driving vehicles. Another landmark demonstration of the power of AI began inauspiciously in 2004. DARPA offered a prize of $1 million to any group which could build a car capable of driving itself around a 150-mile course in the Mojave Desert in California. The best contestant was a converted Humvee named Sandstorm, which got stuck on a rock after only 7 miles. 8 years later, Google's self-driving cars have driven well over 1 million miles without being responsible for a single serious accident. It is true that they have been rear-ended by human drivers a few times, but this is because they obey traffic regulations, and we humans are not used to drivers doing that. A Google car drove into a bus on Valentine's Day 2016, but the facts of that incident remain somewhat ambiguous. The world's automotive manufacturers are now scrambling to master the technologies involved in producing self-driving cars. Toyota is investing billions of dollars in research facilities in Silicon Valley, and in December 2015, Ford announced a joint venture with Google. Elon Musk, CEO of the startlingly impressive upstart car manufacturer Tesla, said in December 2015 that its first fully autonomous cars would be sold in 2 years. Of course, it will take longer than that for regulators to catch up, and it will take years for enough of the old human-piloted cars to be replaced for self-driving cars to deliver the tremendous benefits they are capable of. We will explore this in more detail in Chapter 3.8. Search. We are strangely nostalgic about the future, and we are often disappointed that the present is not more like the future that was foretold when we were younger. 2015 was the 30th anniversary of the 1985 movie Back to the Future, and it was also the year to which the hero travels at the end of the story. Journalists and commentators complained about the failure of hoverboards and flying cars to arrive, as predicted in the film. We didn't get hoverboards, but we did get something even more significant. As recently as the late 20th century, knowledge workers could spend hours each day looking for information. Today, less than 20 years after Google was incorporated in 1998, we have something close to omniscience. At the press of a button or two, you can access pretty much any knowledge that humans have ever recorded. To our great-grandparents, this would surely have been more astonishing than flying cars. Some people are so impressed by Google search that they have established a Church of Google and offer 9 proofs that Google is God, including its omnipresence, near omniscience, potential immortality, and responses to prayer. Admittedly, at the time of writing, there were only 427 registered devotees, or readers, at their meeting place, a page on the internet community site Reddit. In the early days, Google's search was achieved by indexing large amounts of the web with software agents called crawlers, or spiders. The page were indexed by an algorithm called PageRank, which scored each web page according to how many other web pages linked to it. This algorithm, while ingenious, was not itself an example of artificial intelligence. Over time, Google search has become unquestionably AI-powered. In August 2013, Google executed a major update of its search function by introducing Hummingbird, which enables the service to respond appropriately to questions phrased in natural language, such as, "What's the quickest route to Australia?" It combines AI techniques of natural language processing with colossal information resources, including Google's own knowledge graph, and, of course, Wikipedia, to analyze the context of the search query and make the response more relevant. PageRank wasn't dropped, but instead became just one of the 200 or so techniques that are now deployed to provide answers. Like IBM Watson, This is an example of how AI systems are often agglomerations of numerous approaches. In October 2015, Google confirmed that it had added a new technique called RankBrain to its search offering. RankBrain is a machine learning technique, and it was already the third most important component of the overall search service. It is applied to the 15% of searches which comprise words or phrases that have not been encountered before, and converts the language into mathematical entities called vectors, which computers can analyze directly. Microsoft also uses machine learning techniques in its Bing search engine. In February 2016, Google announced an important change of leadership in its search division. Amit Singhal was replaced by John Giannandrea. Singhal had overseen the introduction of RankBrain, but was seen as having a bias against applying machine learning techniques to search because it is often impossible to know how the machine has reached its conclusions. Giannandrea has no such reservations. In his previous role, he oversaw Google's entire artificial intelligence research activity, including deep learning. This secession is perhaps an allegory of the way that AI is taking over the internet, on the way to taking over everything else. One of the benefits Google hopes to obtain by increasing its use of AI in search is extra ammunition in its competition with Amazon. Google's competitors in search are not Microsoft's Bing, and certainly not Yahoo. 39% of purchases made online begin at Amazon, compared with 11% at Google. Improving that ratio is a key aim for the search giant. We have seen before, with the relative decline of seemingly invincible Goliaths like IBM and Microsoft, how fierce and fast-moving the competition is within the technology industry. This is one of the dynamics which is pushing AI forward so fast and so unstoppably. Image and speech recognition. Deep learning has accelerated progress at tasks like image recognition, facial recognition, natural speech recognition, and machine translation faster than anyone expected. In 2012, Google announced that an assembly of 16,000 processors looking at 10 million YouTube videos has identified, without being prompted, a particular class of objects. We call them cats. 2 years later, Microsoft researchers announced that their system, called Atom, could distinguish between the two breeds of corgi dogs. Queen Elizabeth is famously fond of corgis, so Atom's skill would be invaluable in certain British social circles. In February 2015, Microsoft announced that its AI systems could identify an image better than humans according to the tests laid down by ImageNet, the world's top image recognition competition. A few days later, Google announced it had done even better. Not to be left out, Facebook posted an impressive demonstration video in November 2015. We humans are very good at recognizing each other's faces. Throughout history, it has been vitally important to distinguish between members of your own group who will help you, and members of rival groups who may try to kill you. A Facebook AI system called DeepFace reached human-level ability to recognize human faces in March 2014, scoring 97% in a test based on a database of celebrity photos called Labeled Faces in the Wild, LFW. The following year, it announced the ability to recognize faces even when they are not looking towards the camera, with 83% reliability. Google now offers the same functionality to users of Google+. These tech giants are sensitive to the privacy concerns that this raises, and are throttling back their offerings so as not to raise alarm. But of course, there is no stopping the progress. The genie is well and truly out of the bottle. In January 2016, Baidu, often described as China's Google, showed off a system called Do Light, which uses a camera to capture an image of something in front of you, sends the image to an app on your smartphone, which identifies the object and announces what it is. One application of this is to help blind people know what they are looking at. You can download a similar app called iPulley for free at iTunes. Speech recognition systems that exceed human performance will be available in your smartphone soon. Microsoft-owned Skype introduced real-time machine translation in March 2014. It is not perfect yet, but it is improving all the time. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella revealed an intriguing discovery which he called transfer learning. If you teach it English, it learns English, he said. Then you teach it Mandarin, it learns Mandarin, but it also becomes better at English, and quite frankly, none of us know exactly why. In December 2015, Baidu announced that its speech recognition system, Deep Speech 2, performed better than humans with short phrases out of context. It used deep learning techniques to recognize Mandarin. Learning and innovating. It can no longer be said that machines do not learn, or that they cannot invent. In December 2013, DeepMind demonstrated an AI system which used a deep learning technique called unsupervised learning to teach itself to play old-style Atari video games like Breakout and Pong. These are games which previous AI systems found hard to play because they involve hand-to-eye coordination. The system was not given instructions for how to play the games well, or even told the rules and purpose of the games. It was simply rewarded when it played well, and not rewarded when it played less well. As the writer Kevin Kelly noted, they didn't teach it how to play video games, but how to learn to play the games. This is a profound difference. The system's first attempt at each game was feeble, but by playing continuously for 24 hours or so, it worked out, through trial and error, the subtleties in the gameplay and scoring system, and played the games better than the best human player. The DeepMind system showed true general learning ability. On seeing the demonstration, Google acquired the company for a reported $400 million. Emulating and predicting human cognitive abilities. In June 2015, pictures produced by Google's image recognition neural networks fired the public imagination because of their surreal, hallucinogenic properties. In December 2015, a group of AI researchers at MIT published a paper about a system which was able to predict the memorability of images better than humans. The system, called MemNet, reviewed a dataset of 60,000 images and classified them in 1,000 different ways. It was able to identify why certain images were more memorable than others. To repeat, these systems are not conscious and have no imagination. They are neither creating art nor being emotionally affected by the images they process. But that does not matter. They can analyze and process the images in ways that are important to us, and they can do it better than we can. Is it just Google? Google, Facebook, and the other tech giants pioneered the use of machine learning, and for a while they were pretty much the only organization with the expertise, the computing resources, and the data to implement it. The joke was that machine learning was like teenage sex. Everyone talked about it, but pretty much no one did it. That is changing. Remember spam? In the late 2000s, there was talk of it crashing the internet, but now you rarely see it unless you look at your junk mailbox. It was tamed by machine learning. The same is happening with user-generated content, UGC. We like to read the comments on news sites. Many of them are dumb, but many are smart and funny. After all, there wouldn't be any point in crowdsourcing if the crowd was all stupid. But some of it needs a grammatical dry clean to be useful, and the good stuff needs to be surfaced. This is increasingly being done with machine learning, and by companies far down the pyramid from the tech giants. Companies large and small are using machine learning to work out what information to present to their customers and targets at every encounter. IBM says that its cognitive computing business, which depends heavily on machine learning, now accounts for over a third of its $81 billion annual revenues, and is the main focus for the company's growth. IBM Watson's best-known work today is in the medical sector, but it is also carrying out large-scale projects in food safety with Mars, and in personality profiling for recruitment firms and dating apps. In December 2015, Elon Musk and Sam Altman, president of the technology incubator Y Combinator, announced the formation of a new company called OpenAI. They had recruited a clutch of the top machine learning professionals despite the efforts of Google and Facebook to hang on to them with eye-watering financial offers. There is some uncertainty about whether other companies controlled by Musk and Altman, like Tesla and SolarCity, will have privileged access to technologies developed at OpenAI, but the thrust of the company is to make advanced AI techniques more widely available in the hope that will de-risk them. Because it works, the use of machine learning will continue to grow fast. Summary. In the last chapter, we saw Robin Hanson's cynicism about all the impressive computing demos Martin Ford has seen lately, and Hanson's conclusion that Ford's reading of the omens seems little better than fortune-telling with entrails of tarot cards. How impressed you are by demos is of course a personal matter. I side with Ford on this one, but a more important point is that we are still in the early days of AI development. Its rate of improvement is rapid, and what we will see in the next few years and decades will be startling. 3.5. Exponential Future. Big investments, different approaches. The science of artificial intelligence is advancing rapidly, with significant steps announced almost every month. Enormous resources are being devoted to achieving these advances. Some of the cutting-edge work in AI goes on in universities, but much of it happens inside the tech giants on the U.S. West Coast. 4 of them, Intel, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, are among the world's top 10 R&D, research and development, spenders, with a combined budget in 2015 of $42 billion. This equals the entire R&D spend of the UK, both public and private. IBM, Apple, and Facebook are not far behind and are increasing their R&D spend sharply. In addition, there are around 1,000 startup companies basing their products and services on AI. But despite all this, it is early days for the sector. By one count, there were over 300 venture capital deals in the AI-based companies during 2015, but 80% of them were for less than $5 million, and 75% of them were in the U.S. Openness. In September 2015, Google announced an important change in strategy. Having built a very lucrative online advertising business based on algorithms and hardware which produced better search results than anyone else, it was open sourcing its current best AI software, a deep learning engine called TensorFlow. The software was initially licensed for single machines only, so even very well-resourced organizations weren't able to replicate the functionality that Google enjoys. But the move was significant. In April 2016, that restriction was lifted. In October 2015, Facebook announced that it would follow suit by open sourcing the designs for Big Sur, the server which runs the company's latest AI algorithms. Then in May 2016, Google open sourced a natural language processing program playfully called Parsi McParseface and SyntaxNet, an associated software toolkit. Google claims that in the kinds of sentences it can be used with, Parsi's accuracy is 94%, almost as good as the 95% score achieved by human linguists. Open sourcing confers a number of advantages. One is a level of goodwill among the AI community. More importantly, researchers in academia and elsewhere will learn the systems and be able to work closely with Google and Facebook, and indeed be hired by them. Also, having more smart people working with their systems means there are more smart people making suggestions about improvements and debugging. So far, Apple, the world's largest technology company, and indeed at the time of writing the world's largest company by stock market capitalization, is an exception to this trend towards open sourcing. There are signs that this is changing, and it may have to. People with academic training are generally more comfortable working in organizations that share their findings, and many of the best people with deep learning experience have significant academic backgrounds. Extending connectivity. Another example of the enlightened self-interest of the technology giants is Google's and Facebook's initiatives to extend internet access from the current level of 3.2 billion people to the remaining 57% of the world's population. Google is experimenting with fleets of helium balloons which are maneuvered around the stratosphere, from around 11 miles up, higher than airplanes, providing Wi-Fi connectivity to mobile devices below. In June 2015, Google signed a deal with the Sri Lankan government to make that country the first in the world to receive blanket Wi-Fi coverage. The following month, Facebook revealed test flights by scale models of a 42-meter wingspan drone which will beam internet connectivity from the stratosphere to special receivers with lasers and radio. In October 2015, the two companies announced that their respective teams are collaborating. Exponentials. Doubling up. If you think of artificial intelligence as a car, algorithms are the engine control system, big data is the fuel, and computing power is the engine. Big data is a term coined in the mid-1990s by John Massey at Silicon Graphics, a computer firm, to describe very large and growing data sets which could yield surprising insights into a wide range of phenomena. The engine is getting more powerful at an exponential rate. Its performance is doubling repeatedly. It is impossible to understand the scale of change that we face in the coming years without comprehending the astonishing impact of the exponential increase. Imagine that you stand up and take 30 paces forward. You would travel around 30 yards, or meters if you are outside Britain and its former colonies. Now imagine that you take 30 exponential paces, doubling the length each time. Your first pace is 1 meter. Your second is 2 meters. Your third is 4 meters. Your fourth pace is 8 meters, and so on. How far do you think you would travel in 30 paces? The answer is to the moon. In fact, to be precise, the 29th pace would take you to the moon. The 30th pace would bring you all the way back. That example illustrates not just the power of exponential increase, but also the fact that it is deceptive and backloaded. Here is another illustration of that. Imagine that you are in a football stadium, either soccer or American football will do, which has been sealed to make it waterproof. The referee places a single drop of water in the middle of the pitch. 1 minute later, she places 2 drops. Another minute later, 4 drops, and so on. How long do you think it would take to fill the stadium with water? The answer is 49 minutes. But what is really surprising and disturbing is that after 45 minutes, the stadium is just 7% full. The people in the back seats are looking down and pointing out to each other that something significant is happening. 4 minutes later, they have drowned. The fact that exponential growth is backloaded helps explain another phenomenon, known as Amara's Law, after the scientist Roy Amara. This states that we tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in the short run and underestimate the effect in the long run. People often talk about the knee of an exponential curve, the point at which past progress seems sluggish and projected future growth looks dramatic. This is a misapprehension. When you compare exponential curves plotted for 10 and 100 periods of the same growth, they look pretty much the same. In other words, wherever you are on the curve, the past always looks horizontal, and the future always looks vertiginous. The author John Lanchester describes how in 1996 the U.S. government started building a new supercomputer to model the behavior of nuclear explosions. The result was RED, the first machine to process more than 8 trillion floating point operations per second, a teraflop. It remained the world's fastest computer until 2000, but by 2006, that level of processing was available to school children in the Sony PS3 gaming computer. This is Moore's Law at work. Moore's Law. In 1965, Gordon Moore was working for Fairchild Semiconductors when he published a paper observing that the number of transistors being placed on a chip was doubling every year. He forecast that this would continue for a decade, which his contemporaries considered extremely adventurous. In 1975, he adjusted the period to 2 years, and shortly afterwards, a Caltech professor named Carver Mead coined the term Moore's Law. In 1968, Moore co-founded Intel, and following an observation by Intel executive David House that the performance of individual transistors was also improving, the law is generally taken to mean that the processing power of $1,000 of computer doubles every 18 months. Moore's Law is, of course, not a law, but an observation which became a self-fulfilling prophecy, a target and a planning guide for the semiconductor industry, and for Intel in particular. Moore's Law celebrated its 50th anniversary in April 2015. Given its importance in human affairs, there was remarkably little fanfare. Exponential curves do not generally last for long. They are just too powerful. In most contexts, Fast-growing phenomena start off slowly, pick up speed to an exponential rate, and then after a few periods they tail off to form an S-shaped curve. However, exponentials can continue for many steps, and in fact each of us is one of them. You are composed of around 27 trillion cells, which were created by fission or division, an exponential process. It required 46 steps of fission to create all of your cells. Moore's law, by comparison, has had 33 steps in the 50 years of its existence. It would take another 2 decades for Moore's law to run through the same number of steps as human cell division. By that time, if the law holds, the total amount of computing power now available to Google will be available on an ordinary desktop computer. Imagine what we could achieve when every teenager has Google's computing power in her bedroom. And try to imagine how much power Google will have by then. A number of other technological developments have been observed to progress at an exponential rate, including memory capacity, LEDs, which follow Heitz's law, sensors, where the cost per observation is decreasing exponentially, and the number of pixels in digital cameras. No more? In 2015, Intel seemed uncertain about whether its own chip development will keep Moore's law on track. This is important, as Intel, whose name is a conjunction of integrated electronics, has been the world's biggest chip manufacturer since 1991, and is also the world's third largest R&D spending company, after Volkswagen and Samsung. It has led the miniaturization of microchips. In February 2015, Intel updated journalists on their chip program for the next few years, and the schedule maintained Moore's law's exponential growth. The first chips based on its new 10-nanometer manufacturing process were due to be released in late 2016, early 2017, after which Intel expected to move away from silicon, probably towards 3-5 semiconductors such as indium gallium arsenide. That 10 nanometers is the distance between the two nearest repeating features on the chip. But in July 2015, Intel CEO Brian Krzanich said that it was taking longer for the firm to cut the size of its transistors. Our cadence today is closer to 2.5 years than to 2. At the time of writing, the firm's smallest transistors are the 14-nanometer Skylake model, and the next size down will be the 10-nanometer Cannon Lake, due in late 2017, a 6-month delay. Since 2007, Intel had pursued the development of its chips with a tick-tock cadence. The tick represented improvements in the manufacturing process, which enabled chip size to be reduced from 45 nanometers to 32 nanometers to 22 nanometers to 14 nanometers. The tock was improvements in the architecture. The new cadence announced by Krzanich was described by one observer as a move from tick-tock to tic-tac-toe, representing process, tick, architecture, tack, and optimization and efficiency, toe. However, Mark Bohr, a 37-year Intel veteran and senior fellow in its processor technology team, argued that taking a longer view, Moore's law still applied. He is working on the technology to get down to 5 nanometers. To provide some context, a human hair is 100,000 nanometers thick, so each hair on your head is 10,000 times thicker than Intel's next release of transistors. Silicon atoms are around 0.2 nanometers across, so a 5 nanometer structure is about 20 atoms wide. Of course, Intel is not the only game in town. In July 2015, IBM announced that it had a prototype chip of 7 nanometers, using silicon germanium for some components. Manufacturing at scale is very different from prototyping, however, and IBM did not expect to manufacture at scale for 2 more years. But this would be ahead of Intel's schedule, and the IBM announcement was especially important in heralding a successful move from deep ultraviolet DUV to extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography, which operates at much shorter wavelengths. 3D chips and new architectures. Moore's law has undergone substantial transitions before. Until 2004, regular increases in the clock speeds of computer chips contributed a large part of their performance improvements. Overheating put a stop to this, and instead, chip manufacturers incorporated more processors, or cores. Modern smartphones may have 4 cores, or even 8, which means the processes they work on have to be broken down into pieces which are operated on in parallel. However successful the chip manufacturers prolong it, the existing architecture will reach its endpoint eventually. Researchers are hard at work on a number of technologies that could replace it. One of these is 3D chips. Placing chips side by side delays the signals between them and causes bottlenecks as too many signals try to use the same pathways. These problems can be eased if you place the chips on top of each other. But this raises new problems. Silicon chips are fabricated at 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, so if you manufacture one chip on top of another, you will fry the one below. If you fabricate them separately and then place one on top of the other, you have to connect them with thousands of tiny wires. In December 2015, researchers from Stanford announced a new method of stacking chips which they called Nano-Engineered Computing Systems Technology, or NxzHTa. They claimed this was 1,000 times more efficient than conventional chip configurations. They did not give an estimate when mass production of NxzHTa chips might begin. Another approach is to combine the memory chips with the traditionally separate processing chips to reduce the amount of traffic between these two. Another is to design chips specifically to implement neural networks, which is the approach taken by an MIT team that announced the Iris chip in February 2016. In March 2016, scientists from IBM's T.J. Watson Research Center announced their belief that resistive processing units, which combine CPU and memory on the same chip, could accelerate the process of machine learning algorithms as much as 30,000 times. The following month, the chip maker NVIDIA unveiled its Tesla P100 GPU, optimized for machine learning and boasting huge performance gains. Towards quantum computing. Another much talked about route to more powerful machines is quantum computing. This is based on the idea that while classical computers use bits, binary digits, which are either on or off, quantum bits, qubits, can be both on and off at the same time, known as superposition. This enables them to carry out a number of different calculations at once. Google bought a quantum computer from Canadian company D-Wave in 2013, but was unable to demonstrate to everyone's satisfaction that it actually worked. This changed in December 2015 when Google's engineering director Hartmut Neven announced that its D-Wave computer was 100 million times faster than a traditional desktop computer in a carefully crafted proof-of-concept problem. Keeping qubits stable is very hard, but Google thinks it is getting close. IBM and Microsoft are also bullish about their quantum computing projects. If they are successful, machine learning will no longer require the massive data sets and extensive training which are necessary today, and computers will edge that bit closer to human-level capabilities. So what? Where's all this heading? Moore's Law was an observation which became a target generator rather than being a description of a fundamental property of the world. Keeping it on track has involved numerous ingenious and unpredictable steps in the past. Commercial imperatives and sheer human inventiveness have managed it so far, and there are plenty of avenues being explored which could maintain that performance. Using the specific definition arrived at by Gordon Moore and David House in the late 1960s, Moore's Law ceased to hold some years ago. But as Intel's Shekhar Borkar observes, the meaning of Moore's Law as far as users are concerned is broader. Namely, that the power of $1,000 worth of computer doubles every couple of years. There are plenty of ways to keep that going, and plenty of incentives too. The people who are actually working on the technologies seem determined to maintain the pace of the advance. More is more, and more is better. Even the worst-case predictions envisage continued rapid improvement in computer processing power, albeit perhaps slower than previously. In December 2015, Microsoft's chief speech scientist, Chudong Huang, noted that speech recognition has improved 20% a year consistently for the last 20 years. He predicted that computers would be as good as humans at understanding human speech within 5 years. Jeff Hinton, the man whose team won the landmark 2012 ImageNet competition, went further. In May 2015, he said that he expects machines to demonstrate common sense within a decade. Common sense can be described as having a mental model of the world which allows you to predict what will happen if certain actions are taken. Professor Murray Shanahan of Imperial College uses the example of throwing a chair from a stage into an audience. Humans would understand that members of the audience would throw up their hands to protect themselves, but some damage would probably be caused, and certainly some upset. A machine without common sense would have very little idea of what would happen. Facebook has declared its ambition to make Hinton's prediction come true. To this end, it established a basic research unit in 2013 called Facebook Artificial Intelligence Research, FAIR, with 50 employees, separate from the 100 people in its applied machine learning team. So within a decade, machines are likely to be better than humans at recognizing faces and other images, better at understanding and responding to human speech, and may even be possessed of common sense. And they will be getting faster and cheaper all the time. It is hard to believe that this will not have a profound impact on the job market. 3.6. What people do. Jobs and tasks. As we saw in Chapter 3.2, consultants from McKinsey pointed out that machines often don't acquire the ability to automate entire jobs in one fell swoop. Instead, they become able to automate certain tasks which people in those jobs perform. So what are these tasks? What exactly is it that people do for a living? The economies in the developed world are dominated by services like finance, health, education, entertainment, retail, transport, and so on. In the UK, for instance, service industries account for 78% of GDP, with manufacturing accounting for 15%, construction for 6%, and agriculture less than 1%. Processing information. In service industries, most tasks involve information, obtaining it, processing it, and passing it on to others. This is also true for many tasks in the manufacturing, construction, and agricultural sectors. Obtaining information can involve carrying out research, asking colleagues, looking online or occasionally in books, or coming up with an original idea, which itself usually involves combining two or more ideas from elsewhere. Processing information can mean checking its accuracy or relevance, determining its importance relative to other pieces of information, making a decision about it, or performing some kind of calculation on it. Passing information on is increasingly achieved electronically, for instance by email or online workflow systems. Obtaining, processing, and passing on information can be solitary endeavors, or they can be carried out collaboratively with other people. Almost by definition, the solitary tasks can be carried out by a machine which possesses human level or above ability to understand speech, recognize images, and a modicum of common sense. Working with people. Collaboration with other humans is different. Mostly, at least for the time being, it can take many forms. Brainstorming with colleagues, preparing for and negotiating a deal which will yield benefit to both sides but maximize your own, pitching an idea to a self-important, unimaginative, and prickly boss, coaching a subordinate who has talent but is also naive. These appear to be tasks which would be far harder for a machine to emulate. And indeed they are, but probably not for long. Even now, plenty of interactions with humans can be successfully automated. People seem to prefer withdrawing cash from ATMs than dealing with human cashiers. The center of gravity of the entire retail industry is shifting online, where consumers generally avoid dealing with humans. This does not mean that humans are becoming antisocial. Far from it. Merely that we like to be able to choose for ourselves when we interact in a leisurely manner with another human, and when we transact some business quickly and efficiently. Machines are sometimes surprisingly good at tasks which appear at first sight to require a human touch. In Chapter 3.10, we will meet Ellie, a machine therapy system developed by DARPA, the research arm of the U.S. military, which has proved surprisingly effective at diagnosing soldiers with post-traumatic stress disorder. Manual tasks. We noted before that getting machines to do things that we find hard, like playing chess at Grandmaster Standard, is relatively easy, and getting them to do things that we find easy, like opening a door, is hard. Vivid proof of this was provided by the final round of the DARPA Robotics Challenge held in June 2015. 25 robots attempted a series of tasks inspired by the rescue missions at the Fukushima nuclear power plant in 2011. None of the robots completed all the tasks, and there was a great deal of hesitation and falling over. Many jobs involving manual dexterity or the ability to traverse unmapped territory are currently hard to automate. But as we will see in the next section, that is changing fast. Tipping points and exponentials. New technologies sometimes lurk for years or even decades before they are widely adopted. 3D printing, also known as additive manufacturing, has been around since the early 1980s, but is only now coming to general attention. Fax machines, surprisingly, were first patented in 1843, some 33 years before the invention of the telephone. Sometimes the delay happens because there is at first no obvious application for the inventions or discoveries. Sometimes it is because they are initially too expensive, and engineers have to work on reducing their cost before they can become popular. And sometimes it is because they are simply not good enough when they are first demonstrated by researchers. And sometimes, of course, it is a combination of these factors. Once it satisfies these conditions, a new technology can take off dramatically with exciting applications which appear to most people to come from nowhere, when in fact, the underlying technology has been known about for a long time. The applications of deep learning will probably be like that. The technique is a descendant of neural networks, which were first explored in the early days of AI in the mid-20th century. Faster computers, the availability of large data sets, and the persistence of pioneering researchers have finally rendered them effective this decade, leading to all the impressive computing demos referred to by Robin Hanson in Chapter 3.3, along with some early applications. But the major applications are still waiting in the wings, poised to take the stage. It won't be long now before machines are decisively better than humans at reading, listening, recognizing faces and other images, understanding and processing natural language. And they won't stop at being slightly better than us. They will continue to improve at an exponential rate or close to it. To say that the impact will be dramatic is an understatement. Another thing to bear in mind is that to reach the point where technological unemployment forces dramatic change in the way we run our economies does not require everyone to be unemployed and unemployable. It does not even require a majority to find themselves in that predicament. It just requires a substantial minority to believe that they will be. Before we proceed to look at some examples of how AI will sweep away many of the jobs we take for granted today, we need to quickly review some of the related technologies which will influence the way that happens. 3.7. Related technologies. One ring to bind them. Artificial intelligence is increasingly our most powerful technology, and it will increasingly inform and shape everything we do. Its full-blooded arrival coincides with the takeoff of a series of other technologies. They are all driven, at least in part, by AI, and they will all impact the way our societies evolve. Because they will all unfold in different ways and at different speeds, it is impossible to predict exactly what the impact of these interlacing technologies will be. Other than that, it will be profound. The Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, IoT, has been talked about for years. The term was coined by British entrepreneur Kevin Ashby back in 1999. Indeed, it has been around for long enough to have acquired a selection of synonyms. GE calls it the Industrial Internet. Cisco calls it the Internet of Everything, and IBM calls it Smarter Planet. The German government calls it the Industry 4.0, the other three being the introduction of steam, electricity, and digital technology. As noted in Chapter 2.2, I think this is an unhelpful term, as it shifts the IoT from the information revolution to the industrial one, and it understates the importance of the information revolution. My favorite alternative name for the IoT is ambient intelligence, which comes nearest to capturing the essence of the idea, which is that so many sensors, chips, and transmitters are embedded in objects around us that our environment becomes intelligent, or at least intelligible. When originally conceived, the IoT was based on radio frequency identification tags, RFID, tiny devices about the size of a grain of rice which can be read remotely without being visible to the device which reads them. The RFID is a passive device, and this concept does not involve any AI. Later technologies like near-field communication, NFC, were developed, which allow for two-way data exchange. Android phones have been NFC enabled since 2011, and it powers the Apple Pay system which was launched with the iPhone 6. The IoT is becoming possible because the component parts, sensors, chips, transmitters, batteries, are becoming cheaper and smaller at, yes, an exponential rate. The technology research company Gartner forecast in December 2013 that 26 billion digitally accessible devices would be installed by 2020, a 30-fold increase within a decade. Many of these devices have multiple sensors. Smartphones can have as many as 30 each. Looking further ahead, the internet entrepreneur Mark Andreessen predicts that by 2035, every physical item will have a chip implanted in it. The end state is fairly obvious. Every light, every doorknob will be connected to the internet. Making the environment intelligible offers tremendous opportunities. A bridge, building, plane, car, or refrigerator with embedded sensors can let you know when a key component is about to fail, enabling it to be replaced safely without the loss of convenience, money, or life which unforeseen failure might have caused. This is known as condition-based maintenance, or predictive maintenance, and is being pioneered with encouraging results by MTR Corporation, which runs Hong Kong's urban transit network. The IoT will improve energy efficiency across the economy, as the heating or cooling of buildings and vehicles can be regulated according to their precise temperature, humidity, etc., and the number and needs of the people and equipment using them. Since its launch in 1990, the World Wide Web has rendered our lives immeasurably easier by placing information at our fingertips. The IoT will take that process an important stage further by dramatically improving the amount and quality of information and enabling us to control many aspects of our environment. You'll be able to find out instantaneously the location and price of any item you want to buy. You will know the whereabouts and welfare of all your family and friends, assuming they don't mind, and the location of all your property. No more lost keys. You will be able to control at a distance the temperature, the volume, the location of things that you own. Your own health indicators can be made available to anyone you choose, which will certainly save many lives. Like any powerful technology, the IoT will raise concerns, particularly about privacy and security, and we will return to these later. It will also need a set of standards so that all those semi-intelligent chairs and cars talk the same language. This may come about through government regulation, industry cooperation, or because one player becomes strong enough to impose its standards on everyone else. Digital assistants. Siri, the digital assistant bundled with more recent releases of the iPhone, is a bit of a joke today. But by 2025, its descendants will be our constant companions, and we will wonder how we ever got along without them. They will be our gateway to the internet, and our invaluable assistants as we navigate our way through the world. The competition to provide the most useful digital assistant is warm and getting warmer. Siri was the first entrant, but many people think Google's equivalent for Android phones is currently better. Microsoft has Cortana, and Amazon has Echo, which operates from an always-on, fixed location device rather than a mobile. Facebook is better on a mixture of AI and human intelligence with its contender, M. There are also numerous smaller players, of which perhaps the most interesting is Viv, from the Latin for life, a system developed by the original creators of Siri. They span Siri out of a DARPA-funded research project, taking the name from Sigrid, a Scandinavian word meaning both victory and beauty, and sold it to Steve Jobs in 2011. Artificial intelligences will govern most things in our environment, and something like Siri will be our intermediary, negotiating with and filtering out most of the Internet of Things. Although we may not notice it, this will be a blessed relief. Imagine having to negotiate a world where every AI-enabled device has direct access to you, with every chair and handrail pitching their virtues to you, and every shop screaming at you to buy something. This dystopia was captured in the famous shopping mall scene from the 2002 film Minority Report, and more laconically in Douglas Adams' peerless Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, where the corporation that produces the eponymous guide has installed talking lifts, known as Happy Vertical People Transports. They are extremely irritating. Friends? What generic name will be adopted for these assistants? Most of the essential tools which we use every day have one-syllable names, like phone, car, boat, bike, plane, chair, stove, fridge, bed, gun. Those which have two syllables are often elided or rhyming, like iron and hi-fi. A few, like Hoover, are named after the person or company who made the first successful version. As yet, we have no short name for our digital assistants. Digital Personal Assistant and Virtual Personal Assistant both capture the meaning, but are hopelessly unwieldy. Maybe we'll initialize them like TVs and call them DAs, DPAs, or VPAs. Or maybe we'll use the brand name of one of the early leaders and call them all Siris. Google's chairman Eric Schmidt came up with the interesting idea that we'll find ways to name them after ourselves, and his would be called Not Eric. Perhaps, and this is my favorite, we'll just call them our friends. Wearables, Insidables. At the moment, the vessel which transports the primitive forebears of these essential guides is the smartphone, but that is merely a temporary embodiment. We will surely progress from portables to wearables, Apple Watch, Google Glass, smart contact lenses, and eventually to insidables, sophisticated chips that we carry around inside our bodies. You doubt that Google Glass will make a comeback? The value of a head-up display where the information you want is displayed in your normal field of vision is enormous. That's why the U.S. military is happy to pay $500,000 for each head-up display helmet used by its fighter aircraft pilots. Apple Watch has been successful because some people will pay good money to simply raise their wrist rather than go to all the bother of pulling their smartphone out of their pocket. How much better to have that hunger for the latest bit of gossip sated, and that essential flow of information about your environment displayed right in front of your eyes with no effort whatsoever. With regard to insidables, the technology to enable a chip implanted inside you to project imagery into your field of vision is far ahead of where we are now. But it is the next logical step in the process after wearables, and with key aspects of technology advancing at an exponential rate, it would be foolish to write it off. Screens will be everywhere by this time, of course. On tables, walls both interior and exterior, on the backs of lorries so you can see what is ahead of them. But we will want to carry our own screens around with us, not least because we won't always want other people to see what we're looking at. We will probably also need to invent a new type of interface to enable us to communicate with our digital assistants. The 2013 movie Her is one of Hollywood's most intelligent treatments of advanced artificial intelligence. I realize that isn't saying much, but Hollywood does frame the way many of us think about future technologies. The essence of the plot is that the hero falls in love with his digital assistant, with intriguing consequences. Although he uses keyboards occasionally, most of the time they communicate verbally. There will be times when we want to communicate with our friends without making a sound. Portable QWERTY keyboards will not suffice, and virtual hologram keyboards may take too long to arrive, and they may feel too weird to use even if and when they do arrive. Communication via brain-computer interfaces will take still longer to become feasible, so perhaps we will all have to learn a new interface, maybe a one-handed device looking something like an ocarina. Another way we may communicate with our friends, and indeed with many of the newly intelligible objects in the Internet of Things, is radar. In May 2015, Google posted a video to introduce Soli, a project which embeds a sophisticated radar sensor in a tiny chip. It uses no lenses, and there is nothing to break. It generates a virtual tool in the space above or in front of itself, a way to interpret human intent by tracking the tiniest motion of the human hand and fingers. Soli generates virtual representations of controls we are all familiar with, such as volume knobs, on-off buttons, and sliders. Doing business with friends. Friends will be very big business, and the evolution of their industry will be fascinating. Will it turn out to be a natural monopoly, where the winner takes all? If so, the winner will find itself the subject of intense regulatory scrutiny, and probably of moves to break it up or take it into public ownership. Or there will be a small number of immensely powerful contenders, as in the smartphone platform business, where Apple and Android have the field almost to themselves. Will we all choose one brand of friend at an early age, or during adolescence, and stick with it for life, as many people do with smartphones? Doubtless the platform providers will seek to lock us into that kind of loyal behavior. Or will we be promiscuous, hopping from one provider to the next as they jostle and elbow each other, taking turns to launch the latest, most sophisticated software? Robots. The final round of the DARPA Robotics Challenge in June 2015 could have been a triumphal display of engineering prowess and the potency of artificial intelligence. For what are robots but the peripherals of AI systems, just as mouses and keyboards are the peripherals of PCs? Instead, as we noted above, it was a sad affair, with the winning machine taking nearly 45 minutes to complete a series of 8 tasks that a toddler could accomplish in 10 minutes. Moreover, the tasks had already been scaled down from the initial target set in 2012 when it became obvious that none of the teams were going to be able to achieve them. But remember the progress in self-driving cars provoked by the DARPA Grand Challenge? In the initial event in 2004, the winning car drove just 7 of the 150 miles of the track before crashing. A dozen years later, self-driving cars are demonstrably superior to human drivers in almost all circumstances, and they are closing the remaining gap fast. As far as robotics is concerned, we are at 2004 again. And don't forget the power of exponential improvement. In Chapter 2.3, we met Baxter, a new generation of industrial robot which is beginning to demonstrate that robots can be flexible, adaptable, and easy to instruct in new tasks. Research teams around the world are teaching robots to do intricate tasks. In October 2015, a consortium of Japanese companies unveiled the Laundroid, a robot capable of folding a shirt in 4 minutes. Meanwhile, at the University of California, a team developing the Berkeley robot for the elimination of tedious tasks, Brett, spent 7 years reducing the time to fold a towel from 20 minutes to 1.5 minutes. So, robots can fold towels, slowly, but it will be a few years before they can carry out efficiently all the tasks that a hotel chambermaid does. What they can already do, however, is automate many of the individual tasks that chambermaids carry out. Half a dozen big-name hotels in California are experimenting with robots that deliver towels and other items to guests' rooms on demand. Apparently, toothpaste is the most often requested item, presumably to keep all those perfect Hollywood teeth sparkling. In mid-2015, a team at University of California, Berkeley announced that by applying deep learning to the problem, they could get robots to screw tops onto bottles and remove nails from wood with a claw hammer, and do so with approximately the same speed and dexterity of a human. Researchers are trying out different ways to improve robot performance. Teams at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh and at Google are getting robots to learn about their physical environment by having them simply prod, poke, grasp, and push objects around on a tabletop, in much the same way that a human child learns about the physical world. Having collected a large data set from this activity, the systems turn out to be better at recognizing images from the ImageNet database than systems which have not had the physical training. Google's Robot Army, the dog that didn't bark. In late 2013, Google announced the purchase of no fewer than 8 robotics companies. Since you ask, they are Boston Dynamics, purveyor of the famous Big Dog and Atlas models, Bot and Dolly, Mecha, Holomni, Shaft, Redwood, Industrial Perception, and Autofuss. Google also announced that the new division which owned them would be run by Andy Rubin, who created a huge global business with the Android phone platform. A year later, in October 2014, Andy Rubin left Google to found a technology startup incubator, which prompted observers to remark that Google had been surprisingly quiet about its collection of robot makers. In early 2016, rumors spread that Google was considering selling Boston Dynamics, the creator of Big Dog and Atlas, 2 of the world's most impressive robots. Google is an experienced acquirer of companies. By the end of 2014, it had acquired 170 of them, and it expects them to make an impact. The hurdle for potential acquisition targets is the toothbrush test, meaning that their services must be potentially useful to most people once or twice every day. Sooner or later, its robotic companies will impress us. Complicated relationships. It is going to take us humans a while to get used to having robots around. A French company called Aldebaran, which is owned by Japanese firm SoftBank, manufactures a robot called PÖTTÖR. 120 centimeters tall and costing around $1,200, they have limited ability to read human emotions and respond appropriately. They have proved extremely popular in Japan, with 4 batches of 1,000 selling out in less than a minute when they went on sale in September 2015. The response to PÖTTÖR has not been straightforward, however. The manufacturer felt obliged to outlaw any attempt to engage in sex with the robot, and a Japanese man was prosecuted for assaulting one when drunk. A robot called HÄRRY managed to cross Canada from coast to coast in 2015, but was attacked and decapitated in Philadelphia when it tried to repeat the performance in the U.S. More robots, androids, drones, and exoskeletons. It is not clear that robots need to resemble humans closely to perform their tasks, but that doesn't stop researchers from trying to make them. Robots with human appearance used to be what the word android meant before Google appropriated it for phone software. We are probably quite a few years away from having robots with the verisimilitude of the ones in the film Ex Machina, or the TV series Humans, for example. Nadine is a state-of-the-art prototype working as a receptionist at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. It is humanoid, but doesn't fool anyone who takes a second glance. Modeled on its inventor, Professor Nadine Tallman, it cannot walk, but it can smile, turn its head, and shake your hand. Its voice is powered by an AI similar to Siri. Most robots will probably be special-purpose devices, constructed to carry out a very specific task. An example is the GrillBot, a robot the size of a table tennis bat which cleans your barbecue grill, and is otherwise entirely useless. Another form of robot which is taking off fast is drones, flying machines that can be controlled remotely or autonomously. They have a wide range of applications, including taking surreptitious photos of celebrities, taking selfies for life-vlogging millennials, and delivering parcels for Amazon. They represent a serious challenge for regulators concerned about the impact on more established forms of aircraft. These challenges cannot be dismissed or regulated away. Internet-connected drones with powerful sensors and computers on board are quickly becoming essential tools for companies in the utilities and engineering industries, as well as government agencies. Some people argue that exoskeletons are wearable robots. Whether or not this is semantically correct, they will certainly enable one human to do the work of several. At the moment, leading companies in the space like Exobionics are focusing on patient rehabilitation systems. But before long, similar equipment will be available for people carrying out physically demanding tasks in the military, manufacturing, and distribution. Virtual reality. During 2014, many people got their first taste of virtual reality, VR, from Google Cardboard, an ingenious way to let smartphones introduce us to this extraordinary technology. 2016 is widely expected to be the year that VR really takes off, as Facebook's Oculus VR launches Rift, the first VR equipment for consumers that offers high-definition visuals and no latency. Latency is a failure of synchronization between the stimuli from different sources reaching the brain. If your visual experience is out of sync with your other senses, your brain gets confused and unhappy, and can make you feel surprisingly sick. When VR is effective, it is surprisingly powerful. When the sense data being received by the brain becomes sufficiently realistic, the brain flips and decides that the illusion being presented is the reality. Google is not giving up on smartphone-based VR. Having sold more than 5 million of the cardboard units, it plans to launch a more robust plastic version in 2016, with better sensors and lenses. It will remain considerably cheaper than the Oculus Rift, which will cost hundreds of dollars. Augmented reality, AR, is similar to VR, except that it is overlaid on your perception of the real world rather than replacing it. It can make elephants swim through the air in front of you, or plant a skyscraper in your back garden. This is handy if you want to remain alert to the threat from dogs and potholes while you are hallucinating swimming elephants. Microsoft's HoloLens is the best-known AR brand to date, but great things are expected from a company called Magic Leap, in which Google has a substantial stake. Insofar as there's any debate about whether VR is going to be an important development, it's between those who think it's going to be huge and those who think it's going to change everything. Gartner expects 2 million VR headsets will be sold in 2016, with the volume increasing thereafter, you guessed it, exponentially. DigiCapital, a specialist consultancy, expects VR and AR sales to reach $150 billion within 5 years. It expects AR to account for 80% of that revenue. And these are just the projections for the early years. Gartner expects the VR industry will take 5 years to achieve mainstream adoption. DigiCapital's $150 billion figure includes software as well as hardware. Goldman Sachs, a bank not given to hyperbole, expects hardware sales alone to reach $80 billion in a decade. Interestingly, they expect less than half of that to come from gaming and films, with the rest coming from commercial and professional applications. Applications of VR and AR. The biggest application in the short term is expected to be video games, which is no small playing field since gaming has for some time rivaled Hollywood for leadership in global sales of packaged entertainment. Judging by the content already being made available for Google Cardboard, people also enjoy ersatz travel and adventurous experiences. VR versions of Google Street View let you wander around Manhattan until the latency makes you ill, and other developers offer you roller coaster rides and adventure sports from skiing to hang gliding. In the longer term, the potential applications are bewildering. Without ever leaving our armchairs, we may soon be able to enjoy such realistic simulations of events like sports matches and music concerts that many people will question the value of struggling with transport and crowds to attend the real thing. Of course, the crowd has a lot to do with making the event exciting in the first place, so the organizers of VR events will want to find a way to recreate the effect of being in a crowd. Except that you'll be able to sit next to your friend, who happens to be in a VR rig a couple of continents away at the time. Education and informal learning is also likely to experience a VR revolution. How much more compelling would it be to learn about Napoleon by experiencing the Battle of Waterloo than by reading about it or listening to a lecturer describe it? How much easier would it be for a teacher to explain the molecular structure of alcohol by escorting her pupils around a VR model of it? Businesses will find many uses for VR, and because they often have larger budgets than consumers and educational institutions, they may sponsor the creation of the most cutting-edge applications. Computer-aided design environments will become startling places to work, for instance, allowing architects, designers, and clients to explore and discuss buildings in great detail before ground is broken. And who knows what uses the military will find for VR? One frightening thought is that VR could become a powerful and truly terrifying instrument of torture. Telecommunication will also be taken to a new level. Although audio-only phone calls are still predominant, good video conferencing facilities add enormously to the effectiveness of a long-distance conversation, and the additional step of feeling present in the same space will improve the experience again. Anything which involves your relocation in time or space should be fertile ground for VR. On the other hand, it is not yet clear whether VR will turn out to be a good medium for movies. In a film, the director wants to direct your attention, and it isn't helpful if half the audience is busy gawping at images or events 180 degrees removed from the focus of the action. Cynics will point out that new media, TV, video, the internet were all new media in their early days, are established only when users have found ways to apply them to porn, gambling, and then sport. No doubt VR will make its contribution to these areas of human activity, but I'm not going to get sucked into a discussion of what could be achieved with haptic suits, clothing which allows users to experience sensations of heat and touch initiated remotely by someone else. The death of geography has been declared numerous times, but despite the rise of telephony, digitization, and globalization, business and leisure travel just keeps on growing. Could the sense of genuine presence which good VR confers really make the old chestnut come true? Will talent continue to be drawn into the world's major cities, or will VR puncture their inflated real estate prices and smear humanity more evenly across the planet? Maybe virtual reality can render scarcity less valuable and less problematic. In the real world, not everyone can live in a beautiful house on a palm-fringed beach, drive an Aston Martin, and be greeted by a Vermeer as they enter their living room. With virtual reality, everyone can, to a fair degree of verisimilitude. As we will see in Chapter 5, this might turn out to be extremely important for our overall well-being as a species. The World Wide Web has given us something like omniscience, and virtual reality looks set to give us something like omnipresence. Perhaps all we need now is a technology to give us something like omnipotence. Related concerns. Powerful new technologies can produce great benefits, but they can often produce great harm. There are 4 serious concerns about the technologies we have just reviewed: privacy, security, isolation, and inequality. Privacy. AI runs on big data, and the Internet of Things will generate it by the bathful. In an intelligent environment, the whereabouts of every citizen is easy to establish, along with who they have met and very possibly what they have discussed. Many people are understandably concerned about this information being used and misused by all sorts of organizations, including, depending on their political persuasion, governments, corporations, pressure groups, and resourceful individuals, such as jealous spouses. As one group of activists put it, the net is closing around us, and we are increasingly transparent to organizations which are increasingly opaque to us. Law enforcement is where we would expect to find the cutting-edge uses of this technology. A company called Intrado provides an AI scoring system to the police in Fresno, California. When an emergency call names a suspect or a house, the police can score the danger level of the person or the location and tailor their response accordingly. Optimists would say this is an excellent way to deploy scarce resources. Pessimists would reply that Big Brother has arrived. Others hope that we can retaliate against this kind of surveillance on steroids with surveillance. With cameras ubiquitous, including on drones, the actions of those in authority are constrained because they know that their actions are observed and recorded by members of the public. This is already happening with law enforcement, with police officers in the U.S. being prosecuted for harassment in situations where they would previously have been immune from oversight. Some authorities are actively embracing this development, with police officers being required to wear cameras at all times in order to preempt false allegations. With cameras on drones, the reach of civilian oversight can be extended so far that some are calling it Little Brother. With the watchers being watched, we may arrive at a balance called covalence. The arms race over data will continue between governments, large organizations, and the rest of us. Hollywood loves the trope of the socially dysfunctional hacker who is smarter, more up-to-date, and more motivated than her opposite numbers in the civil service. But perhaps we should not be comforted by that idea. When forced to choose between privacy and opportunity to share, we generally choose to share. We leave a trail of digital breadcrumbs wherever we go, both in the real world and online, and most of us are careless about it. In part, this is because many of us feel that we have nothing to worry about because we have nothing to hide. But there is a chilling effect on free speech if we start to censor ourselves because we want to stay that way. We might think twice before entering a certain term into a search engine, or hesitate before making friends with someone who is overtly countercultural. Recent research shows that we self-censor when we are aware of the possibility that we are being surveilled, even when we know we are saying and writing nothing illegal. In 2015, the Chinese government provided a chilling demonstration of where this could lead. It is building a social credit database of all citizens, which ranks them according to their trustworthiness. In a frightening extension of credit scoring systems, the database will incorporate all the financial and behavioral information the government can accumulate, and distill it into a single number, ranging from 350 to 950. A score above 600 qualifies a citizen for an instant loan worth $800. At 650, you can rent a car without leaving a deposit. At 700, you are fast-tracked for a Singapore travel permit. Important jobs will require high scores. Citizens will earn demerits for reprehensible shopping habits, too many video games, too much wine, and merits for socially responsible actions like reporting bad behavior by others. A particularly scary aspect of the system is that people receive demerits if their friends on social media are marked down. The system will be compulsory for every Chinese citizen in 2020, and until then, 8 pilots are being run by Chinese companies, including Sesame Credit, the financial wing of Alibaba, which is China's version of Amazon. The U.S. Civil Liberties Pressure Group, ACLU, thinks China's nightmarish citizen scores are a warning for Americans. There are consistent gravitational pulls toward this kind of behavior on the part of many public and private U.S. bureaucracies, and a very real danger that many of the dynamics we see in the Chinese system will emerge here over time. Big data and AI could enable governments to build apparatus of control which would make Big Brother in George Orwell's 1984 look amateurish. You're not necessarily safe from this prospect just because you live in a multi-party democracy. In April 2014, Nicole McCullough and Julia Cordray founded People, an app which will enable people to rate each other according to their courtesy and helpfulness. Originally conceived as a way to improve behaviors, it was widely criticized as likely to become a medium for personal attack and bullying. The founders responded by changing the rules so that subjects would have a veto over any comments made about them on the site, although they left open the possibility that users who pay extra could see uncensored inputs. Clearly, we still have much to learn about how to conduct ourselves individually and collectively in the new world of data tsunamis and massive analytic horsepower. Researchers at Google and Microsoft are experimenting with promising approaches to squaring the circle of protecting privacy while sharing data. Working with Cornell University in New York, Google is trying to enable groups of organizations, for example hospitals, to train deep learning algorithms on their own separate data files and then share the outputs of the trained data. They have found that this can work almost as well as combining all the data into one file and using that to train the algorithm. Microsoft is using a technique called homophoric encryption to perform analysis on data which is encrypted. It yields encrypted results, which can then be decrypted without the sensitive data ever having been available to the analysts in unencrypted form. Security. In his book, Future Crimes, security expert Mark Goodman sets out in detail how criminals, governments, and organizations use the swelling oceans of data being transmitted about us to steal from us and manipulate us. Cybercrime is probably the fastest growing type of crime all over the world. Much of it goes undetected, and much of what is detected goes unsolved. Another growing concern about hacking is sabotage. As the Internet of Things is built out and more of our vehicles, buildings, and appliances rely on artificial intelligence, the problems that can be caused if their control systems are hacked increase in significance. The possibility of a hacker gaining control of every self-driving car in a city and making them all turn left at the same moment is frightening. Programmers say that there is no such thing as 100% security. IT systems are designed by humans and we are fallible. They are also increasingly opaque and hard to debug. An optimist would say that although complex, well-defended systems come under frequent attack, and they are rarely successfully hacked. No hacker has yet launched a U.S. nuclear missile, although of course that doesn't mean that it will never happen. Eternal vigilance is the price we must pay to avoid disaster, and we are not practicing it at the moment. Many of us are lax about safeguarding our internet passwords, and many companies' security arrangements also fall far short of best practice. Policemen say that when they are pursuing a criminal, the criminal needs to be lucky all the time, whereas the police only need to get lucky once. But when the criminals are on the offensive, looking for security gaps, the boot is on the other foot. Inequality. Every time a new technology is launched, people worry that only the rich will have access to it, and there will be a digital divide separating the haves and the have-nots. The life experiences and opportunities of the wealthy will diverge unacceptably from those of the rest of us. So far, while not groundless, this fear has been exaggerated. It is true that in recent years the super rich have gained more income and wealth than anyone else in most developed economies, and we're not talking about the 1% here, but the 0.01%. Meanwhile, there are people who struggle to afford what many would consider the basic necessities of life, although the definition of basic necessity varies greatly between developed countries and elsewhere in the world. It is also true that the disparity of income between average people in rich countries and average people in the poorest countries is enormous. This disparity, however, is shrinking, and those in America and Europe who protest about the obscene wealth of the 1% in their own countries seem curiously untroubled by the fact that they themselves are often among the richest 1% of the world's population. The new technologies which have emerged during the various stages of the Industrial Revolution have become available to most people in developed economies not long after they were invented. The car, the refrigerator, the washing machine, the TV, the home computer, the smartphone, all have gone through the same cycle. An expensive first version is launched which can be afforded only by the wealthy. It doesn't work very well, and is at least in part a status symbol. Very quickly, the technology improves and the price falls, and pretty soon the great majority of us have one. Next in line for this cycle is virtual reality headgear. The reason for this is simple economics. Companies make far more money by selling lots of cheap smartphones, for instance, to everyone than by selling a few very expensive ones to the wealthy elite. And in a competitive economy, even if the first company to market is happy to make its money by scalping the rich, other companies will quickly come along to raise the quality and reduce the price. There is no fridge divide. Why should there be a digital divide? I said this fear was exaggerated so far. In Chapter 5, we will see that there may be more grounds for concern in the not-too-distant future. Isolation. Parents have long fretted about their teenage children spending long hours in antisocial isolation hunched over a video game console. Wishing their kids would go outside and kick a ball around instead, they have agonized over a series of scares about the ill effects of video games, which allegedly makes kids violent, stops them developing social skills, renders them vulnerable to legions of grooming molesters, and gives them impossibly short attention spans. And the blue light of the screen disrupts their sleep. Meanwhile, the Flynn effect describes the finding that IQ levels are increasing steadily each generation, which should not be surprising when you consider the general trends toward less smoking, less drinking, better central heating, better food, and better health care, and the fact that we are continually learning more about what works in education and what does not. Humans are intensely social creatures that need to belong to a tribe, to be accepted by it, and perhaps to climb its hierarchy, is programmed deeply into us. Working together in tribes is how we survived in the savannah, surrounded by animals which were stronger and faster, with bigger teeth. Individuals who were cast out of their tribe quickly joined another one, or, more likely, got eaten. It would be amazing if in a single bound, one generation of teenagers suddenly freed themselves from this evolutionary programming and isolated themselves in solitary pursuits. And indeed they haven't. The most popular video games are those which people can play together and incorporate into their social bonding activities. For teenagers, these activities are just as important as they ever were, and of course it is no less important that their parents be at least slightly appalled by them. Of course, if and when the day comes when people can plug into utterly compelling virtual reality worlds through a direct neural link and effectively disappear into the Matrix, things may be different. But unless we have altered our cognitive makeup dramatically by then, my hunch is that we will find a way to make the Matrix social too. We have explored the state-of-the-art in artificial intelligence and peered into its likely future, along with related technologies that it drives and will be affected by. We have considered what people do at work. Now it is time to think about the kinds of jobs which will be automated by these technologies. We'll start with driving. 3.8. The poster child for technological unemployment. Self-driving vehicles. Why? The case for introducing self-driving cars is simple and overwhelming. Around the world, human drivers kill 1.2 million people a year and injure a further 20 to 50 million. Road traffic accidents are the leading cause of death for people aged 15 to 29. and they cost middle-income countries around 2% of their GDP, amounting to $100 billion a year. 90% of these accidents are caused by human error. Humans become tired, angry, drunk, sick, distracted, or just plain inattentive. Machines don't, so they don't cause accidents. To paraphrase Agent Smith in The Matrix, we are sending humans to do a machine's job. There is also the wasted time and frustration. We all know that driving can be fun, but not when you're stuck in traffic, perhaps because one of your fellow humans has caused an accident. On average, American commuters spend the equivalent of a full working week stuck in traffic every year. Twice that much if they are lucky enough to work in San Francisco or Los Angeles. We drive rather than use public transport because there is no appropriate public transport available, or sometimes because we prefer traveling in our own space. Self-driving cars could give us the best of both worlds, allowing us to read, sleep, watch video, or chat as we travel. Finally, self-driving cars will enable us to use our environments more sensibly, especially our cities. Most cars spend 95% of their time parked. This is a waste of an expensive asset, and a waste of the land they occupy while sitting idle. We will consider later how far self-driving cars could alleviate this problem. To autonomy and beyond. Self-driving cars, like our artificially intelligent digital assistants, are still waiting to receive their generic name. Self-driving cars is the name we are stuck with for the time being, but it is all clunk and no click. At the end of the 19th century, it was becoming obvious that horseless carriages were here to stay, and needed a shorter name. The Times newspaper adopted autocar, but the Electrical Engineer magazine objected that it muddled Greek, auto, with Latin, car. It argued instead for the etymologically pure motor car. Perhaps we will contract the phrase autonomous vehicle and call them autos. Some people are going to hate self-driving cars, whatever they are called. Petrol heads like Jeremy Clarkson are unlikely to be enthusiastic about the objects of their devotion being replaced by machines with all the romance of a horizontal elevator. Some people are already describing a person who has been relegated from driver to chaperone as a meat puppet. The U.S. Department of Transport draws a distinction between partly autonomous cars and fully self-driving cars. The former still have steering wheels and require a human driver to take over when they encounter a tricky situation. Self-driving cars, by contrast, are fully independent, and the steering wheel has been removed to save space. Autonomous cars will probably be merely a staging post en route to the completely self-driving variety. In fact, the US DOT grades cars on a scale from L0, where the driver does everything, to L4, where the car does everything. Google's initial idea was that the first self-driving cars in general use would be L3, meaning that the human driver should be ready to take over at a moment's notice if anything went wrong, just as airplane autopilots are. But the technology proved so reliable that its test drivers became complacent and engaged in silly behavior. For instance, one turned round to look for a laptop in the back seat when the car was going 65 miles per hour. This experience persuaded Google to advocate immediate adoption of L4. The state of the art. Self-driving cars have come a long way since 2004, when the Humvee Sandstorm got stuck on a rock 7 miles into the first DARPA Grand Challenge. But they are not perfect yet. They struggle with heavy rain or snow. They can get confused by potholes or debris obstructing the road, and they cannot always discern between a pedestrian and a policeman indicating for the vehicle to stop. A self-driving car, which traveled 3,400 miles from San Francisco to New York in March 2015, did 99% of the driving itself. But that means it had to hand over to human occupants for 1% of the journey. With many technology projects, resolving the last few issues is more difficult than the bulk of the project. Edge cases are the acid test. Nevertheless, those edge cases are being tackled and will be resolved. It is well known that Google's self-driving cars have traveled well over 1 million miles in California without causing a significant accident. But what is less well known is that the cars also drive millions of miles every day in simulators. Chris Urmson, head of the Google project, expects self-driving cars to be in general use by 2020. Skeptics point out that Google's self-driving cars depend on detailed maps, but producing maps for the roads outside California doesn't sound like an insurmountable obstacle. And in any case, systems like SegNet from Cambridge University enable cars to produce maps on the fly. A fully autonomous bus made in France has been serving the center of the Greek city of Trikala since February 2015. It travels at a top speed of 20 miles an hour along a predetermined route, which is also used by pedestrians, cyclists, and cars. In December 2015, Bloomberg reported that Google was preparing to move its self-driving cars unit from its Google X research arm to become a standalone business unit within the Alphabet holding company. At the same time, Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, remarked that he was revising his estimate of the time when fully automated cars would be available from 3 years down to 2. In January 2016, he announced that within about 2 years, Tesla owners would be able to summon their driverless car from New York to pick them up in Los Angeles. He claimed that Tesla cars are already better drivers than humans. In April 2016, he went further, claiming that Tesla's autopilot system was already reducing the number of accidents by 50%, where an accident meant an incident where an airbag was deployed. Ford reported success in January 2016 with tests of its self-driving car in snowy conditions. Unable to determine its location by the obscured road markings, it navigates by using buildings and other above-ground features. In May 2016, an executive in Ford's autonomous vehicle team estimated that the remaining technological hurdles would be overcome within 5 years, although adoption would of course take longer. He said the amount of computing power each car currently required was about the equivalent of 5 decent laptops. At the time of this writing, the only accident which a Google self-driving car might be blamed for happened in February 2016. The car was trying to merge into a line of traffic and expected that a bus, which was approaching from behind, would give way. It didn't. The car was traveling at 2 miles an hour and no one was hurt, so no police report was filed to attribute blame officially. The bus driver has declined to comment. Of course, just because a product becomes available, that doesn't mean it will be bought. Still less that it will comprehensively replace the existing population of products that it is designed to supplant. The rate at which that happens, if it happens at all, depends on a host of factors including regulation, price, design, service support, promotion and PR, and the length of the replacement and upgrade cycle for the product category. Regulation is an important consideration. Google was disappointed when California's Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV, proposed new rules for self-driving cars in December 2015, which banned vehicles which lacked the capacity for a human to take control. In theory, uncooperative regulators could slow or even stop the arrival of self-driving cars, and there will be powerful lobbies pressing for this. But they can only succeed if all regulators everywhere agree and work together, and that will not happen, even within the US, never mind globally. In 2015, Google expanded its test driving program beyond Silicon Valley to Austin, Texas, where the authorities welcomed the tech giant's research money and prestige. In 2016, it added 2 more cities, Kirkland in Washington and Phoenix in Arizona. Several European countries, including the UK, are keen to burnish their credentials as leaders in what will undoubtedly be a massive new industry. The impact on cities. Enthusiasts for self-driving cars sometimes paint a utopian picture of cities where almost no one owns a car because communally owned taxis are patrolling the streets intelligently, anticipating our requirements and responding immediately to our summons. Whereas today, our cars sit idle 95% of the time, squatting like polluting toads on vast acres of city land. In this bright tomorrow, they are used efficiently, and the land given over to parking can be returned to pedestrians in useful buildings. Traffic flows smoothly because the cars are in constant communication with each other. They don't bunch into jerky waves, and they don't need to stop at intersections. This is almost certainly an exaggeration. There will still be peak times for journeys, so even if most journeys are undertaken in communal cars, Many of them will be parked up during off-peak hours, and traffic will still have to halt at intersections every now and then if pedestrians are ever going to be able to cross the road. Not every pedestrian crossing can have a bridge or an underpass. Nevertheless, machine-driven cars will be more efficient consumers of road space than human drivers. Traffic conditions are not fixed fates which once imposed can never improve. A congestion charge has significantly reduced traffic flows in London, and the switch to almost silent hybrid taxis has made walking the streets of Manhattan an even better experience than it used to be. In any case, more efficient road use is not required to justify the introduction of self-driving cars. The horrendous death and injury toll imposed by human drivers is sufficient, together with the liberation from the boredom and the waste of time caused by commuting. Detroit's response. The car manufacturing industry first experimented with self-driving cars decades ago. From 1987 to 1995, the European Union spent $750 million with Daimler-Benz and others on the Prometheus project, the program for a European traffic of highest efficiency and unprecedented safety. There were some impressive technical achievements, but ultimately the project faded. Fortunately, among other things, we have gotten better at devising acronyms since then. The automotive industry's response to the implicit challenge from Google and others has been slow and piecemeal. In part, this is because the car industry thinks in 7-year product cycles, while the technology industry thinks in 1-year cycles at most. Most of the large car companies seem convinced that self-driving technology will be introduced gradually over many years, with adaptive cruise control and assisted parking bedding in during the lifetime of one model, and assisted overtaking being introduced gradually with the next model, and so on. This is far too slow for the tech titans of Silicon Valley. Google, Tesla, Uber, and others are racing towards full automation as soon as it can be safely introduced. If Detroit does not join in, it may find itself displaced. In the closing months of 2015, Detroit and its rivals seemed to wake up. Toyota announced a 5-year, $1 billion investment in Silicon Valley. Ford announced a JV with Google, and BMW's head of R&D declared that in 5 years, his division had to transition from a department of a mechanical engineering company to a department of a tech company. It remains to be seen whether Google will seek to be a supplier of artificial intelligence functionality to a robust and healthy automotive industry, or whether it will follow Tesla's example and lead the car industry by competing with it. Meanwhile, there are persistent rumors that Apple wants to become a car company too. Other affected industries. Automotive cover represents 30% of the insurance industry, so a shift to self-driving cars will have a major impact on that industry. The most obvious effect should be a sharp reduction in payouts because there will be far fewer accidents. This, in turn, should mean far lower premiums. Bad news for the insurance companies, good news for the rest of us. Who will take out the insurance policy? When humans drive cars, we blame them for any accidents, so they pay for the insurance. When machines drive, does the buck stop with the human owner of the vehicle, the vendor of the self-driving AI system, or the programmer who wrote its code? If the insured parties are Google and a handful of massive competitors, then the negotiating position of the insurance companies will deteriorate sharply from the present situation where they are negotiating with you and me. Warren Buffett ascribed some of his enormous success as the world's best-known investor to his decision to avoid areas he does not understand, including industries based on IT. He has massive holdings in the insurance industry. Unfortunately for him, software is eating the world, and a large chunk of the insurance industry is about to be engulfed in rapid technological change. Buffett acknowledges that when self-driving cars are established, the insurance industry will look very different, almost certainly with fewer and smaller players. It is very hard to say which of today's players will be the winners and losers. The law of unintended consequences means that we cannot say how the insurance risks will change. Let's hope this never happens, but what if a bug, or a hacker, caused every vehicle in a particular city to turn left suddenly, all at the same time? How does an insurance company estimate the probability of such an event and price it? Important issues like this, and the ethical questions we will discuss below, will slow down the introduction of self-driving cars, but they will not stop. They are capable of resolution, just as we resolved questions about who would build the roads and who would have the right-of-way in different traffic situations in the decades after the first cars appeared. People working in insurance companies will certainly not be the only ones affected by the move to self-driving cars. Machines will presumably be programmed not to violate local parking restrictions. That will remove a significant source of income from local authorities. Parking charges generate well over $300 million a year for the city government of Los Angeles. Automotive repair shops will still be needed, but their business will shrink as it becomes restricted to maintenance and repairs necessitated by age rather than accidents. Happily, something similar can be said of doctors and nurses. Programming ethics. Your self-driving car is traveling down the road minding its own business when a child, unpredictably, dashes across the street ahead of you. Calculating at superhuman speed, it analyzes the only three available options: maintain direction, turn right, or turn left. Even though it has already applied the brakes far quicker than any human could have, it forecasts, correctly of course, that these options will result in the death, respectively, of the child, of an innocent adult bystander, or of you, its passenger. Which option should it select? The question will have been answered in advance, even if only by default. With grim humor, some have suggested that the answer will vary by car. Perhaps a Rolls-Royce will always choose to preserve its owner, while a Lada may accord its passenger less respect. What is happening here is the extension of human control over the world, the arrival of choice. Today, 27% of the victims of accidents are pedestrians and cyclists. What happens to them and the drivers of the cars which hit them is currently decided by the skill of the driver and blind chance. In the future, we will have the power to affect it, and with increased power comes increased responsibility. Driving jobs. Clearly, the self-driving vehicles will have a huge impact on society, sometimes in surprising ways. What impact will they have on employment? Are they indeed the poster child for technological unemployment? There are 3.5 million truck drivers in the U.S. alone, 650,000 bus drivers, and 230,000 taxi drivers. How many of these jobs will be lost to machines? It seems inevitable that machines will drive commercial vehicles. Articulated lorries are driven by professional drivers whose backgrounds are checked and whose working hours and conditions are regulated. They cause fewer accidents per mile driven than cars owned by the likes of you and me. But because they are heavier, when they are involved in accidents, they cause much more damage to life and property. It is inconceivable that we will continue to allow humans to do this job for which machines are clearly better suited. But driving is not the whole of the job. The people who drive trucks, delivery vans, buses, and taxis have to deal with the myriad of surprises which are thrown at them by life, which is an untidy business at best. If a consignment of barbed wire falls off the back of a truck in front, they will get out and help. They are also often responsible for loading and unloading their vehicles. Skeptics about technological unemployment could point out that planes have been flying by wire for decades, with human pilots in control for only around 3 minutes of an average commercial flight. We have yet to dispense with these services of human pilots. However, a 747 is very different to a truck traveling down Highway 66. A truck is an expensive vehicle and capable of inflicting severe damage, but commercial planes are on a different scale. They cost many millions of dollars each, and their potential to cause harm was graphically and tragically demonstrated in New York in 2001. Furthermore, those 3 minutes of human control are in part due to the difficulty of resolving the edge cases we discussed before. In road vehicles, if not in planes, we are well on the way towards resolving those. Consider the process of delivering a consignment from a warehouse to a supermarket or other large retail outlet. Amazon's fleet of Kiva robots show that warehouses are well on the way towards automation. The unloading bays at the retail end are also standardized for efficiency. A system which automates the entire unloading process from a truck into the retailer's receiving area is technically feasible today. And with the exponential improvement in robotics and AI, it won't be long before it's economically feasible as well. As we have seen, robots are becoming increasingly flexible, nimble, and adaptable. They can also increasingly be remotely operated. Most of the situations a driver could deal with on the open road will soon be within the capabilities of a robot which does not need sleep, food, or salary. On the rare occasion when human intervention is needed, the gig economy can probably furnish one quickly enough. Once it is economically feasible to replace human drivers with machines, it is a very short step to being economically compelling. Drivers account for 25 to 35% of the cost of a trucking operation. You can't escape the invisible hand of economics for long. In a free market, once one firm replaces its drivers, the rest will have to follow suit or go out of business. Of course, trade unions and sympathetic governments may try to stop the process in some jurisdictions. They may succeed for a while, but only by rendering their industry uneconomic and burdening their customers with unnecessary costs which will damage them in turn. Other governments will take a different approach, and the competitive disadvantage imposed by resistance to change will become apparent. It will not be manifest only in the case of truck drivers, but in all areas of the economy, and regions and countries which do resist will find their living standards declining fast. Over time, it will prove unsustainable. The science fiction writer William Gibson is reported as saying that the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. In the Yandikuchina and Namudi mines in Pilbara, Western Australia, transport operations are now entirely automated, supervised from a center in Perth which is 1,200 miles away. Mining giant Rio Tinto was prompted to take this initiative by economics, the decade-long mining boom caused by China's enormous appetite for raw materials. Drivers earned large salaries in the hazardous and inhospitable environments of these remote mines, which made the investment case for full automation irresistible. The economics are going in the same direction everywhere, fast. The automation of driving will have a major impact on the overall job market. Truck and delivery driver is the most common occupation in 29 U.S. states, 57% of them. It will also have the effect of alerting everyone else to the prospect of widespread technological unemployment. 3.9. Who's next? Low-income jobs. The Frey and Osborne study we looked at in Chapter 3.2 foresaw two waves of automation in the coming decade or two. In the first wave, we find that most workers in transportation and logistics occupations, together with the bulk of office administrative support workers and labor in production occupations, are likely to be substituted by machines. It makes intuitive sense that lower-income jobs would be less cognitively demanding and hence easier to automate. Food service. Automation is not new to the retail industry. Automated teller machines, ATMs, took over the job of dispensing cash in banks years ago, and self-service checkouts are a familiar sight in supermarkets. Neither is it new in food service specifically. Few people in major cities now buy their sandwiches bespoke from a human who prepares their food in front of them. Far more buy their lunch in ready-made packages. Back in 1941, the Automat chain served 500,000 American customers a day, dispensing macaroni and cheese, baked beans, and creamed spinach through cubbyholes with glass doors. The chain declined in the 1970s with the rise of fast food restaurants serving better-tasting food, such as Burger King and, of course, McDonald's. But these chains themselves are now discovering the economic appeal of automation. Chili's Bar and Grill is rolling out a tablet ordering system, and Applebee's began delivering tablets to all its 1,800 restaurants in 2014. There has been heated political debate about whether these and similar initiatives are prompted by increases in minimum wage levels, but the truth is that AI systems and robots are rapidly becoming more efficient at cost levels which humans can never hope to match. Customer preference. Cost saving is not the only reason for this kind of automation. In many situations, humans prefer to transact with machines rather than other humans. It can be less time-consuming and require less effort. It can also make a service available for longer hours, perhaps 24 hours a day. Bank ATMs are the classic example. Another are the automated passport control systems now installed at many airports, which many people opt to use in preference to the manned channels. A report published in April 2015 by Forrester, a technology and market research company, claimed that 75% of procurement professionals and other people buying on behalf of businesses, for instance B2B buyers, prefer to use e-commerce and buy online rather than deal with a human sales representative. Once the buyers have decided what they want, the percentage rises to 93%. Forrester pointed out that many vendors were ignoring this fact and obliging customers to speak to a human. This is no doubt partly at least because human salespeople are currently much better able to upsell the buyer. But this is also one of the reasons why buyers prefer e-commerce. Forrester argued that companies which wait too long to offer good e-commerce channels risk losing market share to more digitally minded competitors. Call centers. We are still at the very early stages of introducing artificial intelligence to call centers. For many of us, dealing with call centers is one of the least agreeable aspects of modern life. It normally involves a good deal of waiting around, listening to uninspiring hold music, followed by some profoundly unintelligent automated routing, and finally a conversation with a bored person on the other side of the world who is reading from a script written by a sadist. One of the leaders in introducing genuine AI to call centers is Swedbank, one of Sweden's biggest banks with 9.5 million customers and 160,000 employees. It has 700 people working in contact centers, which handles 2 million customer calls each year. It has worked with the American software company Nuance to introduce a basic AI called Nina, which learns what customers want and how to best help them by assimilating searches made on the company website and inquiries made at the contact centers. In December 2015, Nina was handling 30,000 calls a month and taking care of many of the straightforward transactional calls like transferring money from one account to another, which were previously clogging up the call centers. The aim is to free up the agents in the contact centers to concentrate on more complicated activities, like taking out a mortgage. But even taking out a mortgage isn't rocket science. Given exponential progress, if Nina can handle transfers today, it will surely be able to handle mortgage applications before long. Manual work. Occupations requiring physical labor will take longer to automate than clerical and administrative jobs, because getting robots to be dexterous and flexible is surprisingly hard. As we saw in Chapter 3.7, progress is rapid, but much remains to be done. Manual work in routine, repetitive environments like assembly lines will continue to see machines taking over, but physical labor in unstructured environments like building sites will remain the preserve of human workers for a while longer. Manufacturing accounts for over a third of China's GDP and employs more than 100 million of its citizens. Historically, China's competitive strength in manufacturing has been its low wage costs, but this is changing fast. Wages have grown at 12% a year on average since 2001, and Chinese manufacturers are embracing automation enthusiastically. As we saw in Chapter 2.3, China is now the world's largest market for industrial robots, but it has a long way to go before it catches up with the installed base in more developed countries. Industrial robots are far from perfect, and manufacturers have underestimated the progress still required. In 2011, the CEO of Foxconn, a $130 billion turnover Taiwanese manufacturer that is famous for making iPhones, declared a target of installing 1 million robots by 2014. The robots failed to perform as he hoped, and the actual installation rate has been much slower. But the robots are improving fast. The professions. It is certainly not only low-paid, relatively low-prestige service jobs that will be automated. The professions are vulnerable too. Lawyers, doctors, architects, and journalists. Sometimes accused of being conspiracies against laypeople, these are protected occupations with demanding entry requirements and restrictions on the number of trainees who can join the professions each year. They have commanded prestige and high salaries, but that may be about to change. Journalists. Nuance, the company behind Swedbank's Nina call center AI, offers services for journalists, helping them create interviews and articles faster. But Narrative Science, a company established in Chicago in 2010, has an AI system which writes articles without human help. Called Quill, it already produces thousands of articles every day on finance and sports for outlets like Forbes and Associated Press, AP. Most readers cannot identify which articles are written by Quill and which by human journalists, and Quill is much faster. Quill starts with data, graphs, tables, and spreadsheets. It analyzes these to extract particular facts which could form the basis of a narrative. It then generates a particular plan or narrative for the article. And finally, it crafts sentences using natural language generation software. A British company called ARIA offers the same functionality, but it sells mainly to corporations trying to make sense of the tsunami of data which threatens to overwhelm them. In the short term, Quill has not rendered thousands of journalists redundant. Instead, it has sharply increased the number of niche articles being written. Newspaper revenues have declined sharply since the turn of the century, as classified ads for jobs, houses, and cars migrated online. News services like AP increased the daily quota of articles for each journalist, cut back the number of journalists they employed, and reduced the number of articles they produced on, for instance, the quarterly earnings reports of particular companies. Quill and similar services have enabled them to reverse that decline. AP now produces articles on the quarterly reports of medium-sized companies that it gave up covering in such detail years ago. Christian Hammond, founder of Narrative Science, forecast in 2014 that in a decade, 90% of all newspaper articles would be written by AIs. However, he argued that the number of journalists would remain stable, while the volume of articles increased sharply. Eventually, articles could become tailored for particular audiences, and ultimately for each of us individually. For instance, an announcement by a research organization that inflating your car tire correctly could reduce your spend on petrol by 7% could be tailored, perhaps with the help of your digital personal assistant, to take into account your particular car, the number of miles you drive each week, and even your style of driving. Although, of course, by then you will perhaps not do much of the driving yourself anyway. The prediction that the number of human journalists will remain stable sounds reassuring. And indeed, you would expect someone marketing and automating technology to say that. Given the exponential improvement of AIs, it is a brave prediction. TV presenters should also be feeling nervous. In December 2015, Shanghai's Dragon TV featured Xiao Ice, an AI weather presenter with a remarkably lifelike voice based on the Mandarin version of its Cortana digital assistant software. Audience feedback was positive. Other writers. Not everyone who spends their working days crafting crisp sentences is a journalist. They might be PR professionals or online marketers, for instance. A company called Persado claims that marketing emails drafted by its AI have a 75% better response rate than emails written by human copywriters. Citibank and American Express are customers as well as investors. In January 2016, a researcher at the University of Massachusetts announced an AI which can write convincing political speeches for either of the two main U.S. political parties. The system learned its craft by ingesting and analyzing 50,000 sentences from congressional debates. Two other professions have come under particular scrutiny with respect to their susceptibility to machine automation: the law and healthcare. Let's look at these in turn. Lawyers. Whatever Hollywood thinks, most lawyers do not spend their days pitting their razor-sharp wits against equally talented adversaries in front of magisterial judges, eliciting gasps of admiration from around the courtroom as they produce the winning argument with a flourish. Most of the time, they are reading through piles of very dry material, looking for the thread of evidence which will convict a fraudster, or the poorly drafted phrase which could undermine the purpose of a contract. Discovery. Many lawyers get a lot of their on-the-job training through the discovery process, known as disclosure in the UK. This is a pre-trial process in civil law in which both sides must make available all documents which may affect the outcome of the case. An analogous process takes place in the due diligence phase of a corporate merger or acquisition, M&A, in which teams of junior lawyers and accountants spend weeks locked away in data rooms, reading through material which can run into millions of documents, looking for something which would clinch the case, or, in the case of M&A work, provide a reason to terminate or renegotiate the deal. Looking for a needle of fact in a haystack of paper is work more suited to a machine than a man. And although lawyering is a very conservative profession, there are signs that it understands what is coming better than some others. RAVN Systems is the British AI company behind an AI system called ACE, which reads and analyzes large sets of unstructured, unsorted data. It produces summaries of the data and highlights the documents and passages of most interest according to the preset criteria. When one of the UK's largest law firms started working with ACE, it was regarded as pioneering, experimental, and somewhat risky. 2 years later, that law firm was promoting its own services to potential new clients on the basis that it knew best how to exploit the advantages of RAVN ACE. Bear in mind that 2 years is a very short time for anything at all to happen in the legal industry. Typically, a new client's data will present a new set of challenges. It usually takes a few days to train the system how to read the data, which currently involves human intervention. Once the training is complete, the work proceeds without human involvement, and the system will finish the work much faster than human lawyers could. This means that law firms are having to work out new ways of billing their clients. The old system of hourly rates is under challenge. Revealing the iceberg. Forward-thinking lawyers are actually excited about the arrival of this sort of automation. Rather than fearing that it will destroy the jobs of junior lawyers, making it impossible for young people to learn the profession, they believe it will increase the amount of cases that can be handled. To illustrate this, imagine a large supermarket chain that wants to know the implication of making a small change to the employment contracts of all its in-store employees, tens of thousands of people. Previously, its employment law firm would have said that this task could not be undertaken cost-effectively with any degree of rigor. RAVN ACE and systems like it make this kind of work possible, opening up whole new avenues of work for law firms. It is like standing nervously on a body of ice, thinking you are only separated from freezing water by a thin layer, and suddenly discovering that, in fact, you are standing on an iceberg with a huge mass of previously unknown solid ice beneath your feet. As Greg Wilderson, MD of NxzHTa, a firm providing an AI platform for lawyers, puts it, "So many legal questions go unlawyered today that there is enormous scope to better align legal resources through technology rather than fear of losing jobs." So in the short and medium term, machine automation of white-collar jobs opens up vast new areas of work that can be undertaken, and doesn't throw the incumbent humans out of work. They are still needed to train the system at the start of a large new assignment, and to process more complicated documents. But as RAVN ACE and its successors improve, at an exponential rate of course, they will be able to take on more and more of the sophisticated and demanding aspects of the lawyer's work. No one can be absolutely sure yet whether this process will hit a wall at some point, leaving plenty of work for humans, or whether it will continue to the point where there are very few jobs left for humans. My own view is that within a few short decades, the machines are coming for most of our jobs. The short-term explosion of work which happens as the iceberg of latent demand is revealed can give us a false sense of security. The phenomenon of automation leading to job creation is sometimes called the automation paradox. But the paradox may turn out to be short-lived. Forms. Another fairly basic form of legal work is the completion of boilerplate, standard forms to establish companies, initiate a divorce, register a trademark, request a patent, and so on. A company called LegalZoom was established in 2001 to provide these services online, and increasingly to automate them. LegalZoom now claims to be the best-known law brand in the U.S., and in 2014, the private equity firm Permira paid $200 million to become its largest shareholder. Another company, Fair Document, helps clients complete forms for less than $1,000, one-fifth the amount it would have previously cost. More sophisticated work. At the other end of the spectrum from the grunt work of discovery and filing out legal forms, One of the most sophisticated and important jobs that senior and successful lawyers are asked to undertake is to estimate the likelihood of a case winning. The advice is vital as it will determine whether large amounts of money are spent. A team led by Daniel Martin Katz, a law professor at Michigan State University, developed an AI system that analyzed 7,700 U.S. Supreme Court cases. It predicted the verdicts correctly 71% of the time. Another job for experienced lawyers in common law jurisdictions such as the U.S. and the U.K. is identifying which precedent cases to deploy in support of litigation. A system called ggwGow uses machine learning to find the relevant cases using purely statistical methods with no human intervention. Will entire sections of the legal industry be automated in the next few years or decades? How about patent lawyers, for instance? Senior patent lawyers are highly skilled and articulate people, but much of the work involved in securing a patent is routine and could perhaps be automated. In November 2015, I took part in a debate at the IMAX Cinema in London's Science Museum. The motion was, "This House believes that within 25 years, a patent will be applied and granted without human intervention." Patent lawyers comprised a good part of the audience, and although the motion was vigorously opposed by two senior patent lawyers, the motion was passed. Not exactly turkeys voting for Christmas, but certainly food for thought. Doctors. Doctors are a scarce resource. Only bright and dedicated people are admitted to the relevant university and postgraduate courses, and these courses demand many years of hard study. Hospitals and local surgeries are organized to maximize the availability of this resource, but some critics argue that they are organized for the benefit of the doctors rather than the patients. In 2015, senior doctor and medical researcher Eric Topol published a book called The Patient Will See You Now, which he argues should become the mantra for the profession, replacing the current one, which he says is The Doctor Will See You Now. Suggesting acerbically that the initials MD stand for medical deity, Topol accuses many doctors of being arrogant and paternalistic towards their patients, assuming they are unable to understand the detailed information regarding diagnoses and withholding information from patients so as not to upset them. He believes that the digital revolution will start to overturn this unsatisfactory rate of affairs, as it will place cheap and effective diagnostic tools in the hands of patients. Better and cheaper diagnostics. In April 2016, researchers at Indiana University announced that a test of open-source machine learning algorithms on 7,000 free text pathology reports from 30 hospitals yielded equal or better diagnoses than humans had made. The computers were also faster and cheaper. This sort of technology will become much more widely available. A British startup called Babylon charges customers £5 a month for phone and videophone access to a dedicated team of doctors. Before a doctor comes on the line, the patient is triaged by a machine. As AI improves, the role of the human doctor in this process will continuously be reduced. Smartphones are increasingly able to gather medical data about us and perform basic analysis. By attaching cheap adapters to their phones, patients can quickly take their blood pressure, sample their blood glucose, and even perform an electrocardiogram. Your breath can be sampled and digitized and used to detect cancer or potential heart problems. Your camera's phone can help screen for skin cancers. Its microphone can record your voice, and that data can help gauge your mood or diagnose Parkinson's disease or schizophrenia. All this data can be analyzed to a certain level within the phone itself, and in many cases that will suffice to provide an effective diagnosis. If symptoms persist, or if the diagnosis is unclear or unconvincing, the data can be uploaded into the cloud, for example to server farms run by companies like Amazon and Google. The heart of diagnosis is pattern recognition. When sophisticated algorithms compare and contrast a set of symptoms with data from millions or even billions of other patients, the quality of diagnosis can surpass what any single human doctor could offer. Ross Crawford and Jonathan Roberts are professors of orthopedic research and robotics, respectively, at Queensland University of Technology. In an article in January 2016, They argued that doctors need to understand that diagnostic services can be made available more cheaply with the assistance of machine intelligence and reach all the patients who need them, not just those in rich countries who are already manifesting symptoms. They don't think this will render doctors unemployed. As with the law, there is an iceberg of unmet healthcare needs which automation and machine intelligence can satisfy. Formed in Mumbai in 1996, ThyroCare Technologies is the world's largest thyroid testing laboratory. Its founder, Dr. A. Velumani, had the insight that 90% of people who could benefit from diagnostic tests were not receiving them because they were too expensive, so the tests were restricted to those already manifesting symptoms of disease. He established ThyroCare to address this latent demand, and now it processes 40,000 samples a day. As this iceberg is revealed, the healthcare industry, like the legal industry, can perform a far better job by reaching many more people at greatly reduced average cost. At first, there will be just as much need for doctors as before. They will continue to carry out the more sophisticated diagnoses, while machines, possibly deployed by less highly trained people, deliver the routine work. But as we keep observing, the machines are getting smarter at an exponential rate. In time, what is to stop them performing the doctor's other roles as well, and doing them better, faster, and cheaper? Prescribing. If machines can diagnose, can they go on to prescribe and to fulfill prescriptions? The University of California in San Francisco has installed a robot pharmacist which is reported to have prepared 6 million prescriptions with only one error, a track record which is 60,000 times better than human pharmacists. Keeping current. As we saw in Chapter 3.4, machines are reaching parity with humans in pattern recognition and will quickly become much better. They are already much better than human professionals at keeping up with new developments in their field. A human doctor would have to read for 160 hours a week just to keep up with the published medical research. This is clearly impossible for a human, but machines have no such bandwidth restriction. IBM is pushing aggressively into the medical industry with its Watson AI system. According to Samuel Nussbaum of WellPoint, a private healthcare company, Watson's diagnostic accuracy rate for lung cancer is 90%, which compares favorably with 50% for human physicians. IBM has come in for criticism for pretending that Watson is a unitary system rather than a kludge of different systems which can be mixed and matched according to need. It is also accused of scaling back its ambition by tackling much smaller projects than the moonshots it was originally earmarked for, like curing cancer. Chris Hammond, the founder of Narrative Science, whom we met when discussing journalists, says that everybody thought winning Jeopardy was ridiculously impossible. But now it feels like they're putting a lot of things under the Watson brand name, but it isn't Watson. In March 2016, DeepMind founder Demis Hassabis went as far as to say that Watson is essentially an expert system as opposed to deep learning one. IBM is unfazed by this kind of criticism. It says that Watson is now being used by hundreds of companies to solve particular problems. Companies like the Australian energy group Woodside, which used it to review 20,000 documents from 30 years of engineering projects to identify, for instance, the maximum pressure that a certain type of pipeline can withstand. It might be a form of marketing sleight of hand to apply the Watson brand to all these applications, but the company spent a great deal of time and money to create that brand, and it would be unreasonable to expect it not to try and recoup that investment. That said, IBM is developing a new brand for its commercial AI offering. CELIA stands for Cognitive Environments Laboratory Intelligent Assistant, and it seems to be a more user-friendly front end, enabling business analysts, for instance, to interact with it by speech, and by manipulating virtual objects in an augmented reality field. And IBM is still pursuing moonshots in the medical field and elsewhere. As we have noted several times, machine learning is fueled by data. In October 2015, IBM paid $1 billion for Merge Healthcare, a company with 30 billion medical images, and $2 billion for the digital assets of The Weather Company to build a weather forecasting service. At the end of the year, it unveiled Avicenna, a product of the Watson Healthcare business unit designed to help radiologists prioritize which images to review and help them make diagnosis. The interesting question is, how long before at least some of those radiologists turn out to be superfluous to the process? Operations. You might think that the hands-on physical and frankly messy business of surgical operation will be undertaken by humans rather than machines for the foreseeable future. Probably not. One of the most highly skilled professionals in the emergency suite is the anesthetist, and Johnson & Johnson has an automated version called Sedasis, which, despite fierce opposition from the profession, has FDA approval to provide the anesthesia in less challenging procedures like colonoscopies. It has carried out thousands of operations in Canada and the USA. In March 2016, Johnson & Johnson announced that it was exiting the Sedasis business due to sluggish sales, despite the machine costing $150 per operation, whereas a human anesthetist cost $2,000. This will certainly not be the last setback in the progress of the machines, but in the long run the economic facts will prevail, although perhaps more slowly in industries where the normal rules of the market do not always apply. In May 2016, an academic paper announced that a robotic surgeon had outperformed human peers. The Smart Tissue Autonomous Robot, STAR, operated on pig tissue and did the job better, although 4 times more slowly, than humans operating alone, and also better than humans aided by the semi-robotic Da Vinci system. Education. Teachers are the active ingredient in education, at school level anyway. Studies have shown repeatedly that the quality of teaching makes an enormous difference to how well a student performs at school and afterwards. But schools cannot afford enough of them. Governments burden them with bureaucracy, and most countries' cultures undervalue them. What happens when the learning of every pupil is monitored minutely by artificial intelligence? When every question she asks and every sentence she writes is tracked and analyzed, and appropriate feedback is provided instantly? Teachers will play the role of coach instead of instructor, but as with the other professions, their scope for contribution will shrink. The beachhead for AI in education is marking, also known as grading. This is the bane of many teachers' lives, and they will welcome an assistant which can relieve them of the duty. A company called Gradescope marks the work of 55,000 students in 100 U.S. universities, marking simple, multi-choice types of tests. It raised $2.6 million in April 2016 to develop its product into complex questions and essays. Large corporations which provide education services like Pearson and Elsevier are moving in the same direction. Towards the end of 2015, 300 students at Georgia Institute of Technology were, unbeknownst to them, guinea pigs in an experiment to see whether they would notice that one of their 9 teaching assistants was a robot. Only ever in contact via email, they would ask questions like, "Can I revise my submission to the last assignment?" and receive answers back like, "Unfortunately, there is not a way to edit submitted feedback." None of the students noticed that Jill Watson, named after the IBM Watson system she ran on, was in fact an AI. Financial services. The finance sector is an obvious target for machine intelligence, with high value and high priced services based on vast amounts of data. Human equity analysts and brokers will increasingly struggle to provide value in the face of competition with machines which can ingest all the relevant data and never forget any of it. The provision of advice to investors is also migrating to machines, with systems like SigFig incorporating a client's risk appetite and investment style into its algorithms' analysis of low-cost opportunities and recommendations. Similar so-called robo-advisor services are available from Betterment, Wealthfront, and Vanguard. These services deploy primitive forms of AI at the moment. According to market research from Perquin, thousands of hedge funds managing $200 billion of assets use computer models in most of their trades. But they are using traditional statistical methods rather than AI, which learns and evolves. This is changing. Bridgewater, the world's largest hedge fund, hired David Ferrucci away from IBM, where he had project managed the development of the version of Watson which beat Ken Jennings at Jeopardy! January 2016 saw the inaugural trades of NxzHTa, a hedge fund based in Hong Kong, whose chief scientist is Ben Goertzel, one of the leading researchers in artificial general intelligence. In May 2016, the AHL hedge fund announced that it was stepping up its use of machine learning, having researched it for 5 years and deployed it experimentally for 3. With $19 billion under management, AHL is the largest part of the Man Group, which in turn is the world's largest publicly traded hedge fund. The human mind has not become any better than it was 100 years ago, and it's very hard for someone using traditional methods to juggle all the information of the global economy in their head, says David Siegel of 2 Sigma, another hedge fund which uses AI. The time will come that no human investment manager will be able to beat the computer. Algo trading has many critics in financial circles, who point out that they chase spurious correlations, such as the fact that divorce proceedings in Maine have consistently tracked sales of margarine, and that they can move markets in ways that are impossible to follow and are potentially dangerous. But in a financial world become so complex that mere humans can no longer follow it, it may not only be inevitable, but also necessary. David Siegel says people talk about how robots will destroy the world, but I think robots will save it. What is known as fintech is one of the hottest areas for VC investment at the time of writing, and banks are spending considerable amounts of time and energy on working out where the most powerful disruption to their business models will come from, and whether they can do the disrupting themselves rather than be its victims. Banking, especially retail banking, has traditionally been a conservative, slow-moving industry, but the pace is picking up. Goldman Sachs reports that 40% of all U.S. checks are now processed electronically. Despite that service being only 4 years old, top analysts are among the highest-paid people in investment banks. They are targeted by a number of fintech companies like Kensho, which sorts through thousands of data sets to produce reports in minutes, which would take skilled humans days. For instance, asking the system about Syrian civil war will generate a report showing its impact on companies, currencies, and commodities in as many countries as you like. Kensho's founder, Daniel Nadler, thinks between 1/3 and 1/2 of finance employees will be redundant within a decade. One of the drivers of AI used by financial services firms is the ever-growing and increasingly complex web of compliance requirements imposed by governments and regulators. Systems like IPsoft's Amelia help insurance firms and other financial services companies to navigate this web and make sure the forms and procedures used by staff are up to date. Global banks are regularly fined hundreds of millions of dollars for carrying out illegal or sanctioned trades. Standard Chartered's regulatory costs rose 44% in 2015 to $447 million, as it was obliged to hire thousands of additional staff to deal with compliance requirements. In March 2016, it announced a major investment in AI systems to oversee its traders' behavior and to match their activities against regulatory norms. It seems that managers in financial services are becoming aware of the potential threat to their livelihood. A survey of 1,700 managers in 17 different industries, carried out in the autumn of 2015 by the consulting firm Accenture, revealed substantial anxiety about automation. Overall, 1/3 of the managers feared that intelligent machines threatened their jobs, with the level rising to 39% among senior managers. Unsurprisingly, the anxiety was highest, 50%, among managers in the technology sector. But it was also high in banking at 49%. 3.10. Jobs or no jobs? The question. In Chapter 2, we saw that previous rounds of automation in the Industrial Revolution did not cause unemployment in the long term, although the long term is fairly long in this context. The Ingalls pause that we came across in Chapter 2.4 lasted at least a generation, a quarter century. In Chapters 3.1 to 3.3, we reviewed in brief the arguments of those who believe it is different this time, and those who believe the opposite. In Chapter 3.4, we considered the state of the art of intelligence, and in Chapter 3.5, we saw how dramatic the impact of exponential growth can be. No apologies for repeating that point. It's critical. Then, in Chapter 3.7, we reviewed the likely evolution of technologies which are associated with AI and caused or enabled by it. Finally, in Chapters 3.8 and 3.9, we discussed how various occupations could be automated, starting with the poster child of driving vehicles and concluding with the privileged elites in the professions. Now we are ready to address head-on the first great question posed by machine intelligence automation, which is this: is it different this time? Will the automation of jobs by machine intelligence lead to widespread, lasting unemployment? For the answer to be negative, we will have to dramatically increase the supply of jobs which are for some reason immune to automation by machine intelligence. Jobs, not work. It is important at this point to distinguish between jobs and work. Physicists define work as the expenditure of energy to move an object. But what we mean by it here is the application of energy in pursuit of a project. That energy could be physical, mental, or both. Work could be instigated by an employer, but it also could be purely personal, building or decorating a home, pursuing a hobby, or an unpaid community endeavor. A job, on the other hand, is always paid labor for the purpose of this discussion. It might be a salaried occupation with a single, stable employer, or it could involve self-employment or freelance activity. Your job is the way you participate in the economy and earn the money to buy the goods and services that you need to survive and enjoy a good standard of living. If a machine carries out a job, there is no point in a human replicating the work it is doing. She will not be paid, so she will have to look for some other way to generate an income. The gig economy. We saw in Chapter 3.2 how consultants at McKinsey noted that jobs can be analyzed into tasks, some of which can be automated with current machine intelligence technology, and some which cannot. This is an important insight and suggests that jobs will be sliced and diced, with some tasks being automated and other tasks being retained by the human who previously did the whole job. Some would argue that this process is already underway. Parts of the economies of developed countries are being fragmented, or balkanized, with more and more people working freelance, carrying out individual tasks which are allocated to them by platforms and apps like Uber and TaskRabbit. There are many words for this phenomenon: the gig economy, the networked economy, the sharing economy, the on-demand economy, the peer-to-peer economy, the platform economy, and the bottom-up economy. Is this a way to escape the automation of jobs by machine intelligence? To break jobs down into as many component tasks as possible, and preserve for humans those tasks which they can do better than machines? Probably not, for at least two reasons. First, it is precarious, and secondly, the machines will eventually come for all the tasks. Working for yourself can seem an appealing prospect if your current job is a poorly paid round of repetitive and boring activities. There is freedom in choosing your own hours of work, and fitting them around essential parts of your life like children and hangovers. There is freedom in choosing who you work with, and in not being subject to the arbitrary dictates of a vicious or incompetent boss, or the unfathomable rules and regulations of a Byzantine bureaucracy. If you are lucky enough to be exceptionally talented, or skilled at a task which is in high demand, then you really can choose how and when you work. But freelancing can have its downsides too. Many freelancers find they have simply traded an unreasonable boss for unreasonable clients, and feel unable to turn down any work for fear that it will be the last commission they ever get. Many freelancers find that, in hindsight, the reassurance of a steady income goes a long way to compensate for the 9-to-5 routine of the salaried employee. Whether or not the new forms of freelancing opened up by Uber, Lyft, TaskRabbit, Handy, and so on are precarious is a matter of debate, especially in their birthplace, San Francisco. Are the people hired out by these organizations micro-entrepreneurs or instaserfs, members of a new precariat, forced to compete against each other on price for low-end work with no benefits? Are they operating in a network economy or an exploitation economy? Is the sharing economy actually a selfish economy? Whichever side of this debate you come down on, the gig economy is a significant development. A survey by accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers found that as many as 7% of U.S. adults were involved in it. But our concern here is not whether the gig economy is a fair one. It is whether it can prevent the automation of jobs by machine intelligence leading to widespread unemployment. The answer to that is surely no. As time goes by, however finely we slice and dice jobs into tasks, more and more of those tasks are vulnerable to automation by machine intelligence as it improves its capabilities at an exponential rate. What tasks, if any, will machines remain unable to automate for the foreseeable future? Centaurs. A computer first beat the human at chess back in 1997. Deep Blue was one of the most powerful computers in the world when it beat Garry Kasparov. The match was close, and the result was controversial. Today, a program running on a laptop could beat any human. But Kasparov claims that a very good human chess player teamed up with a powerful chess computer can beat a second chess computer playing on its own. Humans can undermine the game of a computer by throwing in some surprise moves which don't make much sense in the short term, or by deploying an intuitive strategy. Matches between humans working with computers are called advanced chess, or centaur chess. Kasparov himself initiated the first high-level centaur chess competition in Lyon in Spain in 1998, and competitions have been held there regularly ever since. Tyler Cohen, one of the skeptics about machine automation that we met in Chapter 3.3, explores this form of chess extensively in his book, Average is Over. Some people believe this phenomenon of humans teaming up with computers to form centaurs is a metaphor for how we can avoid most jobs being automated by machine intelligence. The computer will take care of those aspects of the job, or task, which are routine, logical, and dull, and the human will be freed up to deploy her intuition and creativity. Engineers didn't become redundant just because computers replaced slide rules. Kevin Kelly, founder of Wired magazine, puts it more lyrically. Machines are for answers, humans are for questions. The trouble is that the intuition and creativity which we humans bring to tasks and jobs is largely a matter of pattern recognition, and machines are getting better at this at an exponential rate. A doctor may be happy to delegate the routine diagnosis of a cold or a flu to a machine which can do it better than she can, if she gets to retain the more interesting and challenging diagnostic work. But what is to stop the machine overtaking the doctor in the more difficult cases as well? The lawyer is in the same boat. The tedious business of sifting through a haystack of documents looking for the needle of evidence is already being outsourced to machines. The more interesting and demanding task of devising a legal strategy is likely to follow suit. Admittedly, there may need to be some level of human supervision of machine work until the machines acquire a degree of common sense. Before then, the blindly logical thought process of a machine will not realize when a data glitch or a software bug has generated a bizarre conclusion which is unworkable or dangerous. But as we saw in Chapter 3.5, the founding father of deep learning thinks that machines with common sense will appear in a decade or so. This does not mean that they will acquire consciousness, but merely that they will create internal models of the external world which will enable them to appreciate the impacts of glitches and bugs, just as we do. Machines have already made considerable progress automating routine tasks, and indeed whole occupations where all the tasks are routine. As their performance improves, they will increasingly take over tasks and jobs which are non-routine. In response to a survey published in May 2016, the veteran AI researcher Neil Nilsson suggested laconically that before long, machines would be singing the song Irving Berlin composed for the 1946 Broadway musical, Annie, Get Your Gun. The lyric is, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. The human touch. Some observers think that our salvation from machine intelligence automation lies in our very humanity. Our social skills and our ability to empathize and to care mean that we carry out tasks in a different way than machines do. Machines are by definition impersonal, the argument goes, and this renders them unsuitable for some types of jobs. David Deming, a research fellow at the U.S. National Bureau of Economic Research, believes we are already seeing the implications of this. In a report published in 2015, he claimed that the fastest growth in U.S. employment since as long ago as 1980 has been in jobs requiring good social skills. Jobs requiring strong analytical abilities but no social skills have been in decline, with the implication that they are already being automated. Unfortunately, it isn't true that humans want to deal with other humans whenever possible. The first automatic deposit machine, the bankograph, was installed in a bank in New York in 1960, but it was rejected by its intended customers. Its inventor, Luther Simjian, explained that the only people using the machines were prostitutes and gamblers who didn't want to deal with tellers face-to-face, and there were not enough of them to make the machines a worthwhile investment. The first cash dispensing machine, or ATM, was installed in a bank in North London in June 1967. At first, people were again hesitant to use it, but that changed when they realized they no longer had to queue for their cash, and they could access it when the banks were closed, which was most of the time in those days. Very quickly, people showed a marked preference for the machine over the human bank teller. Nursing is an occupation long associated with caring people. Images of Florence Nightingale emoting as she nursed the wounded of the Crimean War are deeply ingrained in the profession's self-image. But there is evidence from Japan, Denmark, and elsewhere that robots make perfectly acceptable companions for sick people, and are sometimes preferable to their human equivalents. The Pero is a robotic seal developed for use in hospitals. Cute-looking with big black eyes and covered in soft fur, it contains two 32-bit processors, 3 microphones, 12 tactile sensors, and it is animated by a system of silent motors. It recharges by sucking on a fake baby pacifier. The Pero costs $15 million to develop. It distinguishes between individual humans and repeats behaviors which appear to please them. It has proved especially popular with patients suffering from dementia. As Shannon Valor, a philosophy professor at Santa Clara University, remarked, people have demonstrated a remarkable ability to transfer their psychological expectations of other people's thoughts, emotions, and feelings to robots. So humans are happy to interact with machines more often than we might intuitively expect. Furthermore, machines are much better at understanding humans than we might expect. Robot therapist. The U.S. Army has a big problem with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, among veterans, not least because soldiers don't like to admit they have it. DARPA funds research at the University of Southern California to develop online therapy services, and the latest result is an online virtual therapist called Ellie. She is proving to be better than human therapists at diagnosing PTSD. There are 2 reasons for this. First, soldiers feel less embarrassed discussing their feelings with an entity they know will not judge them. In one test, 100 subjects were told that Ellie was controlled by a human, and another 100 were told that it was a robot. This second group displayed their feelings more openly, both verbally and in their expressions. Secondly, and perhaps more interesting, Ellie gleans most of its information about what is going on inside the soldier's head from his facial expressions, rather than from what he says. When talking to a human therapist, the soldier may successfully sell the idea that there is nothing wrong, because the human therapist listens closely to what he says and may miss the subtle facial signals that contradict him. Counterintuitively, people with depression smile just as frequently as happy people, but their smiles are shorter and more forced. Ellie is superb at catching this. Most people would probably agree with David Deming when he says that reading the minds of others and reacting is a skill that has evolved in humans over thousands of years. Human interaction in the workplace involves team production, with workers playing off of each other's strengths and adapting flexibility to changing circumstances. Such non-routine interaction is at the heart of the human advantage over machines. But we may soon have to rethink that. It is far from clear that there could ever be enough jobs in the so-called caring professions to employ all the people who would, in previous generations, have been drivers, doctors, lawyers, management consultants, and so on, especially if machines are muscling into the caring professions too. Made by hand. Another way that people have suggested the human touch could preserve employment is that we will place a higher value on items manufactured by humans than on items manufactured by machines. It is hard to see much evidence of this in today's world outside some niche areas like handmade cakes. Not many people today buy handmade radios or handmade cars. There are 4 reasons why people might prefer products and services made by humans rather than machines: quality, loyalty, and variation and status. If humans produce a better product or provide a better service than machines, then other humans will buy from them. But the argument of this chapter is that certainly in many areas, and probably in most, machines will produce goods and services cheaper, better, and faster. Loyalty to our species might be a better defense. Buy handmade, save a human sounds like a plausible rallying cry, or at least a marketing slogan. The past is not always a reliable guide to the exponential future, but it is a good place to start. And unfortunately, it does not augur well for appeals to loyalty. In the late 1960s, Britain was feeling queasy as the empire dissolved and Germany's economic power was returning. The "I'm Backing Britain" campaign started in December 1967, trying to get British people to buy domestically manufactured products instead of imports. It fizzled out within a few months. Car manufacturing has long been symbolic of a nation's manufacturing virility. In the 1950s, Britain was the world's second largest car manufacturer after the U.S. But in the 1960s, its designs and build quality fell behind first its European rivals and then the Japanese. Despite repeated appeals to buy British, sales declined, and in 1975 the remaining national manufacturer, British Leyland, was nationalized. It never recovered, and Britain is now home to none of the major global car brands. Fortunately, it has many innovative and thriving automotive design and component businesses, and it manufactures in record numbers for foreign brands. Appealing to people to buy handmade items out of loyalty to one species may not have a huge economic impact if machine-made items are better quality and much, much cheaper. And in a world of falling employment, most people are going to have to buy as efficiently as they can. The third reason for buying from humans could be summarized by the phrase, artisanal variation. We like antiques because the patina of age gives them personality. Each one is unique. The same goes for the original work of an artist, even if it isn't Vermeer or Rubens. But for most people, this is the preserve of luxury items, a few select pieces which we keep on display. Most of our possessions are mass-produced because they are much cheaper, disposable, and we can afford a better lifestyle that way. We have seen this before in the second half of the 19th century. With the Industrial Revolution in full swing, William Morris helped found the arts and crafts movement to produce handmade furnishings and decorations. His concern was to raise quality rather than to reduce unemployment. But in practice, he ended up making expensive pieces which only the rich could afford. Some people may choose to buy goods and services from humans rather than machines for reasons of status. But by definition, this could only ever amount to a niche activity, and would not save most of us from unemployability. New jobs. If machines are going to take a great many, perhaps most of our existing jobs, can we create a host of new ones, perhaps whole new industries, to replace them? Those who think we can point out that many of the jobs we do today did not exist 100 years ago. Our grandparents would not have understood what we mean by website builder, social media marketer, user experience designer, chief brand evangelist, and so on. Surely, the argument goes, all these new technologies we have been talking about will throw up many new types of jobs that we cannot imagine today. As the person probably most responsible for Google's self-driving cars, Sebastian Throne is a man worth listening to on the subject. He is optimistic. With the advent of new technologies, we've always created new jobs. I don't know what these jobs will be, but I'm confident we will find them. Unfortunately, past experience is, again, not as encouraging as you might think. Gerald Huff is a software engineer working in Silicon Valley, ground zero of the developments we are talking about. Nervous about the prospect of technological unemployment, he carried out a comparative analysis of U.S. occupations in 1914 and 2014. Using data from the U.S. Department of Labor, he discovered that 80% of the 2014 occupations already existed in 1914. Furthermore, the numbers of people employed in the 20% of new occupations were modest, with only 10% of the working population engaged in them. The U.S. economy is much bigger today than it was in 1914, and employs far more people. But the occupations are not new. Of course, those of us who argue that it is different this time cannot rely on the historical precedent. It might be different this time in that vast swaths of new jobs will be created, including jobs for averagely skilled people, not just relatively high-skilled jobs like social media marketing. But those who argue that we are falling for the Luddite fallacy cannot argue that history points to everybody getting new types of jobs, which are more interesting and safer after a period of adjustment. It doesn't. If we were to create a host of new jobs, what might they be? Maybe some of us will become dream wranglers, guiding each other toward fluency in lucid dreaming. Others may become emotion coaches, helping each other to overcome depression, anxiety, and frustration. Maybe there will be jobs for which we have no words today because the technology has not yet evolved to allow them to come into being. It's not hard to imagine that virtual reality will create a lot of new jobs. If it is addictive, as enthusiasts think it will be, many people will spend a great deal of their time, perhaps the majority of it, in VR worlds. In that case, there will be huge demand for new and better imaginary or simulated worlds to inhabit, and that means jobs. But does it mean jobs for humans? Although the credit list for the latest superhero blockbuster stretches all the way around the block as it names everyone involved in rotoscoping and compositing the hyper-realistic armies of aliens, the latest CGI technology also makes it possible for two teenagers with a mobile phone to make a film which gains theatrical distribution. Their increasingly powerful software and hardware allows Hollywood directors to conjure visual worlds of such compelling complexity that their predecessors would rub their eyes in disbelief. But it also allows huge quantities of immersive content to be developed by skeleton crews. There will probably always be an elite of directors who are highly paid to push the boundaries of what can be imagined and what can be created. But software will do more and more of the heavy lifting in VR production. Not for the first time, the game industry shows what is possible. A game called No Man's Sky was announced in 2014, which conjures far more imaginary worlds than you could visit in a lifetime, purely by the operation of algorithms and random number generators. You boldly go where no programmer or designer has gone before. Education. It is surprising how many smart people think that education is the answer to automation by machine intelligence. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said in January 2016, "I feel the right emphasis is on skills rather than worrying too much about the jobs which will be lost. We will have to spend the money to educate our people, not just children, but also people mid-career so they can find new jobs." Massive open online courses, or MOOCs, are promoted as the way we will all retrain for a new job each time a machine takes our old one. MOOCs are important, and along with flipped lessons, competency-based learning, and the use of big data, they will improve the quality of education and make excellent learning opportunities available to all. With flipped lessons, students watch a video of a lecture for homework, and then put what they have been told into practice in the classroom. The teacher acts as a coach and a mentor, a more interactive role than lecturing. Competency-based learning requires students to have mastered a skill or a lesson before they move on to the next one. Students within a class may progress at different speeds. Big data enables students and teachers to understand how well the learning process is going and where extra support is needed. Exciting and powerful as these techniques are, they won't protect us from technological unemployment. We have seen that machines are increasingly capable of performing many of the tasks currently carried out by highly educated, highly paid people. The machines aren't just coming for the jobs of bricklayers, they're coming for the jobs of surgeons and lawyers too. There is a very important postscript to these remarks about education. If we make it through successfully to the new world, in which many or most of us are permanently and irrevocably unemployed, then education will be more important, not less. We will need good education to take advantage of our leisured lives even more than we did to survive our working lives. Entrepreneurs. If machines take over the jobs that are repetitive, humans will look to do things that require creativity, intuition, and pursue counterintuitive paths. One job title which fits that description is entrepreneur. In my experience, there are two types of entrepreneur. Both are resourceful, determined, and usually of above-average intelligence. The first and most common type is someone who works in an organization which is doing something poorly. They notice this and decide to offer a better version. They utilize essential skills and industry know-how acquired while working for the original organization and simply improve incrementally on what was being provided there. These people are talented and hard-working, but they also had the good fortune to be in the right place at the right time to spot the opportunity. If they had not been in that position, they would have spent their careers working for other people. And because they are hard-working and bright, they would probably have made a good fist of that. The second type is destined to be an entrepreneur, whatever circumstances life drops them into. They will never be happy working for someone else. They envision themselves in a future world which looks impossible to anyone else, but they choose to believe it, and by dint of sheer force of will, they make that future a reality. They will walk through brick walls to make it happen, and will probably be bankrupt more than once. They are charming, astonishingly energetic, and often rather hard to be around. In the words of LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, they are people who will happily throw themselves off a cliff and assemble an airplane on the way down. Both types of entrepreneur are rare, and especially the second kind, which may be a good thing for the rest of us. In any case, this is probably not an occupation that is going to save large numbers of people from technological unemployment. The other thing to remember about entrepreneurship as a career is that most startups fail. Artists. After all these apparently gloomy prognostications, let's close this chapter on a more optimistic note. There is one profession which can probably never be automated until the arrival of an artificial general intelligence which is also fully conscious. That profession is art, and to understand why, it is important to distinguish between art and creativity. Creativity is the use of imagination to create something original. Imagination is the faculty of having original ideas, and there seems to be no reason why that requires a conscious mind to be at work. Creativity can simply be the act of combining two existing ideas, perhaps from different domains of expertise, in a novel way. The eminent 19th century chemist Auguste Kekule solved the riddle of the molecular structure of benzene while daydreaming gazing into a fire. True, he had spent a long time before that pondering the problem, but according to his own account, his conscious mind was definitely not at work when the creative spark ignited. You might argue that Kekule's subconscious was the originator of the insight, and that a subconscious can only exist where there is consciousness, but that seems to me an assertion that needs proving. Can computers be creative? In mid-2015, Google researchers installed a feedback loop in an image recognition neural network, and the result was a series of fabulously hallucinogenic images. To deny that they were creative is to distort the meaning of the word. Art is something different. Admittedly, this is a personal definition, and perhaps not everyone would agree. But surely art involves the application of creativity to express something of personal importance to the artist. It might be beauty, an emotion, or a profound insight into what it means to be human. If that disqualifies a good deal of what currently sold under the banner of art, then so be it. In fact, 3 cheers. To say something about your own experience clearly requires you to have had some experience, and that requires consciousness. Therefore, until a conscious artificial general intelligence, AGI, arrives, AIs can be creative, but not artistic. This in turn means that while Donna Tartt and Kazuo Ishiguro are probably okay for a few decades, today's successful genre writers who use stables of assistants to churn out several crime and romance novels each year have chosen the timing of their careers expertly, and their publishers had better find something different to do. In April 2016, researchers from Microsoft, a Dutch university, and 2 Dutch art galleries created an AI which analyzed the way Rembrandt painted. It identified enough of his techniques and mannerisms to enable it to produce paintings in exactly his style, better than any human forger could. They had it design a new picture in Rembrandt's style of a subject Rembrandt had never worked on, and 3D printed it to capture the old master's technique in 3 dimensions. Because the machine recognizes patterns better than humans can, It may well teach us interesting new things about the way Rembrandt created his masterpieces. But it is not producing art. 3.11. What's the problem? The Star Trek economy. It is often said that science fiction tells us more about the present than it does about the future. Most science fiction writers are not actually trying to predict the future, although they may go to considerable lengths to try to make the worlds they create seem plausible. Generally, they are just trying to tell an entertaining story, or maybe use the opportunity that the genre offers to explore something about the fundamental nature of our lives. At its best, science fiction is philosophy in a fancy dress. But intentionally or otherwise, science fiction does a very important job for all of us when we think about the future. It provides us with metaphors and scenarios. Many of the most popular science fiction stories present dystopian scenarios. Think Terminator, Blade Runner, 1984, Brave New World, and so on. But there are also positive scenarios, and one of the most popular ones is Star Trek. Set in the 24th century, Star Trek presents a world of immense possibility, of interstellar travel, adventure, and split infinitives, and a world without money or poverty. In the 1996 movie Star Trek First Contact, Captain Jean-Luc Picard explains that money doesn't exist in the 24th century. The acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives. We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. This was not a feature of the original TV series, in which there were quite a few mentions of money and systems of credit. But before he died, Gene Roddenberry stipulated that there was to be no money in the Federation. Although there was no money, the people in the later Star Trek stories do compete with each other for prestige, for approval, for increased responsibility, and for career advancement. One of the things that makes James Tiberius Kirk an outstanding Starfleet commander is his fiercely competitive nature. He operates in a profoundly meritocratic environment and will sacrifice a great deal to win. This is not new. Men and women have always competed for preeminence within their tribes and societies, and we are continually applying our ingenuity to work out new ways to do so. Medieval knights risked life and limb for honor and glory, and their descendants fought for national self-determination. Today, many people expend considerable sweat and tears, if less blood, to demonstrate their prowess in writing elegant open-source software or edit Wikipedia pages. Money is not required in Star Trek's United Federation of Planets because energy has become essentially free, and products can be manufactured in so-called replicators, devices which create useful, including edible, objects out of whatever matter is available. Another popular science fiction series with a broadly optimistic, if darkly humorous, outlook is the late Ian M. Banks's Culture books, set in a distant future when a technologically advanced humanity has colonized swaths of the galaxy and enjoys mostly peaceful relations with a host of alien civilizations. The humans are kept company and aided by vastly superior and extraordinarily indulgent machine intelligences, and they lead lives of perpetual indulgence. As Banks put it in a 2012 interview, "It is my vision of what you do when you are in a post-scarcity society. You can completely indulge yourself. The culture has no unemployment problem, no one has to work, so all work is a form of play." Abundance. The Star Trek economy is the post-scarcity economy, the economy of radical abundance. In their 2012 book, Abundance, The Future is Better Than You Think, Peter Diamandis and Stephen Kotler argue that this world is within reach in the not-too-distant future, thanks largely to the exponential improvement in technology. Financial Times columnist Martin Wolf urged that we should enslave the robots and free the poor. And who would not welcome such an outcome? Perhaps if we play our cards right, automation by machine intelligence will simply mean that we humans get to spend our long and healthy lives playing, learning, enjoying each other's company, having adventures and fun. Of course, life is rarely so simple or so easy. In Chapter 5, we will explore some of the challenges and hurdles to be overcome. But let's pause for a moment and beguile ourselves with Richard Brautigan's poetic wish, recorded back in 1967. "I like to think, it has to be, of a cybernetic ecology, where we are free of our labors and joined back to nature, returned to our mammal brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of loving grace." 3.12 Conclusion. Yes, it's different this time. It's time to answer the question, is it really different this time? Will machine intelligence automate most human jobs within the next few decades and leave a large minority of people, perhaps a majority, unable to gain paid employment? It seems to me that you have to accept that this proposition is at least possible if you admit the following three premises. 1. It is possible to automate the cognitive and manual tasks that we carry out to do our jobs. 2. Machine intelligence is approaching or overtaking our ability to ingest, process, and pass on data presented in visual form and in natural language. 3. Machine intelligence is improving at an exponential rate. This rate may or may not slow a little in the coming years, but it will continue to be very fast. No doubt it is still possible to reject one or more of these premises, but for me, the evidence assembled in this chapter makes that hard. Counter-arguments. The main argument against the proposition that machines will create widespread structural unemployment is that it hasn't happened in the past. In other words, the proposition is the Luddite fallacy. This is a weak argument at best, akin to saying that we have never sent a person to Mars, so we never will. It is also partly false. During the Ingalls pause in the first half of the 19th century, unemployment rose, and labor's share of national income fell, in the UK at least. But the main point is that the whole question is whether it will be different this time. People sometimes argue that humans will not become unemployable, because there is an inexhaustible well of human wants and needs to fulfill. This doesn't help much if machines can fulfill any need better, faster, and cheaper. It will always be economically compelling to build a machine to do the job. The best argument against the proposition is that humans possess skills which machines will never replicate, or at least not for many decades. This is inevitably a judgment call, since at the moment, no one can be certain. My judgment based on the evidence set out above is that the skills for which we get paid will be acquired by machines in the next 2 to 4 decades. Raising awareness. 2015 was an important year for artificial intelligence. It was the year when our media caught on to the idea that AI presents enormous opportunity and enormous risk. This was thanks in no small part to the publication of the previous year of Nick Bostrom's book, Superintelligence. It was also the year when cutting-edge AI systems used deep learning and other techniques to demonstrate human-level capabilities in image recognition, speech recognition, and natural language processing. In hindsight, 2015 may well be seen as a tipping point. Machines don't have to make everybody unemployed to bring out an economic singularity. If a majority of people, or even just a large minority, can never get hired again, we will need a different type of economy. Furthermore, we don't have to be absolutely certain of this outcome to make it worthwhile to monitor developments and make contingency plans. After all, seeing past the event horizon of a singularity is hard. As we have seen, and as we will explore in more detail in chapters 5 and 6, the outcome can be fantastic or terrible. To a large extent, it is up to us. If we can't achieve the positive, then perhaps we deserve, as Anders Sandberg put it in chapter 3.4, to be the bootloader for the digital superintelligence rather than its mitochondria. Chapter 4. A Timeline. 4.1. Unforecasts. 3 snapshots of a positive scenario. This chapter offers 3 snapshots of a possible future, one each for 2021, 2031, and 2041. Their purpose is to make the possibility of technological automation seem more real and less academic. In each one, there is a very brief description of the level of automation in a number of industries, and a summary of the impact of that automation on society. Together, they depict a positive scenario with a concluding vision of an economy of radical abundance which has been achieved without massive social dislocation. Why choose a positive scenario? Why not? It's the outcome we should be aiming for. Before we start, there is an important caveat. Unpredictable, yet inevitable. We all know that forecasts are wrong. The only things we don't know are by how much and in what direction. The future generally turns out to be not only different to what we expect, but also much stranger. Cast your mind back to 2005. Pretty much everyone thought that cell phones would continue to get smaller, and Facebook was limited to a few thousand universities and schools. Today, just a decade later, larger smartphones are a bit of a thing, and Facebook's valuation has overtaken that of Walmart, the world's largest shopkeeper. Trying to predict how the world will look in 2031 is like trying to predict the weather on Saturday 2 months from now. There are just too many variables. And yet in hindsight, what happens appears not only natural, but almost inevitable. The smartphone is a good example. Pretty much nobody suggested 30 years ago that we would all have telephones in our pockets, which would contain powerful artificial intelligences, and which would only occasionally be used for making phone calls. After all, at the time a mobile phone was a fairly hefty device, the size of a small dog. But now that it has happened, it seems obvious, logical, and perhaps even inevitable. Here's why. We humans are highly social animals, and our social habits are facilitated by language. Because we have language, we can communicate complicated ideas, suggestions, and instructions. We can work together in teams and organize. We can defend ourselves against lions and hostile tribes. We can hunt and kill mammoths, produce economic surpluses, and develop technologies. It is often said that no species is more savage and more violent than humans. This is no more true than the claim that Americans are more violent than other nationalities because their murder rate is higher than other developed countries. The only reason why humans kill more than other species is that we have more and better weapons. Humans live cheek by jowl in cities containing millions. This is remarkable. No other carnivorous species can assemble more than a few dozen of its members in a limited space without them killing each other in rivalry for food, sex, or social dominance. Other species lack our sophisticated ways to communicate and collaborate. Our bigger brains allow us to establish laws and cultural norms which govern the way we interact. We make up stories and agree to believe in them collectively, regardless of whether there is any evidence for them. These stories, like abstract concepts like gods and kingship, nations and ideologies, money and art, give us powerful reasons to cooperate and work together, even to die together. Non-human primates spend hours every day grooming the other members of their tribe to reassure them that they will not sink their teeth and nails into them. It works, but it is inefficient and means they cannot readily add new members to their tribe. Humans, by contrast, can walk past complete strangers on a crowded street without a second thought. Our superpowers are communication and our capacity to sustain mutual belief in things for which we have no evidence. It is thanks to these abilities that we control the fate of this planet and every species on it. This means that the old cliché that our dominance is based on our capacity for rational thought is, unlike most clichés, untrue. So although it wasn't and couldn't have been predicted in advance, in hindsight it is entirely logical that our most powerful technology, artificial intelligence, would first become available to most of us in the form of a communication device. The way the economic singularity unfolds will probably be like that. Our attempts to forecast the impact of technological unemployment, assuming it arrives, will probably look absurd in hindsight. But when we get there, the outcome will seem not only natural, but perhaps even inevitable. Not forecasts. I am laboring this point because I want to be clear. The descriptions of a possible future that follow are not predictions. The only thing I am confident of is that the future will not be like this. Instead, these timelines are intended to serve two functions. First, as I said above, they are a rhetorical device. The arguments in Chapter 3.10 that machines will automate our jobs away have been either abstract or fragmentary, and as such, some readers may find them implausible. I'm hoping that the timelines will help make the possible future of an economic singularity seem less academic, less theoretical, and more real. Secondly, drawing up timelines like these may in some small way help us to construct a valuable body of scenarios. Even when we know the future is unpredictable, it is still worth making plans. There is good sense in the old cliché that failing to plan is planning to fail. If you have a plan, you may not achieve it, but if you have no plan, you most certainly won't. In a complex environment, scenario development is a valuable part of the planning process. None of the scenarios will come true in their entirety, and many will be completely off the mark. But parts of some of them may approximate some of the outcome. Thinking through how we would respond to a sufficient number of carefully thought-out scenarios could well help us react more quickly when we see the beginnings of what we believe to be a dangerous trend. Super unforecasting. The art of constructing a useful scenario is the same as that of forecasting, which has been extensively studied by Canadian political scientist Philip Tetlock, co-author of the book Super Forecasting: The Art and Science of Prediction. He has found that the best forecasters share a number of traits. First, they treat their views about what will happen as hypotheses, not firm beliefs. If the evidence changes, they change their hypothesis. Secondly, they look for numerical data. Now, we all know that there are lies, damn lies in statistics, and that data is often used in public debate in the same way that a drunk uses a lamppost, more for support than for illumination. But used carefully and honestly, data is our friend. It is, after all, the root of the scientific revolution that has lifted most of our species out of poverty and squalor. Thirdly, they look for context. He cites the example of guests at a wedding, admiring the beauty and grace of the bride and the dashing good looks of the bridegroom, and assuring each other that they will share a long and happy life together. The super forecaster is a contrarian, noting that around half of all marriages fail and that the failure rate increases with second and third marriages, especially when one or the other partner has a history of infidelity, as with the happy couple today. If she is a tactful super forecaster, she keeps these thoughts to herself. Ironically, super forecasters are often not the people who get listened to in discussions about the future. We tend to pay more attention to those who speak more confidently and offer clarity and certainty. People who equivocate and offer measured suggestions often don't cut through the noise. So here goes, with the equivocation minimized. 4.2, 2021. 1. Transportation. Numerous cities around the world are experimenting with self-driving cars, but very few are so bold as to omit human drivers altogether. Google's cars can now handle snow and heavy rain, and can distinguish between a pedestrian waving at a friend across the street and a policeman instructing the car to stop. Their sensors are still expensive, but they are getting cheaper quickly. Aspects of self-driving technology are becoming widespread, including intelligent cruise control and assisted parking. Many long-distance commuters let their cars do much of their driving, although watching TV while driving is still illegal. 2. Manufacturing. Industrial robots are getting cheaper and much easier to program to undertake new tasks. Manufacturers find that the choice between employing another person or buying a new robot is a close thing. 3. Agriculture. Farmers are experimenting with robots for both crops and animal husbandry. On a growing number of farms with high-value crops, small wheeled devices patrol rows of vegetables, interrogating plants which don't appear to be healthy specimens, and eliminating weeds with targeted jets of ecologically sound hot water. Cattle are entirely content to be milked by robots, so the declining population of farm workers no longer has to get up before daybreak every day. 4. Retail. The shift towards purchasing goods and services online continues, and there is growing automation within shops. In some supermarkets, shoppers no longer have to unload and reload their trolleys. The goods are scanned while still inside their baskets. Fewer attendants are required in the checkout area. In fast food outlets, so-called McJobs are disappearing as burgers and sandwiches are assembled and presented to customers without being handled by a human. 5. Construction. Although some developers are experimenting with prefabricated units, most of the cost of a construction project is generated by the variability of conditions on site, including the foundations. Robots which can handle this unpredictability are still too expensive to replace human construction workers. There are experiments with exoskeletons for construction workers, but these are still expensive. 6. Technology. Firms are fighting to recruit and retain machine learning experts. The salaries and bonuses offered were previously unknown outside financial services and professional sports. Sales of wearables are growing, and the successors to Google Glass are outselling smartwatches. 7. Utilities. Water companies and power generation and transmission firms are building out fleets of tiny robots and drones which patrol pipes and transmission lines, looking for early warning signs of failure. 8. Finance. Retail banking is mostly automated and web-based, and consumer feedback on the quality of service is improving. Wealthy people now get some of their investment advice directly from automated systems, but human investment advisors still serve most of the market. In corporate finance, human advisors show no signs of being replaced, although their back-office systems are heavily automated. 9. Call centers. Inquiry handling that was offshored to India and then repatriated to home countries is now being offshored again, this time to machines housed in cold climates where the cost of keeping the servers cool are lower. 10. Media and the arts. The market for virtual reality apps and shows is booming as Oculus Rift, Meta, and their competitors create demand for latency-free, high-resolution content. As usual, porn and sport look like being the killer apps, but there are unexpected hits too, such as how-to shows about parenting and relationship enhancement. 11. Management. Little change. 12. Professions. The tedious jobs which traditionally provided training wheels for accountants and lawyers, ticking and bashing for auditors and discovery for litigators, are increasingly being handled by machines. Optimists and skeptics about technological unemployment point out that the amount of work for trainee professionals has actually increased as whole categories of previously uneconomic jobs have become possible, and the machines still need training on each new dataset. But more thoughtful practitioners are writing articles in their trade magazines asking how long that will continue, and therefore how tomorrow's partners can learn their trade. 13. Medical. In 2 Scandinavian countries and a handful of U.S. states, AIs are ingesting data sent by patients from their smartphones and carrying out triage. Sometimes they respond with simple diagnosis and treatment recommendations. Sometimes they pass the inquiry to a human doctor. Medical professionals and regulators elsewhere are highly critical of these experiments, but the outcome data is impressive. Hospitals in Japan are using robot nurses to great effect, but these are also resisted elsewhere. Pharmaceuticals designed to raise the IQ of adults are in clinical trials. 14. Education. Teachers everywhere brandish the empirical evidence that the primary determination of educational outcome is the quality of the teaching. Some teachers are embracing new technologies enthusiastically, especially in competitive environments such as the UK's private school system. Others are resistant. 15. Government. There is a worldwide drive to get most government services delivered online and cheaper. There is a great deal of discussion in the media about whether automation will lead to technological unemployment. A growing number of people think that it will, but they are outnumbered by those, including many prominent economists, who continue to deny it. 4.3. 2031. 1. Transportation. Most long-distance trucks are now capable of operating autonomously, and many operate routinely without a human on board. In some jurisdictions, there are roads which are off-limits to human drivers. Most cars are still privately owned, but many people are experimenting with communally owned vehicles, which enjoy free parking in most cities. Insurance premiums have plummeted, and fears about self-driving cars being routinely hacked have not been realized. A vocal minority of citizens, which to general surprise comprises equal numbers of men and women, are scathing about this arrangement, dubbing the communal cars thems, tedious horizontal elevator machines. Many of the urban deliveries of fast food and small parcels in major cities are now carried out by autonomous drones, operating within their own designated level of airspace. Sometimes the last mile of a delivery is carried out by autonomous wheeled containers. Teenagers delight in bot tipping, but with all the cameras and their other sensory equipment protecting the bots, it's a risky pastime. 2. Manufacturing. Many large factories and warehouses are dark. No light is required because no humans work there. People are becoming a rarity in smaller sites too. 3D printing has advanced less quickly than many expected, as it remained more expensive than mass production. but it is common in niche applications like urgently required motor parts. 3. Agriculture. Farmers are moving heavily into leisure services, as their families and staff are losing their roles to robots. 4. Retail. Online shopping reaches 75% of all retail purchases, with a small but growing number of items being 3D printed domestically or in neighborhood facilities, often with an element of customization by the customer. Human shop assistants are starting to be replaced by robots, except in high-margin sectors where they help create an experience rather than simply facilitating straightforward transactions. 5. Construction. Human supervision is still the norm for laying foundations, but prefabricated, often 3D printed, walls, roofs, and whole building units are becoming common. Robot labor and humans in exoskeletons are increasingly used to assemble them. Drones populate the air above construction sites, tracking progress and enabling real-time adjustments to plans and activities. 6. Technology. The first insidables are appearing, and have been made fashionable by Lord Beckham, the football and fashion magnate. The Internet of Things has materialized, with everyone receiving messages continuously from thousands of sensors and devices implanted in vehicles, roads, trees, buildings, etc. Fortunately, the messages are intermediated by personal digital assistants, which have acquired the generic name of friends, but whose owners often endow them with pet names. New types of relationships and etiquette are evolving to govern how people interact with their own and other people's friends, and what personalities the friends should present. Brand loyalty to the companies which provide the best friends software is fierce. There is lively debate about the best ways to communicate with their friends and other computers. Most people communicate with them by muttering into implanted microphones, but millions of people are also learning how to use one-handed keyboards, which liberate them from traditional keyboards at times when voice is inappropriate. Some believe these new keyboards will be quickly superseded by brain-computer interfaces, BCI, but this has made less progress than its early enthusiasts expected. A growing amount of entertainment and personal interaction is mediated through virtual reality. It is increasingly rare to see an adolescent in public outside school hours. Polls suggest that most people now think that artificial general intelligence, AGI, machines which equal or surpass human cognition in all domains, is a serious possibility within a generation or two. Significant expenditure is flowing into research on how to make sure the outcome is positive, and the moral and religious implications are hotly debated. 7. Utilities. In many organizations, most operations are now automated. The main role of humans in these organizations is testing security arrangements. Several hundred people died in 2 significant hacking incidents, one in the US and one in Europe. This has prompted huge investment in upgraded security arrangements. In another high-profile incident, AI management systems managed the disaster containment and recovery process flawlessly, and much faster than humans could have. 8. Finance. Retail banking is now fully automated, and investment advice is going the same way. Corporate financiers are in retreat, and their previously stratospheric incomes have fallen sharply. 9. Call centers. Almost no humans now work in call centers. 10. Media and the arts. All major movies made by Hollywood and Bollywood are now produced in VR, along with all major video games. To general surprise, levels of literacy and indeed book sales have not fallen. In a number of genre categories, especially romance and crime, the most popular books are written by AIs. Major sporting competitions have 3 strands: robots, augmented humans, and unaugmented humans. Audiences for the latter category are dwindling. Long-distance communication is massively improved by VR Skype. Dating sites have become surprisingly effective by requiring their members to provide clothing samples from which they extract data about their smells and pheromones. The discovery that relationship outcomes correlate closely with these data have slashed divorce rates. 11. Management. The ranks of middle management are thinning out. Shareholders are investing heavily in distributed autonomous corporations, DACs, firms consisting of unsupervised AIs which create new business models and strategies and transact with other firms without any humans in the loop. 12. Professions. Partners in law firms and accountancy firms are working shorter hours. Human intakes to these firms are dwindling. Most criminal law cases now relate to digital crime. It is more lucrative than physical crime and easier to avoid surveillance. 13. Medical. Opposition to the smartphone medical revolution has collapsed in most countries, and most people obtain diagnosis and routine health checkups from their friends several times a week. Automated nurses are becoming increasingly popular, especially in elder care. Several powerful genetic manipulation technologies are now proved beyond reasonable doubt to be effective, but backed by public unease, regulators continue to hold up their deployment. Cognitive enhancement pharmaceuticals are available in some countries under highly regulated circumstances, but are proving less effective than expected. There are persistent rumors that they are deliberately being engineered that way. Aging is coming to be seen as an enemy which can be defeated. 14. Education. Data on learning outcomes is steamrolling teachers' resistance to new approaches. Customized learning plans based on continuous data crunching are becoming the norm. Teachers are becoming coaches and mentors rather than instructors. Some schools are experimenting with classroom AIs. 15. Government. There is growing pressure to reduce the number of politicians and civil servants as more and more government services are automated. Many jurisdictions are debating the merits of using technology to enable direct democracy, which is being pioneered by Switzerland. Most people are skeptical, fearing the tyranny of the temporary majority. Policemen in most countries record all interactions with members of the public, and public satisfaction levels with them are generally rising. 16. Charities. Nonprofit organizations are enjoying a surge, thanks to an influx of talent as capable people can't find work elsewhere. The majority of people in most countries now believe that an economic singularity is coming and that a universal basic income, UBI, will be needed, as before long a very large minority of citizens will be permanently unemployed. Experiments in numerous cities around the world and a couple of country-scale experiments demonstrate that most people don't succumb to drugs or despair, although a significant minority does and needs help. There is vigorous debate about how to pay for the UBI. 4.4. 2041. 1. Transportation. Humans very rarely drive vehicles on public roads, and few commercial vehicles have human attendants. Young people no longer take driving tests. Motorsports are mostly competitions between self-driving cars. Congestion and parking are no longer a problem. The population of cars has declined dramatically as they are used far more efficiently, and the automotive industry has contracted. Large numbers of dependent businesses and jobs are disappearing too, including repair shops and insurance brokers. 2. Manufacturing. Almost all factories and warehouses are dark. 3D printing is beginning to look competitive with some forms of mass production. 3. Agriculture. Robots do most farm work. Some countries have large communally owned agriculture processing concerns which send out meal ingredients on drones in a service described as Netflix for food. 4. Retail. Most items are now bought online, and around half of all products sold at retail are 3D printed. Retail outlets on high streets and city centers are mostly experiential rather than transactional, and mostly staffed by AIs and robots. 5. Construction. Robots now carry out most of the work on construction sites. 6. Technology. Since AI provides a large proportion of the value in most products and services, there is a major concentration of capital and wealth in the hands of shareholders and key employees in this sector. Its foremost talent is now applied to developing artificial general intelligence and making sure that it is safe for humans. The Internet of Things is all-pervasive, and the environment appears intelligent. The companies that provide Friends have been obliged to make them open source. Friends are so critical to everyone's lives that being restricted to any one company's walled garden was unacceptable. 7. Utilities, overwhelmingly automated. 8. Finance, overwhelmingly automated. 9. Call centers, unchanged. 10. Media and the arts. In sports, robot competitions now generate larger audiences than their human counterparts. The International Olympics Committee delists the human versions of around half of all sports. Haptic bodysuits combined with VR headsets now provide truly immersive virtual environments. Counseling by AIs is required by a section of the population who struggle to maintain the distinction in their minds between reality and VR. To general surprise, people still read books, but they are very different products now, with holographic illustrations and often with several alternative storylines developed by their AI authors, which readers can choose between. Dating sites are now mostly accessed by personal digital assistants. My friend likes your friend has become a standard opener. 11. Management. Many companies now consist of just a few strategists whose main role is to forecast the optimal business model for the next financial quarter, but they are struggling to keep up with their AR advisors. 12. Professions. Accountancy and the law are largely automated. 13. Medical. Demand for human doctors is dwindling and professional nursing has been almost entirely automated. Everyone in developed economies has their health monitored continuously by their friends. Most people spend a certain amount of time each week visiting family, friends, and neighbors who are unwell just to converse. Sick and disabled people are greatly comforted by their relationships with talking AI companions, some resembling humans, others resembling animals. Significant funds are now allocated to the radical age extension research, and there is talk of longevity escape velocity being within reach, the point when each year science adds a year to your life expectancy. Most forms of disability are now offset by implants and exoskeletons, and cognitive enhancements through pharmaceuticals and brain-computer interface techniques are showing considerable promise. 14. Education. The sector has ballooned, with many people now regarding it as recreation rather than work. Most education is provided by AIs. 15. Government. Safeguards have now been found to enable direct democracy to be implemented in many areas. Professional politicians are now rare. Unemployment has passed 50% in most developed countries. Some form of universal basic income or negative taxation is in place everywhere, and most people think the economic singularity has happened. Radical abundance. Nobody hates their job. People only do work that they enjoy, and most people could not find paid jobs even if they wanted to. Everyone receives a basic income from the state or a non-centralized public organization, and there is no stigma attached to being unemployed or partially employed. In most countries, the UBI was funded initially by taxes levied on the minority of wealthy people who own most of the productive capital in the economy, and in particular, on those who own the AI infrastructure. In many countries, some of these elites have agreed to transfer the productive assets into communal ownership, either controlled by the state or by decentralized networks operated using blockchain technology. See Chapter 6. Those who do this enjoy the sort of popularity previously reserved for film and sports stars. Some countries mandated these transfers early on by effectively nationalizing the assets within their legislative reach. But most retreated from this approach when they realized that their economies were stagnating, as many of their most innovative and energetic people emigrated. Worldwide, the idea is gaining ground that private ownership of key productive assets is distasteful. Most people do not see it as morally wrong and don't want it to be made illegal, but it is often likened to smoking in the presence of non-smokers. This applies particularly to the ownership of facilities which manufactures basic human needs like food and clothing, and to the ownership of organizations which develop the most essential technology, the technology which adds most of the value in every industry sector, artificial intelligence. The gap in income and wealth between rich and poor countries has closed dramatically. This happened in part thanks to a substantial transfer of assets from the West to the rest, but mostly thanks to the adoption of effective economic policies, the eradication of corruption, and the benign impact of technology in the poorer countries. AIs and robots produce most of the goods and services people need in great abundance and at very low cost. Many products are 3D printed close to where they are consumed, so demand for commercial transportation services has plummeted. Demand for consumer travel is falling too, as immersive VR provides a close approximation of the experience. This takes the edge off the disappointment many people thought they would feel about not being able to increase their income by working harder in order to buy more luxury goods. Most people accept that they will never own a beachfront property with palm trees shading the white sand, but they can spend as much time there as they like in convincing VR. Another concern which has been allayed is that life without work would deprive the majority of people of a sense of meaning in their lives. Just as amateur artists were always happy to paint despite knowing that they could never equal the output of an old master like Vermeer, so people now are happy to play sports, write books, give lectures, and design buildings in the knowledge that an AI could do any of those things better than them. Not everyone is at ease in this brave new world, however. Around 10% of the population in most countries suffers from a profound sense of frustration and loss, and either succumbs to drugs or indulges almost permanently in escapist VR entertainment. A wide range of experiments is underway around the world, finding ways to help these people join their friends and families in less destructive or limiting lifestyles. Governments and voters in a few countries resisted the economic singularity, seeing it as a dehumanizing surrender to machine rule. Although they found economically viable alternatives at first, their citizens' standard of living quickly fell far behind. Several of these governments have now collapsed like the communist regimes of Eastern Europe in the early 1990s, and the others look set to follow, hopefully without violence. Chapter 5. The Challenges. The point of this book so far has been to persuade you that within a few decades, it is likely that many people will be rendered unemployable by machine intelligence. If I have not wholly succeeded in that aim, then I hope you are at least prepared to accept that the possibility is serious enough that we should be thinking about the implications and what to do about it if it happens. If I haven't even got you that far, then you're probably about to put this book down. If so, don't throw it away. You might want to come back to it when self-driving vehicles start to make serious impacts on the employment data. If I have made the case successfully, or if you were persuaded before we started, then welcome to the next stage of the journey. At the end of Chapter 4, we saw a rosy scenario in which we are well on the way towards a new type of economy, and the transition has been smooth. Sadly, life is rarely smooth. There will be challenges. I anticipate 5, and I think 2 of them might cause real harm if we are careless or unlucky. They are economic contraction, distribution, meaning, allocation, and cohesion. Let's take a look at each of them in turn. 5.1. Economic Contraction. American Union boss Walter Reuther recounts a story about a visit he made in the 1950s to a Ford manufacturing plant, where he saw an impressive array of robots assembling cars. The Ford executive who was showing him around asked how Reuther thought he would get the robots to pay union membership fees. Reuther replied that the bigger question was how the robots would buy cars. The story is usually told with Henry Ford II playing the role of the company executive, but it almost certainly wasn't. The basic economic problem which the story is supposed to illustrate is that if nobody is earning any money, then nobody can buy anything. And even those who do have money and resources can't sell anything. The economy grinds to a halt, and everybody starves. Of course, life is never as black and white as that. Economies don't go overnight from functioning tolerably well to complete collapse. Even catastrophic decline is less like falling off a cliff and more like tumbling down a slope, with pauses along the way as you hit ledges. But obviously, severe economic contraction is grim, and to be avoided if at all possible. If, as I have argued, machine intelligence renders more and more people unemployable, then other things being equal, the purchasing power previously exercised by those people will dry up. Their productive output will not be lost, it will just be provided by machines instead of humans. As demand falls, but supply remains stable, prices will fall. At first, the falling prices may not be too much of a problem for firms and their owners, as the machines will be more efficient than the humans they replaced, and increasingly so as they continue to improve at an exponential rate. But as more and more people become unemployed, the consequent fall in demand will overtake the price reductions enabled by greater efficiency. Economic contraction is pretty much inevitable, and it will get so serious that something will have to be done. But before policymakers are forced to take action to tackle economic contraction, they will be faced by a much more serious problem: what to do about all those people who no longer have a source of income. This is the distribution problem, which is seen by many as the most severe problem raised by the economic singularity. Tackling it successfully will also solve the problem of economic contraction, so we can move right along. 5.2. Distribution. At the height of the Great Depression in the early 1930s, unemployment reached 25% of the working-age population. Social security arrangements were primitive then, and developed societies were much poorer than they are today. So that level of joblessness was much harder on people than it is today, when parts of Europe have returned to similar levels overall, with youth unemployment hitting 50% in some places. The worst levels of unemployment in developed countries today are found in Mediterranean countries like Greece and Spain, where family networks remain strong enough that sons and daughters can be supported for months or even years by fathers and mothers, and vice versa. There are escape valves, too, for the social pressure created by the situation. Economies further north are struggling less and can absorb the energies and ambitions of many of the unemployed young people from the south. When self-driving vehicles and other forms of automation render people of all classes unemployed right across the developed world, these safety nets will no longer be available. Articulate, well-connected and forceful middle-class professionals will be standing alongside professional drivers and factory workers, demanding that the state do something to protect them and their families. Universal basic income. If and when societies reach the point where we have to admit that a significant proportion of the population will never work again, through no fault of their own, a mechanism will have to be found to keep those people alive. And not just scraping by on the poverty line, they will have to be provided with an income which allows at least the possibility of a decent life by the standards of the society they live in. The answer is well known, and fairly obvious: a universal basic income, UBI, available to all without condition, a living wage which is paid to all citizens simply because they are citizens. Probably the longest standing organization advocating UBI is the Basic Income Earth Network. BIEN was formed as long ago as 1986, and Earth replaced European in its name in 2004. BIEN defines UBI as an income unconditionally granted to all on an individual basis, without means test or work requirement. UBI has also been called unconditional basic income, basic income guarantee, BIG, guaranteed annual income, and citizens' income. Proponents have argued for various levels of UBI, but in general they choose a level at or around the poverty level in the country of operation. This is partly because they don't think any more would be affordable, or politically acceptable, and partly to ward off criticisms that UBI would make people lazy and unproductive. As mentioned above, this will not be good enough if and when machine intelligence renders most people unable to work for a living. A modern developed society is not sustainable if a majority of its citizens are on the breadline. UBI is similar to, but distinct from, the concept of negative income tax, NIT, under which people earning less than a specified amount receive payments. The two systems can be set up to produce the same financial results, but they appeal to different economic and political instincts. UBI involves payments to people who really don't need them, while NIT could stigmatize recipients. The benefits claimed for UBI address issues which concern both the political left and right. Left-wing proponents see it as a mechanism to eradicate poverty and redress what they view as growing inequality within societies. They sometimes argue that it tackles the alleged gender pay gap and redistributes income away from capital and towards labor. It has also been held out as a partial solution to the alleged generational theft, whereby relatively wealthy pensioners are receiving income generated by taxes on young workers who have no assets and who may not themselves receive similar benefits in later life because the welfare system looks increasingly unaffordable. Right-wing advocates see UBI as a way to remove swaths of government bureaucracy. Abolishing means testing removes the need for the battalions of civil servants who devise and implement it. There would be no incentive for people to game the benefit system, thus reducing government-generated waste and unfairness. They hope it would facilitate a wholesale simplification of tax structures and perhaps enable a move to a flat tax. And they argue that more lower-income people would go to work because they would no longer be caught in benefit traps which penalize them for raising their income slightly. This would mean fewer children raised in families where nobody works, a particular bugbear of the right. Most current supporters of UBI are on the left, but it has had support from prominent right-wing politicians and economists in the past, notably President Richard Nixon and economists Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman. Experiments. There have been a surprising number of experiments with UBI. The basic income page on Reddit lists 25, and gives potted descriptions of the purpose and outcomes of 6 of them. All the researchers involved reported excellent results, with the subjects experiencing healthier, happier lives, and not collapsing into lazy lifestyles or squandering the money on alcohol or other drugs. Given that, it is curious that none of the experiments have been extended or made permanent. The declared purpose of many UBI experiments is to investigate the concern that when people receive money for nothing, they stop working. One of the biggest experiments conducted so far, involving all 10,000 people in the small town of Dauphin in Manitoba, Canada, found that the only 2 social groups which did stop working were teenagers and young mothers, and this was seen as a positive outcome. Of course, people handing in their notice will be of no concern when machines have stolen all our jobs, but a more subtle version of the concern remains. Do people in receipt of money for nothing stop doing anything of value? Do they become indolent couch potatoes watching TV all day long, or collapse into reliance on alcohol and other drugs? Bearing in mind the distinction we made earlier between jobs and work, in a world where intelligent machines have automated most economic activity, the question is not, do people give up jobs, but do they give up work? Unfortunately, none of the UBI experiments carried out so far constitute a rigorous test. A rigorous test would be universal, randomized, long-term, and basic in the sense that the income distributed should be enough to live on. And so more tests are planned. In fact, a number of significant UBI experiments are planned or underway at the time of writing. One, in Finland, caused great excitement when it was announced in 2015, but it remains unclear how broad-based the experiment will be and what level of income will be paid. The aims are clear, however, and they relate to the right-wing concerns listed above. The Finnish researcher in charge of designing it, Olli Kangas, explains that the UBI experiment is hoping to demonstrate solutions for 3 problems with the current Finnish benefit system. First, people working part-time, perhaps in the gig economy, receive neither work-based benefits nor unemployment benefits. Second, some people are caught in a benefits trap whereby as their income increases, their benefits decrease, which removes their incentive to work more and contribute more to the economy. Third, the existing benefit system is expensive, requiring too many bureaucrats to administer it. The sample of Finns who are chosen to receive the UBI will be compared with a control sample who are not. Kangas will be exploring their propensity to continue working, their reported happiness and well-being, and any changes in their use of health and social services. He hopes to recruit a substantial sample, perhaps 100,000, which will enable him to detect variations between people of different ages, locations, demographics, and unemployment histories. Another interesting UBI experiment is a crowd-funded initiative in Germany, which was launched by Berlin-based entrepreneur Michael Bonnmeyer in 2014. By December 2015, 26 people had been selected by lottery to receive €1,000, around $1,000, a month, paid for by public donations. Most of the recipients reported that it didn't change their lives enormously, but they felt less stressed and, in many cases, were able to embark on creative projects. There is no shortage of places keen to experiment with UBI. The Dutch cities of Utrecht, Groningen, Wageningen and Tilburg are asking their national government for permission to carry out trials, and a referendum is expected during 2016 in Switzerland. All these initiatives are looking for ways to tackle problems with existing social welfare systems. We have to go to Silicon Valley to find an experiment specifically designed to explore the impact of UBI in the context of a jobless future, when machine intelligence has automated most of what we currently do for a living. Just such an experiment was announced in January 2016 by Sam Altman, president of the seed capital firm Y Combinator, which gave a start in life to Reddit, Airbnb, and Dropbox. Altman's task is not trivial. He will have to figure out a way to quantify the satisfaction his guinea pigs derive from their UBI, and whether they are doing anything useful with their time. Socialism? With all these experiments bubbling up, the concept of UBI has become a favorite media topic, but it is controversial. Many opponents, especially in the U.S., see it as a form of socialism, and the U.S. has traditionally harbored a visceral dislike of socialism. The strong performance of Senator Bernie Sanders, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, in the race to become the Democratic Party's candidate in the 2016 presidential election is a striking departure from this norm of U.S. politics. This concern is what seemed to leave Martin Ford somewhat dispirited at the end of his book, The Rise of the Robots. As we saw in Chapter 3, he fears that guaranteed income is likely to be disparaged as socialism, and introducing it will be a staggering challenge. He is not alone. I have heard similar concerns from a number of thoughtful American friends. I hope and believe that their fears are overdone. America is, of course, huge, more a continent than a country, so generalizations about it are dangerous. But I do not believe its people are, in general, unthinking or malicious. If and when it becomes impossible to deny that a majority, or even a large minority, of its citizens will never do paid work again, and for no fault of their own, I do not believe that the rest will allow them to starve. The dramatic recent change in American attitudes towards homosexuality and drugs show how fast opinions there can change, and how far. As recently as 1962, homosexual acts were illegal in every U.S. state, and it was only in 2003 that the federal Supreme Court decision in the Lawrence v. Texas case invalidated the ban in the last 14 states where it remained unlawful. Even today, more than a dozen states have yet to repeal or amend their own legislation to reflect this ruling. And yet, in June 2015, the federal Supreme Court ruled that bans on same-sex marriage are unconstitutional in the case of Obergefell v. Hodges. According to a Wall Street Journal poll, public support for gay marriage has doubled in the last decade, standing now at 60%. Attitudes towards the legislation of cannabis have also undergone a rapid sea change. For years, governments proclaimed a war on drugs, but that policy has clearly failed. Billions of dollars have been spent, and countless lives have been lost, but supply has not been constrained, much less eliminated. Parts of Mexico and other countries where the drugs are grown or routed have become war zones, and hugely powerful criminal organizations have been spawned. Attempts to curb demand have also failed, with tens of thousands of people being criminalized for an activity that harmed no one. Drugs are dangerous, and their supply should be regulated, but ceding control over that supply to criminal gangs has not proved an enlightened policy. Public opinion in America is swinging rapidly towards that position. In 1969, only 16% of voters polled by Gallup supported legalization, but now a majority takes that view. Possession of cannabis for personal use is now legal in 4 states, with the federal government agreeing not to interfere. It is not only America which is experiencing revolutionary changes in social attitudes. Up until 1997, sex before marriage was illegal in China, condemned as hooliganism. Nevertheless, a researcher found in 1989 that 15% of citizens had experienced it. The percentage had risen above 70% by 2014. Homosexuality was illegal until 2001, and gay marriage is still not legal. But in 2011, state-owned media began writing positive articles about gay pride marches in Shanghai and elsewhere. These examples show that entrenched societal opinions can and do change, sometimes quickly. If and when machine intelligence renders many of us permanently unemployable, it seems reasonable to expect that opposition to some form of universal basic income will evaporate. Inflationary? Opponents of UBI also worry that it will stoke inflation. Other things being equal, a massive injection of money into an economy is liable to raise prices, leading to sudden inflation and perhaps even hyperinflation. But as campaigner Scott Santens pointed out, UBI does not necessarily mean an injection of fresh cash into the economy. It would most likely be paid for by increased taxation of the better off, and by replacing the existing benefit system, together with the bureaucracy which implements it. He also claims that where basic incomes have been introduced, as in Alaska in 1982 and Kuwait in 2011, inflation actually fell. Unaffordable? A related objection to UBI which may have more substance is that it is unaffordable. Some argue that it can be funded by raising taxes on the small minority who have become extraordinarily wealthy in recent years. After all, even some of those wealthy people themselves, like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, have confessed to feeling undertaxed. But experience shows that this can be a losing game. Very wealthy people do sometimes decide to dedicate much of their wealth to charitable causes. Bill Gates, again, and Mark Zuckerberg are obvious examples, and even some of the robber barons of the late 19th century gave fabulous sums to charitable foundations. One of the most successful of those barons was the Scottish-American steel magnate Andrew Carnegie, who endowed some 3,000 municipal libraries and provided funding for several universities and numerous other organizations before he died. His most famous motto was that, "The man who dies rich dies disgraced." But these people generally want to determine for themselves how their wealth is deployed, not least because they believe that they will make better use of it than politicians and bureaucrats. So even the most generously disposed wealthy people often resist the wholesale appropriation of their assets in the form of taxation. And as demonstrated by the Panama Papers scandal that erupted in April 2016, they are well equipped to do so, either by hiring clever lawyers and accountants to find loopholes and dodges, or by shifting themselves and their assets to less demanding jurisdictions. Furthermore, entrepreneurs and other capable commercial people who are not yet extremely wealthy, but aspire to become so, may decide to move out of a jurisdiction which raises taxes sharply to pay for UBI. Or if they stay, they may become discouraged and decide against taking the necessary risks and dedicating the necessary time and energy to projects which could achieve their ambition. These people are responsible for much of the dynamism in capitalist countries, and dampening their enthusiasm or incentivizing them to move elsewhere can be very damaging to an economy. This sounds like common sense, but is in fact highly contentious. The political left believes that inequality is a social evil, and argues that taxing the rich does not deter economic activity. The political right believes that a modicum of inequality is no bad thing, and is anyway inevitable in a thriving economy. It argues that increasing taxes on the rich does deter economic activity, and may actually result in lower government revenues, as the rich look harder for ways to reduce their tax burden. The Laffer curve. Unfortunately, the data is muddy, which enables both sides to marshal apparently convincing arguments. And as is so often the case, the truth lies somewhere in between them. We do know that there is a level of taxation beyond which further increases are ineffective, or even self-defeating. The Laffer curve plots tax rates against the revenue they raise. At 100%, no one would work, so that is an inefficient rate. 99% would not be much better. Sadly, we just don't know for sure what the optimal level is, either in general or in a specific country at a specific time. In the UK, the Labour government in 2010 introduced a top rate of tax of 50% for people earning above £150,000. The Conservative government took it down to 45% in 2013, and claimed the result was a sharp revenue increase. The Labour Party, of course, claimed the opposite. Which side you choose in this debate will be determined largely by your political orientation. Personally, I believe that competing organizations in well-regulated markets are more efficient and effective than monopolistic governments, and I believe that lower tax regimes encourage entrepreneurships. I also think that governments tend to tax their subjects as much as they think they can get away with, which explains why so much of their tax take is achieved through subtle, indirect, and often downright stealthy taxes. Thus, a substantial tax increase to fund UBI is likely to be economically damaging. Fortunately, this debate is rather tangential to my main argument about UBI, which is that we will need to implement it if and when a large minority of people have become unemployable. So if you are on the political left, I don't need to lure you across the parliamentary floor, which is probably a relief to us both. Before we leave the question of UBI's affordability, we should consider the claim that it can be funded by abolishing existing social benefit arrangements. Let's kill all the bureaucrats. Channeling Shakespeare, UBI advocates claim that the massive cost of UBI could be offset by abolishing much or all of the existing benefit system, along with legions of bureaucrats who implement them. They offer an enticing vision of a world without means testing, with no poverty traps, no steely-eyed advisors in job centers forcing claimants to apply for unsuitable work, no benefit fraud, and no need to game the system. Unfortunately, the world probably won't allow such a nice, tidy outcome. People's needs vary according to their capabilities, their life stage, and their location, among other things. Someone who is disabled might well suffer greatly if their income was equal to that of an able-bodied person in robust health. A single dad with a child may need extra support. People living in London or San Francisco would certainly need more housing benefit than people living in Albuquerque or NxzHTa. Having ushered all the bureaucrats out the door thanks to the purifying simplicity of UBI, we would have to apologize and call them right back in again. The RSA, a British think tank, published a report about UBI in December 2015, which was the result of a year's research and discussions. It proposed abolishing much of the UK's existing benefit system and replacing it with a payment of £3,692 for everyone between 25 and 65. This is £307 a month, £71 a week, or £10 a day. The payment amounts to a modest 14% of the average UK wage, which was £26,500 in 2015. People aged between 5 and 25 would receive £2,925, and pensioners would get £7,420. Extra payments would be made for young children. The RSA estimated the total cost of its proposed system at £280 billion, including running costs of £3 billion. It claimed that this would be offset by £272 billion saved by abolishing most of the existing benefits and pensions infrastructure, including personal income tax allowances and tax relief on pensions payments for higher-rate taxpayers. The RSA claimed that families with children and on low wages would be £2,000 to £8,000 better off per year because of the removal of benefit traps. Adjustments required to prevent poorer people being worse off would take the cost between 10 to 16 billion pound, around 1% of GDP. This would be funded by taxes on high earners, a group which would also lose income from the changes. Arguably, the RSA scheme is not a fully fledged UBI proposal, as payments would taper off for incomes above £75,000 and stop altogether at £100,000. The level of payments are also set at a level which would keep people alive, but would not provide a decent standard of living. The system is perhaps more an attempt to simplify and streamline the UK's messy and Byzantine benefit system. It is also significant that the proposal ignores payments for housing and disability, which are of course substantial, and would require the recall of at least some of those bureaucrats. Countries are not isolated economic ecosystems. Introducing UBI would significantly affect the competitive position of a country which introduced it, and would have other unintended consequences. A broadly positive article about UBI in the Right of Center Daily Telegraph newspaper speculated that if and when Finland proceeds with its UBI experiment, it will be inundated by economic migrants unless it leaves the EU. Assets. This review of distribution has focused on income as opposed to wealth. Most people have little wealth and are therefore dependent on income. A poll published in January 2015 by a U.S. personal finance website echoed the finding a year earlier by the Federal Reserve, that 2/3 of Americans had savings equal to less than 3 months' income. Half of them could not cover an emergency expense of $400 without going into debt. This was aggravated by the recession which began in 2007. The average American family's net worth fell from $136,000 in 2007 to $81,000 in 2013. Wealth inequality is far more extreme in today's world than income inequality, both globally and within individual nations. It is also less significant. The charity Oxfam created a stir in January 2016 by claiming that the richest 62 people own as much as the poorest 50% of the world. The figure may or may not be correct, but it tells us less than it appears to. A young professional in New York, living a life of luxury and excess, may have no net assets, but it would be perverse to describe her as poor. Furthermore, if the richest billionaire gave their wealth to the poorest half of the world, it would amount to a one-off payment of a few $100s each. Nevertheless, if you are one of the lucky minority with substantial net assets, you might be wondering how you will be affected if and when technological unemployment takes hold. Will your house be worth more or less in the new economy? How about your vintage Aston Martin or your collection of fine wines? Until and unless we move to a completely different kind of economy, it is likely that some of the wealthy people, especially those who control the artificial intelligence which creates most of the added value, will remain wealthy, and perhaps some even more wealthy. Perhaps the prices for Stradivarius violins and prime real estate will continue to rise, for some time at least. What about the holdings of the much larger number of people in the middle, people who have net assets of a few tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps up to as much as $1 million or $2 million? Unless we switch quickly and smoothly to UBI, it seems likely that the price of assets typically owned by these middle-class people, such as suburban houses and mass-produced cars, will slide as their owners try to replace lost income by liquidating their property. This could happen quickly as people look ahead, see what is coming, and decide to cash in before the slide starts in earnest. Asset prices are notoriously hard to predict because they depend on events which cannot be foreseen, and also upon perceptions about what may happen and perceptions about those perceptions. This is another good reason why we should be thinking seriously about these matters sooner rather than later. Summary: UBI, but not yet. My conclusion about UBI will probably be unpopular with many, especially those on the political left. It is that the time is not yet ready for a full-fledged UBI in the sense of a payment made to all citizens with no questions asked, and at a level which affords an acceptable standard of living in the context of the jurisdiction. UBI is a system which requires an economy of abundance, not an economy of scarcity, which is what we still have today. The appropriate system for economics of scarcity is the market with regulation, because it allocates resources according to what people actually want, not according to what a politician or technocrat thinks they ought to want. Any government tempted to experiment with a strong version of UBI must carefully consider the possible damage to its country's economic competitiveness and other international impacts. FT journalist Tim Harford summed it up well in May 2016, saying that in current circumstances, UBI appeals to three kinds of people: those happy to see the needy receive less income, those happy to see the state balloon and risk massive capital flight, and those who can't add up. But if and when machines have permanently automated most jobs, we will need to implement some form of UBI. The fears about it being politically unacceptable will probably prove exaggerated, with attitudes changing as the circumstances change. That being so, if and when it becomes clear that most people are going to be rendered unemployable, it could be helpful to implement a modest form of UBI, something like the RSA scheme mentioned above, perhaps in order to be able to move quickly to a full-blooded version when automation bites deep. But UBI will not alone be sufficient to enable us to cope with the end of jobs. The other big problem we will have to tackle is cohesion. We will address that later on in this chapter, but first we should review the alleged problem of how people find meaning in a world without jobs. 5.3. Meaning. The meaning of life is 42, of course. Okay, now we've got that out of the way. Would you agree with the statement that people's lives need to have meaning in order for them to feel fulfilled, satisfied, and happy? It's certainly true for me, and I'm pretty sure it's true for most of the people I know. It is probably also true of you, or you wouldn't be reading this book. I have met people who claimed to be pure hedonists, interested only in immediate pleasure. Some of them may even have been telling the truth. But most of us get bored if we feel our lives have no meaning. And not just bored in the sense that you get bored in a queue at a supermarket checkout, but profoundly restless and frustrated. To avoid this feeling, we make deep emotional investments in ideas and institutions like family, friendships, work, loyalty to tribes, nations, and causes. Deprived of these things, we feel lost and alienated. Perhaps the most famous quote attributed to the 4th century BC Greek philosopher Socrates is that the unexamined life is not worth living. It is a remarkably strong statement. Why not just say that an unexamined life, a life without philosophy in other words, is less good than an examined one? Is an unexamined life really worse than death? He made this statement at his trial when the outcome was a choice between exile and suicide. He chose suicide. So perhaps he was under stress and being hyperbolic. But the claim is usually taken at face value, and perhaps